I mean, I made this. It's probably backwards. I don't know how.
No, it's good. The only person that's backwards in the stream would be me because it's running off of my computer, and like Discord's like, we're gonna mirror you, but we're gonna put everybody else normal. But so I appreciate the cake. We have so much lore in these episodes. COVID and the cake must show up.
That's true. You do have to show the cake.
No, I don't. I don't have to.
Bet.
If you better not, I will ban you. Fuck. I should have banned you. I've timed you out.
Show the cake.
Because I haven't gone to the gym in some time, because I haven't had the time to do so, I feel like maybe cake may have gotten bigger. But I also think I have a well-defined butt, because even when I flex my butt, that's a lot of muscle there. I feel a lot of muscle. You ever just like grab your own ass and be like, damn, that's some good ass. But
man,
you never just grab your own butt?
I can say with full certainty that I just don't grab my own butt.
You've never actually, just been like, damn.
Sheet App's gonna be like, oh, Skeet App looks at his butt in the mirror all the time. Yeah, I make sure that my pants fit right.
That did get clipped. My God. It was only a matter of time until it was, but Hello, welcome into our 22nd episode of the Underqualified Podcast and the Season 2 finale. Finn, again, is once busy, and so CircleHerk is joining us as a guest host again. What a privilege you must have to be an honor to have you here filling in for the Season 2 finale before we go on break. You can find him on Twitter at CircleHerk. That's CarcleHerk, and I'm pretty sure I spelled that right. Didn't trip up on it.
I think you said CAR.
Did I say CAR? Well.
CircleHerk. Don't follow CircleHerk.
CircleHerk. I wonder if there's a CircleHerk. That'd be awesome. CircleHerk. Basically, this round thing is a circle, and then Herc. It's like Herky, the University of Iowa mascot, without the Y. So just put Circle and Herky, but without the Y. Just follow that. I probably made it a lot more complicated than it really needs to be because, I'm an engineer. That's exactly what I do, it seems like. Today is April 15th. Today's supposed to be tax day? Or did they extend that?
They moved it, I think.
They moved it? All right. Well, it's not tax
day.
Actually,
I don't know. So don't listen to me.
Today may or may not be tax day of 2021. It is 9:50 p.m. in the Central Time Zone. Appreciate to everybody that has come in throughout the season and stopped by and be part of the chat, watch the streams live, and also watch our YouTube archives. All these streams go up on our YouTube channel. You can search it up by just typing in Underqualified Podcast on YouTube, and the first result comes up. It's a U on a purple background because we haven't had the time to really create and update and personalize our YouTube channel. For those of you watching on YouTube, you can catch us live on Twitch at twitch.tv/crunchbar33. You can come on in, interact live with us. We will see all of your chats unless you say some banned terms. And please don't try and figure out what those banned terms are because you will probably be automatically banned from the stream too. So just be mindful of that. But otherwise, a lot of things are fair game. We like to have a lot of fun here. If you're watching live right now, thank you for being here. You can find all of our episodes, plus bonus episodes that we either recorded in advance or just special episodes that we have. There's been 2 episodes on there that we haven't recorded or that we haven't streamed live. And that was the Thanksgiving episode last year and the New Year's episode. You can find those goodies. And the Greatest Hits episode, which I hope to work on in this break that we have, will be up on YouTube. You can find that there. It won't be on Twitch because really, what's the point of streaming? Well, I mean, there kind of is a point because then you could have live chat reaction. We have more of a following here on Twitch than we do on YouTube. But still, I mean, that's something that we could possibly do, but probably won't. That will probably be on YouTube. I'm hoping maybe mid-May, maybe, if I get it all done. There's a lot of material. We've done a lot of episodes in a short amount of time, so there's a lot of material that I have to comb through. What you saw earlier is I ran a Twitter poll and picked out the 4 best moments from the season, and they were on my Twitter, and I allowed people to vote on it and see. You get to choose what I open up the show with, because usually I try to open up the show with something. And Cake, which, the man on your left originated and created at the end of last season, our final episode of 2020. And it just became this long-running joke. So, really, you have to give a round of applause, Pat. So come here to Ames and go to his apartment, knock on his door, and just say, "Hey, yeah, I just wanted to pat you on the back for such a legendary term that you created." So just go do that too, because I was gonna say pat yourselves on the back, but then I realized, what would you be patting yourselves on the back for? Don't be a dumbass like that.
Go ahead, pat yourself on the back.
Okay,
anyway.
we encourage positivity as well as negativity here too. So pat yourself on the back too.
Positive energy drink. I'm drinking Positive Energy Drink by Bob Ross.
Where did you get that?
I have it all here, okay? I've got it all. I've got a Dundee Award. Not many people have a Dundee but me. I've got it all. And I've also got, well, let's talk about that a little bit. All 4 of those clips were amazing. And in my opinion, they all should have won. In fact, I didn't create Cake. I just was an avid watcher of this podcast. And you and Finn were constantly talking about how nice your cake was. And I knew that I was going on, so I was like, I'm going to make a sign. So I can't take all the credit. I'm just the guy who drew a stupid picture or whatever.
You gave Cake a face.
It is lore. It is canon.
Yes.
In the Untitled podcast.
You gave Cake a face and a personality. It wasn't just this thing that would come up on stream. Now it was actually... without that sign, I think Cake probably would have died at the end of that season. But then once we came back for a second season, audience members still Twitch chat would mention it on occasion. So they remembered. They didn't forget it. And because of how we are as human beings, we recognize pictures. And because you personified Cake, you actually gave it a literal face, if I remember correctly. And that was
let's bring it out. Let's bring it out, everybody.
Yeah.
Here's Cake.
Yeah, that is like
Wait, hold on. There's more.
The first thing that pre-show we were talking about it. CircleHerk created his own soundboard kind of thing, and I have never thought about actually creating a soundboard within OBS. I could do that. It would require a lot of work for me to do because I'd have to find a lot of. I try to do some high quality streams for you guys too, so I'd have to find do some 48 kilohertz, sometimes maybe 96 kilohertz. But then if I did it that much, then I don't think people's bandwidth could really, or because the internet in the United States, specifically this central Midwestern state of Iowa, as if you go to the Iowa subreddit, all you need to do to get if you have some negative karma on subreddit or on Reddit, all you need to do is just go into the Iowa subreddit and just make a post saying MediaCom sucks. So there, and then that will shoot your karma to the moon, just like Doge is right now. But yes, because notoriously, even though personally I haven't had as extreme poor experiences with MediaCom as other Iowans have, quite frankly, also right now I don't have MediaCom. There's still that notorious reputation. So like, and I gotta be mindful of who's watching, and a lot of our audience is here in Iowa. So I don't think they can handle high quality files. So like, if I run that through the stream, it might buffer, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I don't want to watch this anymore because it's not seamless." You got to be try and seamless as possible to make it seem like, because when you're talking with somebody, it would be like, because this is exactly what, as another Mud the Don fan also says MediaCom sucks as a fellow Iowan. What we've tried to do is make this as seamless as possible, and how we create these things. I've tried to, over the past season and two, there's been a lot of upgrades to equipment, behind the scenes stuff that you don't really realize and that nobody really realizes. Granted, I'm limited by my 50 megabit per second internet. I would love to have a higher quality or a higher speed so that I can guarantee no matter what, like, yeah, that's going to be it. But it's like, the original concept stays the same of how we created this podcast. It was supposed to be like you're joining in on a conversation. You're conversing with us. We converse with you guys, just like you're listening to two people talk. And if you're really listening to this in real life, like if say we were there in person in your living room because we're creepy or something like that, say that was the thing. If we just all of a sudden just stopped talking mid-sentence and just froze, that would take you out of the conversation. So
just go watch the last episode.
Yeah,
that's MediaCom. That's internet right there.
Do that. Yeah, just watch the last episode. We'll just put that on repeat and just keep it going. Just keep it going, and then promise you better things in the future, but then never really deliver it to you.
That's right. But
so after that long drawn out intro and just tidying housekeeping that we've done here, CircleHerk, how have you been? You were here last week along with Private First Class Corver. I want to get that right. Just how have you been overall? How's life been in the 7 days that have passed?
Life is good. Life is eerily similar. I really enjoyed our conversation with AJ last week. In fact, I tried to coax him into coming back on this week, but apparently just didn't work out or whatever. But
yep.
That was a great episode. I was really nervous about that because Finn was like, "Can you help me out, co-host a little bit?" And I said, "Sure." And then I was like, "Wait, is it just going to be me and Jason, or is there going to be a guest? Like, hopefully there's a guest." And he said, "It's AJ." And half of me was like, "I'm super excited." And the other half was like, "Oh my God, I don't want to mess it up for this guy who's like one of the biggest fans, if not almost behind the scenes contributor to this podcast, And I didn't want to it was a weird moment where I'm trying to kind of half be quiet and half co-host. And it was seamless. He was so easy to just riff with. And so that was great because that's what this show is. And so kudos to him. Go check out that episode. Luckily his internet in Hawaii works 1,000 times better than the one here in Ames. So, ignore me, pay attention to his joke. And I voted for the microtransaction kids' names. It was the hardest I've laughed in probably 3 months, maybe. I don't know. It was a big deal.
It was. I was not expecting AJ to come out with that. The whole in his face was just, all right, I'm listening to this. I'm listening to this really crazy, obviously a joke idea.
Right.
And then it's like, wait a minute, this sounds familiar. And then once I mentioned EA, he's like,
yeah.
Are you mentioning and considering microtransaction childbirth? or childbirth microtransaction? I can't remember what order it went, but God, that was God. It's like those. It's one of those zing moments. Like he's just in the moment improvisation kind of thing. Like that was just brilliant and had us dying. Like, and that's the thing. Like AJ has had so many of those moments during this season about everything. Like
Well, even
same with you
Castellanos
too.
One, that Castellanos thing when he was just, we were talking about the Reds. Like at the beginning of the show, I think we were talking about like the red, like Nick Castellanos or whatever his name is, flexing, and he just starts going off there's a deep fly ball to left field or whatever. Like, it's like he knows the whole thing. He's got it all memorized. It was perfect. So yeah, that was great. He's in the other the Shayna Lady one. He's the reason behind that too. So
you and
contributed.
And for the other things, I'm hoping Discord unfreezes you here. This ain't good. I'm hoping let me see if I can fix this on my end. Sometimes you just gotta like refresh this. See while you load up. I'll keep speaking awkwardly while this loads up in the background. Obviously we're so there we go. You're back. So sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I have to like refresh Discord for some reason for when that happens. But no,
it's
like
MediaCom.
So, like, we've had over this past season, the chat interaction has been by far the best part of this entire that's what's like stood season 2 out from season 1, along with the fact that Finn went hard on this podcast, with getting so many different guests. I think half of our episodes this season had a special guest on, and all of our guests have been really, really good. We like the first, just for perspective, if anybody's new here, we started out season 2, which season two was kind of unironically just on the spur of the moment term coined, just like whenever we take breaks, that's the end of a season. We're going to start a new season whenever we come back. So season 2 is basically from the beginning of this year to this episode. Finn, I think his gears were turning even in December, like trying to schedule out guests and everything. And we would have had another guest, and I'm so disappointed in myself, but there's nobody really to blame here. That we couldn't get Iowa Hoops Dave on. He was supposed to be on one of our shows, but I had a conflict with school that unexpectedly took the entire day, so like we had to take that day off, and unfortunately there hasn't been a time where he's been able to come back, or we haven't really been, or I'm not gonna say we, because Finn, go follow Finn on Twitter at Skeedap, SKEEDAP. Driving force behind, he's the face of this podcast, but he also does a lot of stuff, a lot of work behind it. He and that's why I put him in the credits as the concept, the whole concept of the podcast. I didn't want to take credit for that, because that was he was the one who reached out to me saying, yo, let's start a podcast, and I was all down for it. And while I've been busy, I mean, granted, he's been busy too. Like that's without saying. Like we got to give some credit to Finn. And he deserves some time off. He's done a lot of work. He's done a lot of. I forgot to ask him for the ad read today too, because he has his own special ad read too for his business that sponsors the show. Sponsors, as in we don't take any payment, but just support him. And he's been doing that. He works a very stressful job, and then trying to coordinate the various different podcasts that he coordinates with and works with. For him to do all that stuff and at the same time communicate with potential guests, you can't deny how great that's been for this season and the show in general. The guest, whenever we have guests on, it's a lot more, because you let's be honest, sometimes you'll get tired of seeing the same faces over and over again. I guarantee you that you guys have gotten, that the audience has gotten tired of seeing me or Finn or maybe the both of us. It's always nice to spice things up a bit and add in the third person or something like that. Potentially, I'm hoping I'm hoping next season that we could have a 4-person show.
That
You
would be
don't know
awesome.
about this yet, CircleHerk, but Finn and I have briefly mentioned doing an episode with both you and AJ back on the show. So it's all 4 of us.
It'd be a madness,
It's
dude.
my screen is not going to have any space for any Twitter handles or chat on screen, unfortunately. But my God, is that I don't remember what exactly his exact words were. I think he said it was going to be like one long crack cocaine banger. I think is what he said it was going to, or bender, something like that.
Yeah.
Does the dude sleep? He does not sleep either. Don Fan, I'm just going to call you. I don't know if I should call you Mud the Don Fan, or Don Fan, or just I don't know what I should call you. I'm going to call you. I'll call you Mud just for simplicity's sakes, even though you are not Mud. He doesn't sleep, in all honesty. There's times, I don't want to get too personal because it's not really my position to talk about it, but there were times where he would do the episode and he would stay awake all night Thursday night, and then go to work Friday morning, and then he'd be like, yo, let's play Counter-Strike like Friday evening at like 11 p.m. or he's on a busy schedule, and the fact that he has done all of this has been, quite frankly, inhuman. Not inhumane. Inhuman, though. Some people might say it's inhumane. Some people might say, oh my God, why aren't you carrying any of the weight? Like, there's a lot of things you don't see CircleHerk, you alluded to this last week after our show. That's another thing, too. Like, we have so many we have material before for pre-shows and after shows that, like, maybe I'll put into some like bonus footages in a YouTube video that, again, you won't see here on Twitch. So that's why you got to follow both. We gave you content, different types of content for both types of things. You alluded to it last week after the show. Oh, whoa, XC Girl, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. To everybody that has just come in. I hope you're all doing well. This is the Underqualified Podcast, a weekly podcast that we do Thursday nights at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time, at 9:30 Central. And today is the Season 2 finale, and we will be going on break for about a month, maybe a month and a half. We don't know entirely yet. Who knows? In all honesty, we don't really have a set plan, a set date as when we go back. Who knows? You may be watching the final episode ever. I don't know at this moment. If it is, so sad, Alexa, play Despacito. But this is the Underqualified Podcast. Thank you so much for a raid. We're just kind of doing some housekeeping before we actually really get into the nitty-gritty of our final episode. So, yeah, but you talked about beforehand. You talked about, or not beforehand. You talked about at the end of the show last week that, yeah, like.
Wait, you were recording me after the show went off? How dare you? I'm out of here.
Or see ya.
I don't know what was said after that.
Happy birthday. I don't know why I said happy birthday, but whatever. Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, everybody, to everybody in stream, too, because, your birthday happened at one point. No, you're talking about how you were comparing the show to bands, I think is what it was. How bands have, like, the face. The face, yeah. Like the front man, like, like I think for me the biggest example of like face is Maroon 5. Like Adam Levine is like, you really, unless you're an actual super fan of Maroon 5, you can't tell me what the other band names are or band members' names are. You just only know Adam Levine. Granted, I think Maroon 5 is garbage now, but and they have been for the past 10 years, but that's a whole different can of worms. That is an entirely different can. Basically, my standpoint on that is my standpoint. Jordan Bohannon, please don't sue me. I know you need money, but please don't sue me for that, for using standpoint. Is that Maroon 5 was a lot better in the mid 2000s and when they first started up, but that's another can of worms. I don't need to be going into that right now. But yeah, Maroon 5 is the example that comes to my mind of the face versus the what did you say, the production, I guess. I don't remember exactly what the term you used.
It was either, and it's going to come out bold, but like talent or art artist, the kind of the person behind the scenes that's actually creating something so that the face can put it out.
Yeah, so and that's completely. We both CircleHerk and I want to iterate that Finn has talent. He does.
Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of what we got to is like you guys both have that, and you can kind of piggyback off of each other. So.
I handled the behind the scenes heavy production side of things, so that's why, do I really work as an on-air personality? Probably not that much, but I try to help things get going, try to make sure that everything looks pretty and nice and tidy and professional and all those other things. I try to make sure audio is fine for everybody, because basically without me here, I'm not trying to look say, put me on a pedestal, carry me out on some tigers or whatever like that. But the stream doesn't, the show doesn't happen without me, because unfortunately, rural Nebraska internet is quite poo-poo. So, and me living in a college town allows actual upload speeds to actually produce a product. And also, I have a better background and more experience with production side of things. Even though I'm an engineering student, I do have some artistic production experience, specifically when I was high school, putting on orchestra shows, setting up stages, and running soundboards and meters upon meters. I don't know why I use meters. Because feet didn't sound right. Meters of cable length and both lights and audio cables. So I although we don't have that, meters upon meters of audio and video cable, there's still software side to it that needs to be addressed. And so I'm glad that I've been able to have the software, experience doing this. But no, Finn, the show, a lot of it is, he is the powerhouse. Even though, I'm the one that gets things up and going, he's the one that keeps it running, keeps it going. He's the one that makes it entertaining, basically. I have to feed off of his energy. Sometimes it's a little bit too much for me, but that's honestly just my personality. Sometimes just too high energy. Maybe that's why I can't be around. Oh, maybe I might be scared then for that 4-person episode. Then I might be way too high energy for me.
Sit back and relax, just watch it unfold.
I might just do that. That's actually kind of what I do in parties too. I just sit in the corner and just be like, I am.
I get that.
I'm here. My name's Jeff. Just be that way. But I don't know. I don't really know where to go from here. Just because I wanted to save this for the end, but I also didn't want to forget all this stuff. Right. The whole housekeeping, taking care of not sentimentals. I can't think right now, but really, the whole seasons and the seasons that we had in the show has been absolutely wonderful. Thanks to everybody that has jumped in, especially you, CircleHerk.
Especially me. Let's talk about me now.
Let's talk about you, CircleHerk. Let's go ahead. We will go ahead with this. Your Twitter bio, I noted, or not Twitter. Your Twitter name changed.
It did indeed.
Explain.
Controversial.
Explain this to me, because I am out of the loop here.
Okay. Here's the deal. We're all, for the most part, I think as a country, we're trying to get vaccinated, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes.
Okay. We're all trying to do our part, right? And we're trying to get this thing open back up, okay? It's time to get going here. And you may not get to choose which jab they give to you, okay? It might not be your choice. It might be a matter of this is what they had when I went there. But I swear to God, if you don't get Pfizer, delete me, lose my number, cut me out of your life, because I will never talk to you again. I don't know if it's Moderna or Moderna, and don't even get me started on Johnson & Johnson. Laughable. So I want to let everybody know that from now on, CircleHerk is sponsored by Pfizer. Not really sponsored by, but I mean sponsored by. You know what I'm saying? I don't want any of you dirty Moderna folk coming around.
You know who else manufactures, or you know what else is manufactured by Pfizer? This wonderful invention called Viagra. So then, are you saying that you're also sponsored by? Did they inject you with Viagra? Do you just have a raging boner right now that's been going on for longer than 4 hours?
Okay. I would riff with you on this, but I've got something way more faster. Do you know how they say if you've got an erection lasting longer than 4 hours, like call or go to the emergency room or whatever?
Yeah, seek medical attention.
You know what they do in the emergency room to relieve that?
I'm assuming.
I worked at a hospital for 12 years, and I have a lot of emergency room friends, and they told me that the first they have multiple things they do, but I'm pretty certain the first thing they do is they flick it as hard as they can. I had the same reaction you did. I was like, aha, that's funny. Make fun of the new guy. And they're like, no, we're serious. We just flick the shit out of it. We try to induce pain. And then if that doesn't work, I think there's like a needle involved. Let's not get into that.
Yeah, because from my education on how all that stuff works, as we just lose all of our raid from me mentioning Viagra. There's blood flow involved, and so I'm wondering, you gotta find a way to get the blood flow out of there. So then I was assuming, yeah, needle would have been my guess, but the whole flicking thing.
That's step one. They don't want to get a needle involved right off the bat, so they try that. Anyway, the Pfizer thing was a joke. It was a joke because it just so happened that the clinic I was going to was doing Pfizer, and I noticed that there was a lot of, the whole like vaccine selfie. Like that's the cool thing now. You take that or whatever, and then it's just so what online and Twitter's like and all that, and people are just so like yelling at people for getting the vaccine too early or yelling at somebody who's not comfortable getting a vaccine. And I was just like, I'm going to get out in front of this, and I'll bet you people are going to start shitting on people for not getting the same brand vaccine. So I made a joke, like if you didn't get Pfizer, delete me. And then there was like a kerfuffle online a couple nights ago within Hawkeye Twitter. And so I just put Pfizer after my name.
I knew
I'm probably going to lose a shit ton of followers for it, but for me, it makes me laugh.
It's a joke.
So,
everybody needs to just understand that it's a joke. It's kind of like the whole fangirl stuff that happened 10 years ago with Twilight, Team Jacob, Team Edward. It's kind of the same thing. That's kind of the same thing here. And then, or you could kind of think of it this way. You could think of like, okay, Pfizer is like the Iowa Hawkeyes, and then
I'm listening.
And then Moderna is the Iowa State Cyclones, and then you got Johnson & Johnson, which is I'll go a step lower and say Drake Bulldogs.
Ooh.
I wasn't gonna say the UNI Panthers because the UNI Panthers are basically Iowa Hawkeyes anyway, but the Drake Bulldogs, the Drake, that's true.
I'm okay with it.
You know that's true. That Cedar Falls is just Iowa City North.
That's true.
Like you will have people in Cedar Falls or have a county license plate that have like Hawk, or they will have Hawkeye license plate. You will never see a UNI Panthers I have seen more Simpson College license plates than UNI Panthers license plates.
Isn't that crazy?
It's insane.
Nuts. I've seen that too. I have a Tiger Hawk tattoo on my arm, and I got it in Ames. And it's like 4 inches long, and it's just black ink.
How did the Ames tattoo parlor feel about that?
So I was like, this is going to be $50 at most. And the guy was like, it's $80. I'm like, $80? I was like, is this because it's a Tiger Hawk and we're in a... And this is like in Campus Town, And he's like, oh no, it's $80 because we give way more of these out than Cyclone tattoos. And at first I was like, haha, that's funny. And then I said that online and Finn was like, yeah, it's because it's a bunch of dirt. But Iowa State fans don't get Iowa State tattoos, you loser. Hawkeye fans are like dirt bags. They're trash. They're white trash. They get
so tattoos are a white trash thing, I guess, is what I'm understanding from that conversation.
Whatever it takes to slam the Hawkeyes. Finn is going to be there, and he does a damn good job of it.
He does a really good job.
Doesn't hurt my feelings. It makes me laugh.
I'll be honest with you though, like the Iowa State, ever since they got rid of their Cyan or Tornado logo, they don't really have a logo that would like a cool.
They've got a lot of cool logos though, like old ones.
Yeah, their old logos are so good, and I think the best that we have right now is their size face in a like mini tornado. Like you have to imply it kind of looks like the Atlanta Thrashers logo. If anybody remembers hockey and the Atlanta Thrashers, it kind of looks like that. That's our best logo that I feel like the Iowa State Cyclones have. So I get it. I understand. Well, one, I understand why people get more Tigerhawk tattoos because the Iowa Hawkeye fan base is a lot larger. Like I would probably say the Iowa Hawkeye fan base is probably
weight-wise. Like they're a lot larger. You know what I mean?
4 to 5 times larger.
4 to 5 times larger.
They're definitely larger than 280, so they must be ladies.
Ooh.
Oh man, Corver. I wish Corver was here. If he wasn't busy, he would get that.
I miss Corver.
I know, but I understand. Like the Hawkeye fan base is a lot larger than the Cyclone fan base, and too. Like you guys have a better logo too. Even though your mascot, I think, is scary.
Yeah,
your
like
mascot is
the old one
terrifying. Yeah. Just I don't like football. Like, okay, so Cy has a big smile, and that's fine. Like, the way they designed Cy is, like, cool. Like, he's, like, friendly, not gonna hurt you. Like, he's just friendly. Herky just looks like that creepy pedophile in the back. With, like, he's got a big smile, too, but it's just, like...
His eyebrows go down, so it's like...
it's, like, it's like creepy.
Giant gels.
I've never liked Herky, the mascot. I just never liked the design. Like it just was like, like I get it. Like both mascots have birds, but our bird is cooler.
How dare you?
Our bird is like actually cooler.
Same bird. I wouldn't be surprised if if he turns into like a black and silver version of Cy, and then you won't even be able to tell them apart. And then you'll be like, you know what? I think Herky does look pretty good. Then you'll change your story. You'll be like, oh, it's not creepy. It's not creepy. He looks great.
Little do you know, we actually do have a black and silver Cy in Ames. It's called Disco Cy.
Oh, is it the statue?
Yeah, it's the statue. Yeah. It's creepy. It's creepy.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't like that one either.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
My favorite Cy statue that I've seen, that I've come across, Graduation Cy is pretty cool. Graduation Cy, he's in Union Drive Community Center, the one of the dining hall centers on campus. Dental Cy, or there's also Elvis Cy. There's an Elvis Cy. He's over on Duff Avenue, north of north of Lincoln Way. I don't remember exactly the exact location, but I remember he's in front of a bus stop. I remember my friends who were out on Main Street one time. It's like kind of over by Main Street and Duff, kind of in that area. That's where Elvis Cy is. But that's another. I think I've been to Iowa City a couple times, and I've noticed recently that they kind of have Herky statues too. But I don't know if they're scattered across the city, or I don't know if they're scattered across both Iowa City and Coralville or what. And I don't know who started. I don't know which city started first.
I was just going to ask, who did it first?
I don't know. When I came to campus,
I'm just going to claim that Iowa started it first, because that is what we do. Okay.
I'm just claim that you do things first.
I don't even know if it's right. I don't even care if that's correct. But we live to tell you that you've copied us. And so I'm not going to break character here.
Because we are a little brother.
Oh, Twitter.
Well, I saw today.
Twitter went off today, boy.
Can you fill me in here? Because I just briefly glanced over it and I see... I don't know if he's a... What is he? He's obviously verified. But
Barstool?
I don't know. Barstool's trash.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know how comfortable I am talking about this right now because I don't want to
Fair point.
name. I don't want to name names of people that we know. But it got crazy, dude. It doesn't matter. It got crazy. It was pretty.
I'm just wondering that. I'm just kind of curious as the general gist of what ignited the fire. Just because I remember seeing this verified person on Twitter just cussing almost everybody out. It seemed like just almost everybody. Like I can't tell who he's mad at. I can't tell if he's mad at.
They were
I don't know.
They were talking about. I think he's an Ole Miss stan. And I'm pretty sure he's like a Barstool guy.
I saw bio. He's part of Barstool. That does ring a bell. Barstool. He has Barstool Sports in his bio.
And I think he was arguing with another fan from another fan base, and he said something about if you say little brother or rent free or whatever. He basically listed off the classic Hawkeye Twitter things, the go-tos. And so obviously Cyclone Twitter got a hold of that and I don't know who did it first or whatever, so I apologize, but made a joke about, that's how it is for Iowa State fans. And he went off because he apparently has some personal vendetta against Hawkeyes or Iowa fans in general, because I don't know the whole story. Apparently, I don't know if it was after Iowa beat Ole Miss in the Outback Bowl.
That sounds familiar.
I'm the worst fan ever. If I messed.
Wait a minute. Sorry. Did they face? Was the Outback Bowl? Was that the one? Was that a New Year's Six bowl? I don't remember, or one that was on New Year's.
Yeah, I think it was New Year's.
Okay, I remember that game where they basically they came back. They forced a turnover and came back and won or something.
Yeah, we intercepted a pass in the end zone. The guy for Ole Miss caught it, and then he dropped it, and our guy picked it up and ran it back. Anyway,
I remember that game.
I forgot where it was, but I'm not sure the whole story. So this could all be wrong, but somehow he says that Iowa fans called the university and got his wife in trouble who worked there or something. I'm only hearing little tidbits about this, right?
So it's all hearsay then.
He's mad at Hawkeye fans about something. It has something to do with that. And it was just you have the worst fan base, you're pieces of shit, and all this. And so of course, Iowa State fans really dug, or Cyclone Twitter, I should say, not Iowa State fans. The Cyclone Twitter heavies were really digging into that, which I totally understand because it's funny at least. I think he said he was going to go on Around the Corn, so that might be breaking news, or might not even happen. But
none of us,
he was going to.
Disclaimer for everybody watching: neither CircleHerk nor I are affiliated with Around the Corn at all. So we are just looking at examining what Twitter says. And I did see that there was a come on the pod. There's obviously going to be some DMs sent between the two that will organize something. I remember him saying something about. I'll criticize him for this. I remember him saying something about I don't want to be on the podcast if any Iowa fans are involved.
Okay, that's the one thing where I am not here to shit on Around the Corn. In fact, if he does go on, you're damn sure I'm listening to that episode because I want to know what I got wrong in this story, what actually happened. I think he's a little full of shit too, or I think it's a little not accurate to piss on an entire fan base because some shitty fans did something or whatever. And obviously I didn't do it. But the thing I was saying about getting too personal was he said, I'm not going to go on there if you guys have anything to do with the Hawkeyes or if you have anybody that's a Hawkeye. And I don't know how much Austin has to do with that podcast anymore, but I know that he was one of the Hawkeye faces on it.
Yeah, he was
and so Austin's reaction, he blocked Austin, which is what? It was just wild. So we were all laughing about it and stuff. And I blamed Austin. I was he's like, well, why am I blocked? I'm we shouldn't have got his wife fired. just obviously
as a
just trying
joke,
to be
as a
like
joke, yeah.
as hyperbolic as possible. So yeah, I hope he does go on, because I'd definitely listen to that. Those guys will, and those guys will be fair. The Cyclone guys will be fair,
Oh,
even
yes.
though it'll be funny, to shit on Hawkeye fans, which is, I mean, who cares? I'll listen to it. It'll be fun. Like, it'll be interesting, especially to get somebody, they've had verified guys on before, and it'd be nice to have like
Tyrese Halliburton and George Niang, I think, on there.
Even if you hate Barstool, which I'm pretty indifferent towards, I don't really hate them. I don't really, but I obviously don't like them either. It'd be interesting to get somebody from Barstool on around the corn, just to, a little exposure.
It'd be kind of like the equivalent of Natty Light Wide Right Natty Light getting Reese Davis on their podcast. I don't know if you remember that, but like after the whole, like basically Reese Davis, when the college football playoff selection show, it wasn't like the final selection, but like one of the ones that they did, Reese Davis was kind of, I wouldn't say entirely, but like kind of shitting on Iowa State, basically claiming that they weren't a legitimate contender. Honestly, I kind of agree with him too. Like, everybody's gonna be like, but hey, look at your background. Look at that. What is this? You're an Iowa State student and you're an Iowa State Cyclone fan. Like, what are you talking about? Talking shit about your team. Honestly, it scares the hell out of me. It scares the hell out of me if the Cyclones were to make the college football playoff. Like, yeah, it'd be so exciting. But at the same time, I feel like, fuck, man, we're not prepared for Clemson. Like, God, I don't want, I as much as I'd like for us to make the college football playoff, it also scares the hell out of me because, like, I don't want our guys actually getting killed and murdered. Like, actually murdered.
It's the same way I felt when we got a 2 seed in the dance.
Yeah.
You're confident that your team can win, but then of course we lose to Oregon second round, and it wasn't even close. And I think Garza scored like 40 points, and it was just obvious that we were not going to hang with that team. So I get it. I feel you. It's like you want to win the game, and you definitely want to win the big games. But there is a little bit of like, do we really stack up against these elites? And so, no, and also you can't just blindly stand for your team and lie to yourself. That's the other side of things. Is just like when people, Hawks by a million is a saying within like the Hawk, and it's a great saying. It's funny. It serves its purpose. But I don't think deep down people actually believe that every game that we're going to just, whatever. You've seen the games.
I really want to know, like, Hawkeye fan base, what do they think about the Cyhawk, specifically the football game? Like, do they believe the same sentiment? Like, actually, the people that are actually, like, serious about it, not just joking about it. Like, do they actually believe that Hawks by a million? Because the Cyhawk game is, like, probably both teams' most competitive game of the season.
We wanted out of it. The fan base has wanted out of it for maybe the past 10 years.
Why is that?
This was the argument is that
Little Brothers syndrome?
No, the argument is it's a lose-lose for us. If we beat you, who cares? If you beat us, that's an embarrassment. It's a mark on our resume. Now you guys are turned the corner, so I think that argument has to go away. But yeah, I've got some of my closest friends for the longest time were like, I don't want to play it, and I was like, well, but why? Like, this is it's Iowa. This is our tradition. This is like a huge deal. And they kind of they're like, well, it's kind of a lose-lose to us, and like it's like, yeah, but then back of your mind, you just don't want to get beat by them. That's my argument.
It's a fair argument, though, I believe. And Ethan definitely, he said, like, the argument's definitely dead now. And you're right, the argument's definitely dead now. My only argument behind, like, against the whole, like, we'll say 2013 Cyclones, we'll go with those, that team. My only argument behind that is just like, or just basically any Cyclone team prior in the past 10 years, or during the time period where people were making that argument. You got to look at the history of the Cyhawk game. and realize that, that's always been a competitive game. Always been a competitive game. With the exception of 2016, where I think the Cyclones only scored a field goal in Kinnick, and they got absolutely routed. But you have to realize that they're facing this team that always plays them hard. I know, back then the BCS, the computers wouldn't see that. I know that the college football playoff now will never see that. It's the same thing that happened to Iowa State with Louisiana. The Louisiana loss was a dark spot on the record, even though everybody was saying, but Louisiana's a good team. They were a good team.
Right.
But it's just the fact that the name. So I get that part too. It's just the name. Iowa State didn't have that name back then. They do now, which is why everybody, like Ethan said, and like your friends have said, that the argument's definitely dead now. I also kind of identify with that too. Like a couple years ago, there was the I believe it was South Dakota State game got lightninged out 2 years ago, and the Cyclones needed another team to play, and they were supposed to play some small school, I think FCS school from Texas. I don't remember who exactly it was. And then like a week or two before the game, they canceled out on that. And so who did we have next? We filled in Drake. I'm like, all right, yeah, finally we get to play Drake, because like I like it when all the schools, like in-state schools, kind of get to play each other.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was a lose-lose. Because, Drake had nothing to gain. Cyclones had everything to lose. If the Cyclones won that game, like nothing was going to happen. They're already out. They had no chance of making the Big 12 championship. They were already out of the college football playoff. There's no way. They were just playing to possibly get a better bowl, and they almost lost. They almost lost to Drake, and so that was like, oh, once everybody saw that, like, and I think, Iowa State went down in the rankings after that game, if I remember correctly. So yeah, the only thing we had to lose was really just a better bowl and ranking, AP ranking. I think we went down on both CFP and AP ranking, because I think we finished that season in the top 25. I don't remember for sure. Ethan, I wasn't at that game because it was a big, rainy, windy mud fest that I decided to pass upon. But Ethan was at that game. It's your chat. He says that the Drake game was epic and no one can tell me otherwise. Most fun I had at the game besides West Virginia and storming the field. West Virginia is also probably my favorite game over the TCU win. You probably hear about this stuff all the time because you live in Ames. So I feel like as a Hawkeye fan living in Ames, you still get to hear a lot about the Cyclones. Also, you were much more involved with Twitter now, and Cyclone Twitter and Iowa Hawkeye Twitter too. I wasn't on Twitter back then though, so I don't really know what it was like 2 years ago.
No, it's fun. It's fun going out. Not last year, but the year before, just kind of going out back where my apartment is and like listening to the siren. Like you can hear it from here, and like people just like barbecuing like out around here or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's fun.
It was crazy for me. I lived before my prior apartment complex. I lived about a mile and a half, maybe 2 miles east of the stadium, and I remember waking up for like the very first football game, and I could hear the marching band. I'm like, holy crap! Like this far away, I can hear the marching band. Mm-hmm. Like imagine like what you could hear from like. I seriously wonder what the West Virginia game was like on the outside looking in, because if you were in that stadium, like I will forever take credit for starting the flashlight craze I have. Like a lot of the highlights that fan highlights that Cyclone Athletics will put out, and you'll see Twitter photos, everything of Jack Trice Stadium lit with just phone flashlights. I will still take credit for me. I will still take credit for starting that, because I was the first one that was just like, I'm gonna put my phone up and just see what happens, and then all of a sudden, bam, just lit up all over the place. But I seriously wonder what it was like being actually in a full stadium, being outside of a full packed stadium that's super loud, because Jack Trice gets loud. It does get loud. Not as loud as Boone Pickens or anything, or as Gaylord Family or like the Oklahoma Stadium. And definitely probably not the Horseshoe or Alabama. But right. It's just because I think because it sounds like your location is close to Jack Trice Stadium. So
it's not like too close. No, I mean, but it's loud enough to where I can even hear like the PA.
That's cool. That's really cool.
You can hear like, plus, well, what you'll hear is basically, that's good for another
Cyclone first down.
And then you just hear like, and I'm like, no.
Have you actually? I have a question for you. Have you actually ever been to Jack Trice Stadium and actually seen a game?
I don't. No. I've been to Hilton quite a few times when I was a kid. I watched a lot of hoops there, but no, I don't think I've actually ever been in. Have you ever been to Kinnick?
I've never been to Kinnick. I've actually been recommended to avoid Kinnick during this. I was going to go to the Cyhawk game because the Cyhawk game was in Kinnick in 2018, and I was trying to or making plans to go there for it, but it was then recommended to me that I should avoid, as a Cyclone fan, avoid Kinnick, because apparently the culture in Iowa City is much different than the cultures and Ames for the Cyhawk game. I guess what I've heard is that the Iowa fans take it a lot more seriously and are a lot more degrading and will like destroy Cyclone fans' property and actually beat them up or try to fight them.
Good God.
That's what I've heard. I don't know. I can't verify it. I can't verify that at all.
I think it depends on like who you go with. Like if you went with Hawkeye fans, then I don't think it'd be. I certainly have never seen anything like that. We're always. I don't know how many Cyhawk games I've been to there. I think 2 or 3, but fans from the Big Ten and everywhere else, I never see that type of stuff. I'm not saying that. It could definitely happen. You know what I mean? You get into weird spots.
And I'll admit it happened here in Ames last Cyhawk game, the 2019 Cyhawk game. Everybody remembers the whole band incident.
Thing, right.
That's about it. If I mean, I have my take on that. I probably have a controversial take on that. The band did disobey orders. The Iowa Hawkeye band did disobey orders and exited at the improper gate. And for sports like this, such as American football, it's like the equivalent of England and soccer. Like you stay in your area. Like I've actually been to a Premier League football game or soccer game in England. I went last year, and they will not like you are instructed to, like, if you are a visitor, like sit in this section. They have like designated section for visitors. Or if you go to like anywhere, like any college game, any college football game, or even any NFL game, because I've been to a couple NFL football games. They don't have that like designated visitor area. But the whole like band thing, like you just can't do that. You can't exit the wrong gate, because if you do, you potentially have some unruly fans. And while I'm not saying like, oh, this is the band's fault that they got injured, it's not the band's fault at all. It's the fan base's fault that they got injured. Like as a fan base, we got to do better. You do not do that. You do not assault either,
right,
like physically or sexually, even though sexual assault is also physical assault. But like there are reports of possibly even sexual assaults happening. Like, oh God, like we can't have this happen here. Like I'm kind of wondering what happened that season, because every time that the Cyhawk game has been in Ames, that I've been for as long as I've been in Ames, which has been about 5 years. Everybody's like, I remember waking up for my first Cyhawk game in 2017. That was here in Ames. I remember waking up and walking to the stadium, like, you got the whole shit talking, like, the apartments down there saying, like, Ference has ligma or something like that, or like, and there's also like Hawkeye girls have pancake nipples or something like that. Stupid little shit like that. But once you actually get to the tailgates, you got a nice healthy mix of Cyclone fans and Hawkeye fans tailgating together, like sharing a brat and a beer, and like playing cornhole, bags, whatever you want to call it. It's so when I saw that, wow, this is cool. Like no matter how much our fan bases hate each other, like when we come here, like it's actually pretty nice, pretty like everybody's having a good old time. But then once I heard like the Hawkeye fan base is a lot more toxic in Iowa City, that's what kind of drew me away from like Technically, though, to answer your question, technically I have been to Kinnick, but I've never actually been inside Kinnick. I was outside Kinnick earlier or in about August of last year, and I was just walking around the stadium, taking pictures. Took a picture of the stadium of Niall Kinnick, or not the statue of Niall Kinnick and everything. I've never been in. My roommate was my freshman year roommate was a Hawkeye fan, and he had been to a couple games in Kinnick, and he said that Kinnick was nicer than Jack Trice. So while I do think Jack Trice is nice, I'll have to someday go to Kinnick to see actually just how nice it is. I know they did renovations. They did renovations too.
And I was actually at a game where I think it was like pretty much complete, but I didn't walk down that way. So I think that they're probably about the same now, because you guys did renovations before, and it probably made it like way more accommodating for fans. And then we just recently did it. So
yeah, the Souk Up End Zone Club was, I think, either in its first or second season of being operational once I arrived on campus. Somebody I knew beforehand that entered in 2015. So yeah, it would have been the second year that because I entered Iowa State in 2016. I had a friend who entered in 2015, and they said that when they visited, the end zone club wasn't complete. They just had the stands, and that's why I'm always fascinated with finding old photos. And with any stadium, I'm always fascinated with finding old photos of any stadium and looking how they've changed. And so, Jack Trice just had recently completed those renovations. They're currently renovating even more, thanks to Mid-American Energy in their sponsorship. Even though still, get your damn name off of our field. Jack Trice Stadium is sacred. Like, how would you feel if Mediacom Extreme put their name on the field of Kinnick Stadium?
Well, isn't that Carver Hawkeye Arena Mediacom Court?
Wait, do they really?
I'm pretty sure it's like that. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing.
How would you feel though about that? Like, how would you feel like? Because I'm sure, Kinnick is like
it's just
sacred.
So weird. Just because it's like if they did something like it's Wrigley Field brought to you by Toyota or something like that, and you're just like, yeah, like I understand, like it's 2021, but it's Wrigley Field, like
it's you get it that it's sponsorship money. It's the ability to to build better experience for the fans and in the team, and right. that's exactly this whole renovation that's going on in Jack Trice Stadium. This isn't for the fans, in my opinion. This is for the athletes. Like they're building an entirely new building for the athletes, where basically it's like a training facility, and there's going to be office space there, and I think there's a dining center too for just the athletes.
Where is it? Right there?
It's right where
is it already up? Is it a dome?
It's not a dome. It's like it kind of looks like. Have you ever seen the Jack Trice Stadium suite, the suite box?
Yeah.
It kind of looks like that. But it's just outside of the stadium by it's north of the stadium. It's on the Hilton side. But it's north. They tore down the old Olson building. There was a building that had the glass windows, or not the fuzzy glass windows. Yeah, okay. So Ethan says here it's a massive glass box attached to the practice facility. Yeah, it's right next to the Bergstrom athletic complex.
I've drove by it a few times. I know that. I know they're doing a whole lot of different aren't they doing a lot of stuff out and around it too?
I remember seeing concept plans to create a walkway, which I am 100% for. Please build a walkway over University Boulevard for fans to get from the parking lot to. Yeah,
that is a bloodbath trying to do anything on game day Saturdays here in Ames.
Yeah.
If you're not a Cyclone fan and you're in this town, get all your shit Friday night, because that's anywhere across this country, but just because I happen to live in this town, I'm just like, good God, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, there's a lot of quality of life improvements that I know are in the plans. Ethan also, I was going to get to this too. Ethan said they're going to redo the plaza, which They were gonna, the big
that's
lot,
what I was talking
the
about.
big parking lot in Hilton. They were gonna turn that into. And I remember watching a video of Jamie Pollard talking about it. He mentioned the Green Bay Packers, and I'm a Packers fan. Packers, technically a Packers owner, and what they did there is they created, like, they used an empty gravel parking lot that they used for parking, and they created this entirely new experience for fans called Titletown. And there's this like public ice rink. There's this public like football field that, like, basically they turned it into a park, and they turned it into office space. There's office buildings, and they turned it into a hotel. There's a hotel there too. So while quite not the scale of what Green Bay did, that was the idea. The idea, I don't think that's actually been confirmed that they're going to be doing it. Just like how there's some Hilton renovations that I'm 100% for, but there hasn't been any word as to whether that was going to go forward or not. Like they're basically making a plaza. They're making it like a big space for, like, they're going to put buildings there. I'm assuming they're going to put office spaces there too. Yeah, they're going to be getting rid of a lot of parking, but you're going to be making the experience for fans a lot nicer. And I don't know if that walkway going over, like the walkway bridge going over University Boulevard, was a part of that plaza, but no matter what, that needs to happen. Like, a walkway over University Boulevard needs to happen, because that will make a safer experience for fans to get to the okay, Ethan says the pedestrian bridge. Yeah, Ethan's a civil, I believe civil. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you said civil engineer. I think you were a civil engineering student. So yeah, he says a civil engineering student. So he probably knows more about plans and schematics that what they're doing than I do. So I'm going to trust his word on there. That the pedestrian bridge has been confirmed, or parts of it. That needs to happen. Like, we need to make no matter what, like, crossing University Boulevard is a nightmare, because I don't even think it's the police who handles that. I think there's just what's the event staff, the CRC staff, whatever the event staff that you see, like any event. I think they're the ones handling crossing, making sure students, or not students, fans and pedestrians cross University Boulevard safely. And that's 4 lanes of traffic.
Could you imagine trying to, like, corral like 30 to 50 Cyclone fans across the street? I mean, how ridiculous.
And it's one guy doing it too. It's usually just one person.
Oh my God. I can't imagine Cyclone fans, especially. Like, does he hold their hand and say, like, okay, everybody look both ways and stuff like that? Like, are there, like, special lights?
No, and it's been a while since I've been to a game.
Did you put him in one of those little
trolley, or like the radio flyer wagons?
Yeah. Thank you.
We should do that. Yeah. We should do that.
That would be rad.
No, from my memory, even though it hasn't really been that long, because the last game I actually went to was I think the Texas game when we beat Texas. I think that was the last game I went to. That says they get the horse blinders for that.
Yeah, exactly. How did you guys beat them?
Game-winning field goal by Connor Assalley.
That's weird, because I thought they were back.
We have a command for that. We do have a command for that. No, but I there haven't been any issues with crossing. You got the occasional, like, drunk people, and it's normally the kids, the drunk kids that are just right. Like, I'll have to listen to you, mall cop, or basically whatever, hall monitor. They kind of feel that way about it, because they aren't actual official officers. I don't even think they have a taser or a gun on them. So, like, they're really just kind of, like, you just listen to them. Because I really don't think the police actually help with crossing. I know they patrol the intersection, but I think they patrol the intersection more for people making illegal turns or stuff like that. But if you create this pedestrian bridge, you eliminate. Granted, people are going to be stupid anyway. People are going to, like, Oklahoma car. I'm going to throw up on the car off of the bridge and on their car, or I'm going to throw a rock. You're still going to have to deal with that. But at least, you can reduce the staff that have to be outside the stadium babysitting the fans. Right. And you can also increase the flow of traffic because really, honestly, my God, I'm glad that I wasn't in a vehicle when I went to the Cyclone game this year, or not this, a couple years ago when the game day was here. Like my apartment, like I said, when I said my apartment was like a mile and a half, 2 miles east, maybe a mile east of the stadium. But at 4:30 in the morning, there was an entire line of cars parked in the right lane from University Boulevard, not yet quite to Duff, but it was building. It was building. It was basically. I don't know if you know where the golf course is, like Coldwater Links. I don't remember. I don't. It was the golf. It was a golf course where the Iowa State golfer got murdered.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I lived over in that area, and for the Cyhawk game, for when game day was here, there was a line of cars all past the golf course, and it was gradually building over. It was going to go over to Duff. You can imagine that from University Boulevard, South 16th Street. That street winds. It's a bendy road, stretching all the way, a line of cars all the way to Duff Avenue. It was insane. So like, if we could reduce that, that'd be great. Even though, there really wasn't anything you could have done about that, just because the parking lots hadn't opened, the tailgate lots hadn't opened until 5:30 or something like that.
The Hawkeyes just recently shut down I never rode it, so I don't know anything about it, but the Hawkeye train that used to pull it up to Kinnick, you could ride a scenic valley train to Hawkeye games.
That's
and
cool.
They just I know, yeah, and they just shut it down this year. I guess they're saying that they weren't doing it. I don't know if it's just temporary, if it's forever, but yeah, shit like that is nice because then you're not flooding the area with vehicles. You just get to ride in on.
And I have a question for you because you have been to games at Kinnick. I'm assuming you've driven to Kinnick and you didn't just either fly and have a friend there or go on horseback or ride a train. You ride the Union Pacific over there. Where do you park? Honestly, because I went there on a non-game day during a weekday at noon, and I basically illegally parked because they enforce parking inside the stadium at all times. Those are for actual staff members that have parking permits. And I was just I'm just gonna be here just to walk around the stadium and just take pictures. That's all I was there for. But really, what are you supposed to do with parking? Because the hospital's right across the street. I doubt there's any game day parking there. There
are lots for game day, but most of it is you have to have an in with. Normally, you have to have an in with a resident, and you park in their yard. I go with my mom and her sister. They have season tickets, so I'll go to a few games, and they know a guy who has a lot, it's a backyard type area, and then you pay a fee or whatever to do that. So it's almost like you need to know a guy for real.
Damn, that sucks.
It's one of those things where, but the thing that's cool though is everybody within those groups, you can't make it to every game. A lot of the older fans, we don't live in Iowa City, so sometimes you can't just make it. So you get to go to, out of 12 games, like I said, my parents are probably going to most of all the home games, but I might only go to one. And so you're always getting offered do you want to go this weekend? How about your friend? Or how about that? You know what
That's
I mean?
Cool.
So yeah, that's what I was saying. When somebody was telling you that boy, I wouldn't go if you're an Iowa State fan. Maybe that's true. But if you were to go with somebody that had an in, I think it would be more closer to the experience you had with fans when it was the Cyhawk in Ames. I think because that's what I see is I'm trying to think the last big game I went to, I think was probably, I went to Ohio State when it was game day. I can't remember if that was 2008 or I don't know. And yeah, you see the guys, the guy, the Ohio State fan, that's got his face painted and he's got a Buckeye He's like one of their like number one fan guys. He's like an older bald guy.
It's
like,
so weird because
and you're seeing him like eating a big ass turkey leg with
with
Hawkeye fans
I think I know,
playing,
yeah.
and you're just like, it was crazy. So yeah, I mean, obviously the Iowa State matchup is a little more like, I don't know.
It's not. I don't want to use the word dirty, but like,
yeah,
it's
you can't lose that game.
No,
like if you lose that game, it really is a long fucking year. I don't care how good you do. That year that you guys played spoiler to us, it's 2003 or whatever it was.
02,
03. Yeah, right. Like, I couldn't enjoy the season. It was like, you go to school, you go to work, and it was just like, ha. And it's just like, damn it, god damn it.
Well, the good thing about it is that the Hawkeyes have never run into their own punt returner. So, yeah, that was
yet.
Well, hey, welcome in, Dylan. I hope the fuck, I can't remember the name of the day. God, my brain's fried. Whatever you're doing for the NFL draft, it's not Combine Day, but like I forget what it was called. I hope that went well, and we welcome you in here for welcome back after being busy B. What you've missed so far, we've really just been talking more about Cyclone and Hawkeye events, how the differences between Cyhawk games between it being in Ames and it being in Iowa City, and we've also talked about different renovations that both cities have been doing for their stadiums. Both stadiums have been doing. Fill you in. Basically, this is going to be the final episode of season 2. We're going to be taking a big, not a big break, but we're going to be taking a break. Big boy break. Just like how I took a big boy break before we went live. If you'll recognize that Finn isn't here. Finn is busy, and he will be returning in season 3 if there is a season 3. We don't know if we've been renewed for season 3 yet. We will let you know though if we've been renewed. So okay, so Dylan, your perspective here. You said as a guy not from Iowa, you take beating OU in Texas over Iowa every single year. So then, I guess for you, CircleHerk, what would be your equivalent? Would that be beating Ohio State and Wisconsin every year?
Oh, yeah, I think probably
because Michigan's irrelevant now.
Right? Yeah, we've pretty much had their number forever. I would say, yeah, you have to say that. You have to say that. That's the correct answer. And it's the right answer. But boy, like I said, when you lose, and we're not players, only from a fan's point of view.
Yeah,
losing to Iowa State, I can still we lose to Northwestern every year, and I hate losing to Northwestern, but I'm used to it. I will never get used to losing to Iowa State. It sucks so bad. It's the worst feeling because you have stock in it. You live here. You have family here. You have friends here that don't cheer for the same team. And they're going to let you know for 364 days. You will know every chance you got. We don't have professional sports here. I know we talked a lot about that last episode. But that's really, that's marquee stuff right there. And so
maybe that's a blessing in disguise that we don't have professional sports here. It allows us to pay more attention to our college teams.
I think so. I was joking last week when you asked me, what do you think?
Yeah, I know.
And I deadpan, I say, get rid of him. In fact, get rid of collegiate sports. And everybody was like, what? And I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. Bad joke. But yeah, totally. I think you're absolutely right. When you don't have those things, you really focus on what you do have just
yeah,
out of necessity. But yeah, they are our professional. That's our Super Bowl. Oh my God. Maybe it's not. The problem is we're focused on the wrong word. When we call you guys little brother, we're focusing on the wrong word. We're focused on little. Really, we mean brother.
Brother.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I may. You'll have to ask my ex-girlfriend. So.
Oh my God! Hold on, I have a sting for that.
Let's get CircleHerk soundboard up.
Record scratch.
What was that? It sounded like somebody farting through the.
I did do it. Oh wait. You're gonna have to ask my ex-girlfriend about that. Yeah. Did that work?
It didn't go through. No.
Come on. What's the deal here?
It sounds like a firework fart. Is what it sounds.
It's supposed to be a rim shot. Does this sound like crickets?
I mean, yes. Okay, there.
Is it too loud?
Okay, only two cricket clicks went that through.
It's this goddamn MediaCom.
Dude, so like Dylan says in the chat, like, have you seen people getting heated over people projecting ISU in the playoff? I haven't paid attention to. I honestly haven't paid attention to Twitter for the past week because I've been so busy. Actually, past month because I've been so busy. CircleHerk, you want to weigh in on that? Because I really don't. I've seen the projections. I've seen that Iowa State's like a 21% chance of making the college football playoff or something like that.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen anybody get heated. I haven't heard anything about it, but yeah, people that get like upset about that type of shit, it's like that's good.
I'm still like just
like get upset about it then.
I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I'm not excited about it. I'm not excited. I'll reiterate.
That's what happened.
I'll reiterate about it at the beginning. Like I said at the beginning of your show, I'm terrified about it.
Right.
I am terrified because not only do you, like here's the difference between like the Iowa Hawkeyes being number 2 seeded in the Big Dance. Basketball isn't really a physical sport.
I thought you were going to say basketball is not really a sport.
It's a sport. Well, I mean, the NBA isn't really a sport. The NBA is more like who can shoot the most threes. The NBA is just a 3-point contest every single day. Like, okay, I triggered Dylan. Here. But like my so like based off of what NBA players are the best athletes in the world. I'm gonna argue tennis players.
He's saying it's not a contact sport, though, right? That's what you said.
It's no longer a contact sport. It was in like the early 2000s, but now it's like you touch somebody, you get fouled. That's my gripe with basketball now.
Unless your name's Luca Garza, in which case you can just do whatever you want down low.
I also I honestly, CircleHerk, I feel bad for you guys. I really do. Like, really, that's completely unacceptable for Luca Garza to score that many points and still lose. Like same thing with Caitlin Clark. Like Caitlin Clark doing the same thing. Like it's God, you guys need help. Like it just can't be one.
Help! Well, why don't you send some transfers over if you're so nice? You care about us so much. Why do you guys get all the transfers then?
Because we got TJ Otzelberger.
Jason, just give me some transfers. All right, it's not that hard.
I'll be honest with you. I have no idea who plays on our team, on our basketball team. I've never actually paid attention to basketball. And I didn't pay attention to football until the second half of my first semester here. So that would have been second half of 2016. So that was like this.
That was right around the time Dylan Sainer started playing, right?
I believe so. I believe so.
That's why.
That is why.
And that's when you started paying attention.
Dylan Sainer was responsible for the Cyclones for getting Matt Campbell's first win against San Diego State. I hope so. I will believe that narrative. I have
a thing for that. No, I'm joking.
I haven't paid attention really to basketball since I've been at Iowa State. The first time I ever went to a basketball game was a few years ago when they played West Virginia, and it was the game where the West Virginia coach, I don't remember his name, got so heated that he got ejected. And he needed the heat because actually I'm not even gonna go with that joke. Basically, I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna make a dad joke about the cold weather because it was a game that happened during that polar vortex that we had a couple years ago. That was my first Cyclone basketball game, and that was like my third year of college. So I didn't go to my basketball game until my third year. Of college.
Basketball. Okay, yeah.
Football game.
Yeah,
first Cyclone football game I went to was the Cyhawk game in 2017. That was my first experience, and it was a overtime disappointment for me. For you guys, it was awesome. because it was like a 44-41 or no 44 something. I don't remember what it was. Dylan has a statement for you, CircleHerk. He says he thinks I'll quote this. I think I told you once, but in combine training, I actually became good buddies with Sean. God, somebody will have to help me with this pronunciation. It's either Bayer or Bayer. Sean Bayer, I don't know, and Nick Neiman.
Yeah, nice.
I don't know. He says they're cool dudes though.
Hell yeah, that would be awesome.
Dylan, are you back in Ames, or what's the situation with the whole NFL draft scouting stuff and all the NFL? He's in Arkansas. Okay.
Arkansas.
Yeah, waiting for the draft, which I really don't know when the draft is. I don't remember. It's April. Wasn't it usually the first week of April? What happened? When is it? I honestly have no. I'm so like lost in my own schooling and education that I have no idea what's going on like in the world right now. Like I honestly forgot that Iowa opened up vaccines to everybody. I think this week or last week. I don't remember what it was.
Oh, okay. We have to get back into that at some point.
We will have to get back. So it's the last 2 days of April and the first day of May. Oh man, and too bad we're on break during the actually. Oh yeah, May. Yeah, last days of April. Yeah, too bad we're on break and we won't be doing an episode. It would have been nice to have like a live episode with Dylan Sander on for the draft, but then again, also you're doing your own thing. I don't know what the networks want to cover, like NFL Network, ESPN. I don't know if they want like live. You have to be available for this because you probably have an agent, so like they're probably advising you. They're probably advising like, yeah, don't go on that shitty podcast. be on NFL Network for this.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll go. I'll circle back to the beginning where we talked about the Pfizer Moderna thing like that.
I just have questions for you.
Go ahead.
Because you are a student, and they were going to do like mass Johnson & Johnson, right? Did that get stopped, or did they start? Did they actually start?
They never started. They went on pause, and I didn't know where to schedule an appointment. I've heard that the dorm students got like the links to schedule an appointment. I don't remember if I live off campus. I don't remember if that initial email contained the link to schedule an appointment, or if like I thought it was like they were going to send. Okay, so dorm. So Ethan does live in a dorm. He's a CA. Every normal university calls them RAs, but hold on real quick. Dylan says I was eligible when it first came out to high risk. The vaccines. He's eligible when it came out to high risk people because on the BMI scale he's considered obese. I'll have to ask about that later, like how if you actually did end up getting vaccinated. But for like the students, so the dorm students, they get links to schedule an appointment. I never got one because I'll live off campus. What was going around is that students were being emailed once the FDA and the CDC recommended the pause of the J&J vaccine. Iowa State was complying, as I feel like they should. They really should have done that. And they had some Pfizer vaccines lined up. So students that had appointments can now have the option to, they can either go to their appointment and get the Pfizer, the first dose of the Pfizer, or they can cancel their appointment because if they don't want to, because the issue with the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, those two dose vaccines with students, is that students aren't always going to be here when they need the second shot, and so and because of how late it is in the semester, I don't know the wait period between each dose. I think it's like 21 days. I think.
Yeah, mine was 14. I want to say.
Are you fully vaccinated?
No, Saturday is my second one.
Oh, nice.
Saturday is going to be that'll be the shit
the oof.
day.
That'll be the oof one. Yeah, that'll be the
big oof.
Good luck to you. I really, really, really good luck to you. I what I've heard is that I don't know if it's exactly the Pfizer one or both of the Moderna one and the Pfizer one. I don't remember. The second dose is the brutal one, but it's only lasts for like 8 hours or something like that. Dylan's first one sucked ass. But you know what?
That means you had COVID.
Yeah, according to one of our previous episodes, if your first one sucked ass, that is the safest one that you could put your face into during a COVID pandemic.
Sucked ass. God, why do I not? You need to like wink at me and let me know that there's going to be a joke.
I'm sorry, I'm not a comedian. If I had a crash cymbal and a snare, then I would have done it.
Can you make this one out?
DD mega doo-doo.
Yeah.
Like, speaking of
that one.
Speaking of butt stuff.
Speaking of butt stuff, they'll come in with a new vaccine where it's just a rectal vaccine.
Well, fingers crossed. Maybe if we're lucky.
Fingers crossed.
No, so yeah, I wanted to ask you that. I'm glad that we got to do this because I was talking to my soon-to-be father-in-law, and we were like talking about, man, we got lucky we didn't have to do that Johnson & Johnson or whatever. And then I was like, oh shit. I was like, Jason like just got done telling me like they're gonna do that for students, and I didn't know if they had started yet. So
they started today. Today was the first one, but they gave I think Monday is when they implemented the pause of or they recommended the pause, and so like Iowa State basically immediately complied. There's this whole Reddit thread because I occasionally browse our subreddit, even though sometimes our subreddit is straight garbage. My issue with the subreddit is just that there are some people on there that really have no sense of humor or have a weird sense of humor, and there's also
I'll have to check that. I had no idea you had a subreddit.
We have a subreddit. It's got like 30,000 members, I think, or something like that.
Whoa!
I don't remember how many members it has. It has a large amount. There's been some really great things that have popped up on there, but there's also been really, really terrible things where like local police have had to get involved. Really, really bad stuff. But the community is a little bit weird because you got the people that are like, haha, funny memes, like that are actually funny, and you got the people that are like, I don't know, like honor students that are just like, well, if you're struggling, like, why are you so lazy? Like, dude, like, give this person a break. They're busy. They actually have like maybe like this person works a lot or something like that. Like that's my problem with our subreddit is that like there are some people. It's not all of them, but there are some people on there. Unfortunately, they're very prominent on there too. That are just like that they're like super smart people, and that basically they probably view everybody else as peasants, everybody lower. That's my issue. But that you're going to find that everywhere. You're going to find it at every college campus. But no, something was going around. There's a guy on Reddit who works with the university and has been great to give unofficial statements to us. And he has his own Reddit flare saying like all opinions mine, not representative ISU. He works with the emergency rollout department or something like that. So he gave us a really good thread of how the issues of the complexities really of administering a vaccine, especially this late in the semester, and the biggest thing was the whole like the university or the Board of Regents, I believe it was. The Board of Regents or the state chose to give the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to the universities because one, it's easier, it's simpler. Two, because of how late it is in the semester, it just makes sense. Like, give them one shot so they can go home for the summer. Like, they might not be here when they need to get their second booster shot. One thing that this person brought up, I'm glad they brought up because I didn't really think about it at all, is that people that are like getting their first dose, but then going to a different place to get their second dose. So now and I guess once you puncture a vial, it's only good for a certain amount of days or something like that. And so he also mentioned the whole thing of like, we want to try and avoid the problem of having vaccines go bad.
Right.
And that was something like, oh, that's actually big brain right there. Like that's a lot of planning and a lot of thought that has to happen. So they did get Pfizer vaccines. I don't remember if the Story County Department of Public Health gave them Pfizer or where they had, or if they already had Pfizer vaccines lined up. But they will be giving them to the students that were originally had appointments, unless the students decided, no, I don't want the Pfizer. I'll be honest with you. I don't know which vaccine to get. I really don't. Because there's been arguments about, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was developed after the new strains came out. So it'll be more effective. But at the same time, that 60-something% effective rate concerned me. Me because the Pfizer and Moderna had like 90 plus. So you just had to figure out which one. That's my issue. Is just I don't know which one to get. I'm going to get a vaccine. Just I don't know.
Do you have any other conditions? Are you pretty healthy?
I'm pretty. I like to consider myself pretty physically healthy. Mentally healthy is a different story.
I think you're probably okay with doing the
Johnson & Johnson.
So is it not paused anymore, or is it
it's still on
pause?
I expect that's this investigation. Here's my theory on it. I'm not a doctor. I want to make that disclaimer. I'm not a doctor, and I have absolutely no knowledge of biochemistry or anything like this. But the what I've heard is that the blood clots that have happened have all been in.
What? I can't see it. I'm not looking.
Ethan, I hate you. Ethan, the only way to really tell if you're physically healthy. ! Cake.
Hang on. Where?
All right. For the final time for season 2. Final time of season 2. You know what? The shirt that I'm wearing makes me look pretty physically healthy. Like I probably, I look probably physically healthy, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta have a little bit of cake just to confirm your healthiness. CircleHerk, I heard all of that. You're going off. It's like a strip club, damn.
Damn, boy, he's thick.
So I don't know. I'll let you guys be the judge if I'm actually physically healthy or not, based off of that.
You look great, and you can probably get whatever you want. I've got a couple like underlying health issues. I was visiting with my doctor, and he was like, just whatever you do, don't get he goes, look into my eyes, look at me. And he grabbed me and he said, don't you ever get the fucking Johnson & Johnson, whatever you do. And this was like weeks ago, or like 3 weeks ago or whatever, maybe even a month. And he was like, it's a different type of vaccine. He was like, so either get Moderna or Pfizer.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't, contrary to my Twitter handle, I don't give a shit.
Oh yeah, of course.
I don't give a shit which one you get. Just be healthy.
Just get a vaccine.
Get one. Get a vaccine.
Just
don't get one. I don't give a fuck what you do.
Dylan says he only got it so in 15 years. When the commercial comes on and saying, if you got the COVID vaccine, you may be entitled. Let me try and do this. Hopefully my compressor doesn't really take in too big effect. If you got the COVID vaccine, you could be entitled to financial compensation. So, that's a good point. You do have a good point. God, CircleHerk.
Sorry.
God, man.
I have the backup Terry put it in reverse button too, but that's like a 45-second clip. Nobody's got time for that.
Dude, I ran a 3-minute pre-intro. So
oh yeah.
3-minute pre-intro to the intro. Yes, call Jason Sons today at 515.
Jason and Jason Sons.
At 515-294-9010 or whatever sound off's number is. 515. Call in on Sunday nights after 10:35 p.m. Central Time. That's only when our office is available. You can imagine somebody calling in because, like, I've called in the sound off before, and they say sound off. Can you imagine somebody just say, "Yeah, I got the COVID vaccine 15 years ago, and where's my financial compensation?" Dylan, I appreciate you for stopping by for season 2 finale. I understand how busy you are. good luck with the draft. I'm rooting for you. Really stay safe, be healthy. Best of luck with everything. I hope to talk to you again. Yes, I'm not entirely sure yet when I'm gonna have a beer, but someday I think I will have a beer, and I'll decide if that's the time when we all get together. I would love to meet. Honestly, I would love to meet with everybody that we've had on our show. Dylan, I hope to have you on the show sometime. That'd be awesome. Ethan, if you want to come on the show sometime, unfortunately we won't be, because I think Ethan graduates this semester. By the way, Ethan, I think you have my phone number. Text me the commencement ceremony information, because I will be planning to go on to commencement. But yeah, everybody that we have on with. Oh, you graduate in December, okay? We got time. We got time to have you on.
No, there's time. There's still time.
Don't leave us yet, Ethan. But yep, Dylan, you have a good night. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a good supporter of our second season. Appreciate it. But I would love, every guest that we've had on, like, God, man, like, the first time, I'm speaking from the heart here, I'm not bullshitting you here. The first time I had you on, I said after we went off the air and after we disconnected from the call, I said to somebody, like, man, dude, I'd really love to hang out with CircleHerk sometime. Like, I really would love to, like, meet him. And you know that will happen. I unless some weird falling out happens between us, but you're not a woman, so I don't expect that to happen. Jokes, I got him. Or if one of us dies, which I don't expect to happen either, because I don't really leave my apartment unless I go to campus, and I usually ride boats. I ride boats to campus.
Oh,
I ride the bus to campus, and those side rides are tanks, man.
They are. No, definitely. We've talked about it. I've talked about it with a few different guys. Just from, I think a lot of it was like, it's like we were already doing stuff like this, and then COVID happened, and now it seems like such a novel idea to meet somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, we can fucking, like, wouldn't that be crazy if we? No, we can't though. That'd be fun, but I mean, no. But yeah, that's. I can't remember who I said it to.
That's gonna be weird.
Oh, I said it to Cyclone Larry in a DM. We were getting really chummy. Like, he got axed off Twitter for a while. Then he came back with another account, and then around that time,
three accounts,
and then he came back with. Then he got his original account.
Yeah.
And during that time, he messaged me and said, like, well, because I didn't know if it was. I said something about, like, it ain't him, that ain't him, and so he was like, no, it's me. And we were bullshitting on just he's seems like a really nice guy. He was like, how's it been, man? How's it going? Like, and I was like, pretty good. Like, can't wait to, like, get rid of, go back to normal. Like, we should have, like, a big, like, Twitter bash somewhere. Like, go rent a bar somewhere and, like, get everybody together.
It'd have to be Patty's.
And he was like, Cyclone Larry has left the chat. And I was like, oh, okay, I get it. He doesn't want to fucking meet me ever. And I got to tell you, I don't blame him. But yeah, definitely you guys.
I used to, when I first went on Twitter, and before he got, like, super, super big, like, he had thousands of followers, but now he has, like, tens of thousands of followers, I think, now, or something like that. Before he has a follower account that he has now, I used to tweet at him a lot, and just, he would hop in my replies sometimes and be like, because I would make, or, like, I would hop in his replies sometimes, like, because, like, people were just, clearly he's a troll account. And, like, one of the troll tweets that he made was about the bowl game that we had against Notre Dame. And some Hawkeye fan got super, like, took offense to, like, his I don't know if you remember his joke tweets that have, like, the number of bowl losses or whatever that.
Check marks.
Yeah, the check mark tweets. Clearly, like,
oh yeah,
the troll tweets. Somebody was like, Cyclone Larry is just a sad man who has no friends, or something, some weird thing like that. And I was just like, probably one of my best tweets that I've ever replied, or that I sent as a reply, was like, so it was something like, I don't know if you are joke. I don't know if you just can't take a joke, or you just really like this person, but like, or if you're just like this person. I don't remember the exact context of it, but it was like either way, like I feel really sorry for you and your lack of ability to have fun. And
I will say a prayer for you.
I got a little bit of respect from just by respect I mean he used to like my tweets. Yeah. So
he's been kind of dormant recently.
Yeah. Finals, man. The semester's been crazy.
Speaking of your Twitter, I pulled you up earlier because I was going to DM you, and I have it here. I actually see your little tagline made me laugh so fucking hard. Yeah. And I don't know if it's ever been mentioned on the show.
It has not.
But Jason, follow him on Twitter. His tag is "The only people who snap me are Team Snapchat."
Yeah. I almost put him there on holidays too.
yeah. Dude, that is the most annoying fucking shit ever, because that notification just sits there. And I'm like, I get it. You're going to play me a cute Easter song, but I do not give a shit.
I'll get like...
I relate to that.
Like, because it was, I'm kind of returning back to my old high school ways of just like every time I heard a notification, I'd be like, ooh, who's this? And then and now since I have a Fitbit, now my wrist will vibrate now. Like I'll hear the snap go or whatever, and then my wrist will vibrate. Like, oh, and then I realize, what day is it? Oh. Like, oh yeah. Nobody ever snaps me.
Snap has a thing too where it's like it'll notify you if you have like a recommended, like a suggested friend.
Oh, I turned those off.
So I haven't yet, and I need to. But every time I like go to it, I'm like, oh shit, who snapped me? And then it disappears. There's no notification because it's just like, well, you have suggestions over here, but there's no notification. And yeah, it's just like you. I'm just like, oh, I was hoping for titties, but I guess it's just. Just nothing.
I have never, just a side tangent, I have never received titties on Snapchat from, out of the relationships that I've had. I've never.
All change tonight, fella, because guess who's gonna snap you? Daddy Herkel. And he's got jugs for days, and you know this, man.
Needs to be like South Park. I need the biddy. I need
the biddy.
Oh man, what was I gonna say? There was something about we were on Snapchat. Oh god, I wish I could remember what it was.
See that, ladies? I just mentioned boobs, and he can't fucking melts his brain clean off.
It's because I haven't seen any man in years.
Oh, they don't. You have such great internet over there, but you haven't seen boobs in a while, huh? Is that the case?
They aren't real, man.
Oh, that was the other thing from last week when you were talking about, I don't know how to explain to children what a viola is, and I was like, just explain to them that when the mommy violin and the daddy, and then Corver goes, you mean the stepsister and the stepbrother? And I was like, God, this kid is on fire, undefeated.
I have some weird. So like, I don't want to sound big-headed here, but been on a few streams just playing games with some other Twitch streamers that have more followers than I do, and I'm in a couple of Discords, and God, they've been trying to set me up, man. It's always like, so I played with I'll actually name drop Skeedap's girlfriend. I played with her and a couple of her friends, because she was like, yo, let's play Paladins some night. I'm like, okay, I could do it tonight. And she was streaming. I didn't know she was streaming, by the way. And so when she said she was streaming, and I hopped in to stream, and I hopped in the game too. First thing she says to me is when one of her viewers pops in the chat, she's like, oh, hi, Ark. Jason, do you know who is single? And then it became that thing of like, so that happened twice that night. We're like, oh, you know who is single? Like, and so like somebody else that I was playing with that was in our party, like, oh, you're single too, are you? Like, oh god, here we go. And like they would send me screenshots of my Instagram, which is private, by the way. Don't worry, I follow back. I do follow back. So like people are now, it's like I'm on streams, and even last night I was in a stream, and somebody was like, "Oh, this girl's single, Jason. I'll send her Instagram to you." I'm like, "Oh God." It's like it doesn't bother me that much because I understand it's all. I mean, I treat it as a joke. I hope they're not really seriously trying to play matchmaker. But at the same time, so many people have been playing matchmaker, and it's so long in my life. Like my friends have played matchmaker for me also. Even when I was one of my favorite messages was from when I first started my job with ISU. It's been known that I worked at a place where there were some very beautiful people working. And I was never like, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and like woo them and try to get with them. No, that was never something that I would do.
But it was a nursing home, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. This is way before COVID too. So like it was a lot better, a lot better. There's a lot more life in the bodies. I really did make that joke. There was so I used to be pretty close with a lot of my coworkers, just friendly ways. We would always go to like ISU hockey games or whatever. I tried to organize. I tried to, as a position when I was a supervisor and manager, I tried to organize and treat a campus job more as like kind of like a company job, but like not like the whole like, oh, you get those reports in today kind of. No, it wasn't like that. It was more of like, oh, let's do some events. Let's get together outside of work and like kind of create some sort of kind of a community outside of work. And I pride myself as a man of good faith. I pride myself on the fact that I was able to really bring together a lot of people that we work together with and like actually do stuff outside of work and actually recognize that, hey, we have personalities. We're human. We're cool outside of work. I was actually cool inside of work too because I was just basically the person that I am now that you see on podcasts. I was the same person that I was at work too. I was just joking around, trying to have as much fun as possible. And I miss the fact that I created that work environment. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the lax work environment that I created, especially working with ISU and the division of ISU, but at the same time not division of ISU because it's a weird, like they're affiliated but not affiliated with ISU. They don't get fund. Basically, it was ISU Dining. They don't get funding from ISU, but they're still kind of affiliated with ISU. It's a weird thing. But and so when I said that to one of my friends who was graduating that semester, I said like, hey, this person's gonna be coming in. And like, oh, the first thing he asked me, is she hot? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And so when we meet and go to the hockey game, we go out to dinner later on today, but this girl didn't join us. She had to do something else after the hockey game. We were going to go out to dinner, but so we went out to dinner with the other remaining people that were with us. And then my friend just goes to me out of the blue like, remember when I asked you yesterday if she was hot? Fucking lied. She's fucking hot. And so I guess I was notorious that I used to work with a lot of very good-looking coworkers, and a lot of the times my friends would try to set me up with coworkers. It continued basically my entire duration of working there to the point where I actually did end up dating a coworker because honestly, I feel there's Finn knows the story very well. The whole the Halloween party that happened in 2018 where I was like hesitant to go and they all egged me on to go to this Halloween coworker party. And the gist of it is when I came into work Monday, the first question that I was asked by almost everybody that was at work, did you sleep with her? So I'm just used to people playing matchmaker and everything like that. Yeah. So it's a joke to me. I don't know when it'll get annoying. I'm sure it will get annoying someday, but I have yet to figure it out because I always just treat it as a joke. I always treat it as a joke just because I'm used to it, and at the same time I think this is never fucking happening anyway either.
A crapshoot because it's like I don't know. I've definitely had a lot of stories like that where it's like maybe you're not even into the idea of a relationship, but you're almost like humoring your mutual friend. Like, yeah, okay, I'll see her. We'll go out and see how it goes. It'll be one night, and then that'll be it. we'll never talk to each other again. And then she makes you laugh, or you make her laugh, or whatever, and then that just really kind of like sets the ball in motion. So yeah, it's like dude, like just keep doing what you're doing, because like that shit's just gonna happen.
The singleness isn't appreciated as much. You're right. I believe it's getting more accepted now, but it's still not like in super like, because you're gonna be like, if you're like, say I'm 30, if I make it to 30, like say I'm 30 and like, I'm probably gonna get asked like, so actually, I used to get asked this all the time in high school too, like by some of my extended family members and their friends, like, so where's your girlfriend? Like, I don't have one. When are you gonna get a girlfriend? I don't know. Whenever a girl decides that they like me, I guess.
Right.
But that's that kind of like whole. I've had 3 because I have to say 3 because it would be totally unfair to my last relationship to say that didn't happen, even though it was like only a month and a half. But the way my relationship started was just like, okay, my first one was me asking, "Yo, what would you say if I asked you to prom?" And I thought they were gonna say no. I just was like, I just blindly shot my shot, thinking, no, this isn't gonna happen. And I wrote a whole story about this. It's a private story that I have stored away somewhere. It's a really interesting story though. And they're like, I'd say yes. I'm like, oh, okay. Have a good day then. It's like I'll make it brief. I was in high school at the time, and my senior prom was coming up, because I was senior in high school. My prom was coming up, and I've been thinking, am I gonna go to prom? It's one of those things like, oh, like, you have to do it because tradition, or whatever. And I was like, do I really care that much about tradition? Not really. But if I'm gonna go to prom, I don't want to go alone. Like, I feel like if I'm gonna go to prom, I gotta have a prom date. So I blindly asked this girl that I thought was pretty. Didn't even know them at all. I just barely knew their name. Like, I was like, what would you say if I asked you to prom? And like, I'd say yes. I'm like, okay.
Then you go, okay, will you go to prom with me? Or were you satisfied at that point?
I
would say yes, but you didn't ask me.
What I said was, I just said, all right, have a good day. And I just turned around, because I just turned around, because I was like, this, like, I was like, I don't know where to go for this. I wasn't expecting. The story gets interesting, Ethan. I was not expecting anything like I was not expecting a yes at all or anything, or just I was expecting like a really like ew. I was expecting ew no. That's what I was expecting.
Are you of the generation that, how like kids nowadays like make signs with like candy bars on them and shit? Do you know what I'm talking about? They like make these signs where they like propose to whoever.
I would show my. I think I have a photo. A lot of the photos got deleted. So I don't know if I actually have a copy of that. Let me check. I just want to check real quickly, because if I have it on my phone, I would probably have it somewhere on my computer. I just want to check real quickly to see if I have it, because I remember it. But also at the same time, you're not going to see it. I'm not going to show it just out of privacy's sake. I don't want to like show the person that I dated, because I don't think they would. It's just all, common sense privacy thing. Like, I'm showing them without their permission or anything like that. I can't find it on first glance, so I don't know if it exists anymore. But
I was technically in that, but I never did that personally. Yeah, I've seen a lot of those pictures of.
I never did what I did for my official promposal, because I'll get to that later.
Promposal. See, we didn't even have words like that.
Promposal was introduced to me by my prom date's mother. So, but going back to how it all kind of began, it was just like so like I was in lunch. It was a lunch period, and I was sitting at my table with my friends, and I asked a question, like, because she just walked by, and I was like, are you, what would you say if I asked you to prom? She's like, I'd say yes. And so I was like, okay. I turned around, have a good day, turn around, let her walk away. I don't know. So I'm just like, relaxed and, kind of just brushed it off, just talking with my friends again. I don't know how much longer later, maybe 5 to 10 minutes later, I hear, and I'll protect their name for privacy too. I'll just say that their name was I don't know, Tana. We'll just say Tana. I hear from the other side of the lunchroom, Tana wants your phone number. Tana wants your phone number. And I'm wondering, like, what the hell is this? Like, who's running over? And I see somebody running, yelling with somebody's iPhone in their hand. Tana wants your phone number, with Tana following behind, saying, no, please stop, please, like, you're embarrassing me. And comes up to my table and just takes a seat and says, Tana wants your phone number. Just like puts her phone down in front of me, like, and I look at Tana, I'm like, do you really want my phone number? And the only thing she does, no words at all, just has her phone, slides it to me. She slides it to me. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll give you my phone number. And nothing happened. There was actually absolutely no communication, nothing at all. So actually, what she ended up doing is she ended up sitting at my table for the remainder of the lunch period. So after I give her my phone number, the first thing she says to me is, by the way, do you know blah, blah, blah? I really don't remember the name. I'm like, no, I don't know. Like, well, okay, so he goes to this school. It wasn't my school. He's my boyfriend. I'm like, oh, okay. And I really don't remember what I said after that. But then, like, out of the blue, like 2 weeks later, she texts me, like, initiates contact, and like that kind of got the ball rolling and everything. And she wanted me to hang out with her more and stuff like that. So we started dating before prom actually happened, and let's get to the prom proposal. I've taken so long to get to this story. I don't really say I did candy bars, but I did a little. I'm not a creative person. I don't like to consider myself a creative person. Sometimes I do, like musically, yes, but not like drawing wise. So I actually had a very good artist help me out with the poster, and I was just like, it would be sweet, and like I put those like Kellogg's fruit snacks.
Mm-hmm.
I spelled out the word sweet with Kellogg's fruit snacks, and I taped a full package of Kellogg's fruit snacks to the poster. Like, it would be sweet if you go to prom with me or something like that.
We didn't do anything like that.
I didn't want to do it, but I felt like it was I felt like it was a formality, like I had to do it.
That didn't even exist back in the 1800s.
Dude, I feel like today would probably be like a TikTok challenge. Like,
right.
Like, God, I'm afraid to like go to. I would not want to go to high school right now because I've won COVID too. Like, I don't.
Oh.
God, the culture is probably like pretty bad.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, but so
Definitely.
like that was like the first relationship was me just saying, "What would you say if I asked you to prom?" Fully expecting no, and so that was like a whole unexpected relationship. The second relationship was just, I got set up with this girl. They really, God, I feel like they really, really were trying to get me drunk. They were really trying, like, we gotta get our manager to go to this party, get him drunk, and start dating this girl because she likes him. Like, okay, so that kind of happened. It happened unexpectedly. And the third one was, I was taking care of somebody that got COVID. So they've all been like, completely unexpected. I've never expected anything to come out of it. Like, anything at all. The only thing I really expected to come out of it was that first one where it was just like, and I wouldn't even say really expected it. It was more just like, I just threw a question out of the blue with very little meaning at all, really.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know how to comment on my dating life, because I'm more just like, I'm more of the, if it happens, it happens. And the same thing, I respect wham, and I got my respect wham juice here.
He's drinking the juice, ladies.
I'm never really one that wants to initiate contact, just because, I'm not saying physical contact, but like initiate, speaking or anything like that, because, as a guy, you have to be very, very careful now. Like, extremely careful. You say the wrong thing, even if you're joking. Yeah. Like, if you're trying to be funny, it can technically be harassment. So
at least initially, just be respectful initially. I think the more you know a person and you get where their boundaries are, what their sense of humor is, and their sensibility of things, like, then it becomes like, especially like if you're dishing it out and they can take it, and then vice versa, if they start dishing it your way, type of thing, you can definitely bond a lot better that way. But yeah, initially, you're right. I think nowadays, kind of pump the brakes and like let it come to you a little bit more, so you're not so aggressive.
I can't be like some of those people like that you'll see on Twitter, like, "Hey, you will be my wife someday." Like, I can't be like that. But I'm more of one of those people that's really just like, I'll let them come to me. Like, I'm not really gonna, relationship right now isn't really a priority to me. I'm focused on what I'm trying to do. Finally focused on what I'm trying to do. It took a while, but finally focused. And you gotta learn to kind of just live on your own. I get it. There's the whole like fear of loneliness. I've talked with a whole bunch of other people, like, I don't want to be lonely like right now. I've known people that have gotten divorces in their 30s, and like,
exactly.
Yeah, and they're lonely as like, and struggling to keep it together. So
that's the other side of it, is you rush into it. You don't let it, like, take your time to like let it like bake, and then you jump into something, because you kind of brought it up earlier, like, oh, it's a tradition, so I should do it. It's like a lot of people, find themselves in a relationship they just fucking hate the other person.
Yeah.
Because they didn't get to, they didn't.
Because that's what our parents did.
How many roommates have you had? How many times have you lived with somebody that was either one of your best friends or a stranger, but there's this point where you're like, oh, I could do this forever, and then year 2 rolls around and you're like, I fucking hate everything they do. Everything that they're about pisses me off, and it's not what I would do. A lot of people get married before they like live with somebody for a year or 2.
Is that really common now?
It just feels like the graduating class that I was with, like, as soon as we hit like year 2 or 3 of college, people were basically like, okay, we're gonna get married. And I was just like, yikes, like, fucking
I see that.
You're gonna end up a statistic, dude. Like, you know what I mean?
I see that. A lot of my classmates did end up getting married, like, basically right out of high school. Some of them got married because they got pregnant. Some of them just got married because they decided to get married.
That's great.
It just your mileage may vary, and it varies from case to case, from person to person, decides what they want to do. You talked about roommates. I think I actually burned the bridge. Ethan, I'm not attacking you at all. Like, really, like. So Ethan is engaged. He did get engaged. I hope you're okay with me saying that on stream. Before I go any further, I just want confirmation that you're okay with me.
I'm engaged too. Kathy and I lived together for like 5 or 6 years before I asked her to marry me.
Yeah, even like 5 years it seems kind of long for me, but it's right. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do, because you really have to. And like the whole, like, it's cliche, but it's kind of true too. Okay, so you've been dating this person for 5 years. Like, you just, it also just depends on the person. Like, when it's the right time. It's based off of.
I could have asked Kathy like at year 2 or 3, but it was just. It's almost one of those things where it was just like, it's going so well, like, we might as well be married too. It's just, everything was just, there was never any like issue, like, well, I need to spend more time with her to see what her real personality is. There was never that. We were just always having fun. And then, then one day you're just engaged.
Mm-hmm.
But,
and for you, like, for you, you said like, oh, I was there like year 2, 3. You said. Then again, I would argue that you knew that it wasn't the right time, because you knew that you wanted to still give it more time.
Right.
But so Ethan's been together with his now fiance 5 years, and he says heard at least the whole 1 year of one real year of seeing the person in every season. I also that's the thing. Like so, like the whole cliche about oh, we got to get a pet because we got to see if we can handle
Yeah.
kids. Like
Right.
that's honestly like actually a really good idea. That's actually
Sure.
that's a really if you can handle taking care of a pet. I'm not gonna entirely say that you can handle having a kid, but like you're on the right track. The
It's
practice
definitely like
baby, the home economics practice baby. Yeah, that one. That one. I will say I will protect the identities of them. I'll just say I know people, but they are close to me. It always felt really weird that I knew somebody close to me that they moved in with their girlfriend after 6 months of dating or something like that. Granted, he was in his like mid to late 20s at the time. So I think he was 25. I'm not sure, 25 or 26. So I mean, he had a stable job, so he was pretty dude.
Right.
Some people get dogs that are more fragile than kids. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
You aren't wrong. You are definitely not wrong. But so I know this person that was like 25. They were living with their parents, and after 6 months, they decided to get an apartment with their girlfriend. And I was just like, whoa. I was thinking in my mind, like, you sure about that? Like this early? But I understand, like, dude, the dude's 25. He's been living with his parents. Probably wants to get out of his parents' place. And he has a steady job, so he should probably do it. And so they lived together for. Let's see, when did they get married? They got married in 2019. They moved together. So they lived together for 4 years. And then they decided to get married. I think they got engaged after like 2 years of living together, I believe it was. Engaged. So 2 years of dating, 2 years of engagement, and then now I'll give it 2 years of marriage. Then they divorce.
Yeah, right.
But no, so it just depends on the person. And it depends on priorities. There's a lot of things with relationships that like factor in. It's like stage of life. Like my sexy second girlfriend. I didn't mean to say sexy. I got caught up in words there. But yes, she was very good looking. And even to this day, like still like man, kind of wish. I'll get to that later. I'll go about that. Get about that later. Like had said like I don't really know if I want to date right now because I'm just fresh graduate out of college. I'm trying to find a job. Fair point. Like really, really a good point. And also living with their parents. Like do you really want to be dating somebody when you're living with their parents? It's gonna be really hard because privacy is always gonna matter within a relationship. So like you can't really have that. And I'm not just saying that, Cole. I'm gonna do the fuck. It's not just that. It's not just that. It's all about just having also personal conversations. Like that's kind of a relationship is all about communication. Also, sometimes you can't have those personal conversations around your parents. So
No, yeah.
So it really does like factor on a case by case basis where you are in life. What are your priorities? What are your general opinions? And how do you really feel? Like, are you okay with getting constantly bombarded with, why aren't you married yet? Questions that
you want to talk about tradition. That is like one of the most long-standing one. It's like, oh, took you long enough. It's like, yeah, we get it. Everybody's got their own path. You know what I mean? But whatever. If it's funny, it's funny.
When I dated my first girlfriend, when I made that public, my sister was like, finally. And then my other sister was like, honestly, it took you so long that I thought you were gay.
Yeah.
So it's like there's that thing that is I don't think that's ever really gonna go away. It's gonna reduce though.
I think that's supposed to be like good natured. To me, I think I take that as like when you're in an elevator with a stranger and you're like, weird weather we're having. It's almost on the same.
Is that what you're like you're not supposed to fart?
Oh, don't do that. But it's like kind of the same metric where you're like, I'm supposed to say, it's like almost kind of like NPC. Like your family is your family is. It's like
I have a quest for you.
It's like in them to say, took you long enough, or
I
make jokes at you like that or whatever. And so it's super annoying, but it's also just like, well, whatever. Like I get it. They're just talking to me about the weather.
Yeah.
I have a quest for you.
I distinctly remember my dad talking to me. He was like, I was basically in denial, or I don't know if I was in denial. It was more just like, I don't really know if I want to do this. And he was like, if you really like this girl, you just do it, just go for it, man. Like, or just, he didn't say man because he's a boomer, but
Come on, man.
He wasn't like that, but he said that, and I'm like, There's also like my prior history of relationships kind of like makes it confusing about like whether do I really want to say, I am dating somebody, and part of me keeping that private kind of burned the bridges that I had with my old roommates, because actually a couple weeks ago, like I had a falling out with my roommates or old roommates just because I think it's a legitimate kind of, I don't know if it's actually entirely falling out, but I haven't spoken with them since that incident. I really didn't appreciate having my personal private information about a relationship being told to other people without my consent. I would have liked to share the information, but basically more of like, I feel like they would know more about my relationship than I actually know about my own relationship, and that's a problem.
Sure.
I feel like that's a legitimate concern and problem.
This is the people you live with? Your current
No, I live alone.
Oh, you do?
I live alone.
Okay. Never mind.
Which is why I
Good to know.
Yeah, I just outed myself like I'm gonna get robbed and murdered and I don't know, bound with chains to this futon bed.
If you're lucky.
With fluffy handcuffs. Gotta go over to the Romantics and find them. Romantics on is it Kellogg, I think?
Oh, you know where it is. Go ahead and give
it's over by Timeout. I only know it because my roommates have talked about it. Old roommates.
I wonder how they did during the COVID shutdown.
Timeout or Romantics?
Romantics.
A good question. I don't know.
Pretty well.
OnlyFans was a big thing that kind of popped up during the quarantine. So like, I feel like I've never actually been a romantic, so I have no idea what they sell. But if they sell lingerie, I feel like lingerie really boomed.
Speaking of that, I am a bit of a boomer. I mean, I'm a millennial, but I'm on that later half of it. I'm closer to Gen X than anything. But I tweeted the other day.
You're millennial in the fact that, but like early millennial, late Gen X, as in you grew up with grunge music then.
Yes, correct. Yeah. And I tweeted the other day, this has to be a thing, right? I'm not breaking any ground here, but on Twitter, there's accounts.
I remember what you said. I do remember.
Okay. Is this a thing already? Like, has somebody already made that joke or that observation?
That's the first time I've actually heard it said or seen it said.
All the time. You follow these nice young ladies on Twitter, and they show you everything on Twitter because Twitter doesn't have boundaries on that type of stuff. Anything. And then underneath they say, if you want more of that, follow me on OnlyFans. Right now, this month is only a $5 subscription. And it's like, dude, I just saw everything. Like, why would I don't need to pay you money. Like, I've already won is like my joke or whatever. But
yeah, and that's the first time I've ever heard anybody say that. Like, they've already won. Like, you're not wrong.
I almost felt like I was ruining, like, this is going to sound bad. Maybe I shouldn't say this. I almost felt like I was ruining something for, like, the boys. You know what I mean? I'm, like, calling it out. I'm like, oh, we're already seeing it for free.
So like, basically, what you're saying, you're going to get some bro codes, what you're saying?
Right. Or, yeah, that I was doing something obvious, and nobody liked that tweet. So I was like, did I just say something wrong? Like, what happened?
If I like a tweet, consider yourself lucky because I read it.
Right,
like
yeah.
Also. So I don't know. It's just my thing. I don't know why. It's same thing with any like kind of social media. I'm not really a social media person. And so whenever I like something, it's just weird. I'm not gonna say it gives me anxiety, but it does make me feel weird, like pushing the like button, like I don't know, like
I give them away, baby. I'm like,
I don't know why I'm weird about that. It's just I don't know. I can't explain why I'm weird about like, oh, I don't know, like
Does it weird you out when I DM you to ask you questions or
No.
talk about the show?
No.
That's not weird.
Anybody can really message me. I don't have I'm pretty sure there's a setting that you can have on your Twitter, like saying like only certain people can DM you, and I don't have the only reason I haven't set that up because my DMs are open, but they're not open for dating because honestly, you'll realize how boring I am.
That's especially Twitter. Like that shit's not real.
Yeah.
It's very one-sided.
No, I value communication and resolving conflict or anything like that. That's why I don't block people either. I don't think there's a single person I've blocked on Twitter, like at all.
I don't think I have anybody blocked
because
I was recently blocked, but I don't.
I think I know who because I think I saw somebody was handing out a bunch of. They were having a block party.
I don't blame that person either for some odd chance they come across this. I wish you nothing but the best. I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I'm never trying to be a jerk. I know I've been blocked by a few people, and that's never my goal. I know that some people that's their goal, especially burner accounts.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's never my goal. It's just to like make people laugh. Yes, Mud, his DMs are open, baby. Now who's the matchmaker?
I'm used to it. You can't do anything that. I think the only thing that can happen is if I'm not even gonna say it because somebody will actually if in the odd chance that somebody actually does. Okay, you mute people, but never. I don't have a reason to mute people. I don't really have a reason to block people. I've been blocked.
I don't mute people.
I've been blocked on various different platforms by various different people due to either rumors about me or just really anything weird thing, or just I've had a falling out with them and they block me or whatever that, or I say something that they disagree with and they block me.
The worst I do is unfollow somebody, because personally that's just how I roll. I'm just like I'm not gonna mute you. Like I want to see if I want to see you in the future, and I'm like, well, I muted him. Yeah, time kind of heals all of those stupid Twitter wounds. So
yeah,
I don't really.
Well, they should. For normal people,
it should.
For normal people, they do. For other people that have Adam Sandler movies as their Twitter accounts, they don't.
And yeah, Mud, I totally agree. That's personally that's just my rule. I just don't mute or block, but that is definitely there for a reason, and I support anybody who wants to do something like that because sometimes you just don't want to see it. You don't want to see it ever again.
We live in a very volatile environment too, though. Like if you tweet anything that's like, you have to be one side or the other. There's no gray area. There's no gray area. There's no middle ground anymore. And
I get in trouble for that all the time because I accidentally make fun of your side of an issue. The problem is I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm for the opposition. It just means I'm just now making fun of your side.
Yeah.
And I get in trouble for that all the time because, like you said, there's no middle ground. There's no gray area. It's you're all in or you're not. It's like that shit drives me crazy.
There's I don't know for sure, but I know somebody that had a big follower account. Like I was like, whoa, they followed me, and then they unfollowed me later on. It was sometime after the Capitol riots, and I think it's because I tweeted out like, Mike Pence needs to be president right now, like absolutely right now, based off of what he just said to, because it was when Congress went back in session after the Capitol riots that same day, like Mike Pence's speech was actually pretty good, and like it was a speech of a leader. Do I agree with Mike Pence on a lot of his ideas? No, but I'm willing to put that aside and understand, like, this was a very like critical time, and our president failed us by not like ensuring leadership, but Mike Pence did. And this person, I think it's because of Mike Pence's views on homosexuality. I think they may have taken offense to me saying Mike Pence needs to be president right now.
Right.
They took offense to that, and so they unfollowed. I that's my theory. I don't know for sure because I can't pinpoint the timeline. But it's like, come on, like, I mean, you got to understand. Like, I'm not saying Mike Pence needs to be president because I hate gay people.
Right. Yeah.
I'm saying he needs to be president right now because we need a leader.
Right.
And he showed leadership.
That's tough. That's tough to get across on Twitter too, is nuance.
Mm-hmm.
Like you say you make a joke about one thing and you have to hope that the audience can mind read and know where you're coming from on this specific joke or take. And obviously that's not reality. People don't know. Yeah, I do it all, especially with like political stuff. I'll like a lot of conservative, politically satirized accounts, and then people will inevitably be like, "Oh, well, he's one of them," and I'm like, like, no, I'm not.
I make fun of both sides. I may lean one side over the other, but I make fun of both sides.
That's kind of where I am, and you know what? I had a conversation with a guy. I made fun of a clip of Joe Biden, and one of somebody who followed me, I followed him, commented like, "Hey, that's not funny." And I replied with, "I'm making fun of everybody. You know what to do. If you don't like it, you know what to do." And he very much took my advice and at least unfollowed me, maybe blocked me. And then somebody underneath that comment posted about how, oh, look at there goes another snowflake. And I was more mad at that person. I was like, no, leave him alone. Like I'm not for him. He can leave. And I don't hate him or discourage him for that. Like, that's totally fine. Like,
Ethan, you are extremely correct here. Like, the politics have ruined a lot of different things. Like, politics have ruined comedy. Comedy is like a dying art now because, like, you know, if you make fun of this thing or if you make fun of these group of people, like, if you look at comedy from 2005, like if you look at, like, that's what I love about, like, one of my favorite comedians is Dave Chappelle, because Dave Chappelle hasn't changed. He hasn't changed his comedy. Like, he will make fun of anybody. And the good thing, the nice thing about it is, like, people understand, like, his audience understands, like, people love Dave Chappelle. But say if somebody else does it, like, people, like, are pulling out their pitchforks, you know, cancel culture, all this thing, like, you can't, like, it's hard to be funny now because people take offense too easily.
I agree with that, and I totally, obviously, I think that it's real. I don't think it's just some made up thing. But it also kind of drives the standards of comedy. Like, when you say that, like, comedy is, I don't know if you said dead, maybe you said, like,
it's a dying art.
That's hard. You're absolutely right. I think it's definitely, but it's put on. Look, I mean, if something's funny, it's funny. You don't get to, it's very subjective, right? Some things make you laugh, might not make me laugh. I get that. But, like, you know, these guys that are doing it in clubs or having specials, those audience members aren't faking that laughter. It's visceral. It's something that happens naturally when somebody says or does something funny. I think Bill Burr has a good mindset on it because people are like, what do you think about cancel culture? And Bill Burr's things like, it's not really real to me. And people are like, what do you mean it's not real? It's obviously very real. And he's like, yeah, that's not my experience. Just because one person goes home and blogs about it and it gets a lot of action on social media doesn't mean that it's everybody's into cancel culture or that type of thing. It's like, I play stadiums all the time and all of those motherfuckers laughed at my joke. So yes, it is a real thing, but it's not as prevalent as, like, maybe people think it is. And also, to your point, I think that it pushes it. I think it holds it to a higher standard because, like, it can't just be like Mud saying, like, fart jokes will never die. He's absolutely right. Mm-hmm. He's absolutely right. But it's got to be funny. It's got to be new. It's got to be something fresh. This might be a meme, but I love watching people react to comedians or music. You know, it was like a big thing when Bohemian Rhapsody came out, of a bunch of people with YouTube videos of me. I've never heard Bohemian Rhapsody before. And then whether they had or they hadn't, they put it on and they're like, oh shit, whoa, can you believe this? Wow, you ever heard this song before? Whatever. And I loved it. I don't care if it was real or fake. Just last night I watched people reacting to like stand-up bits that I like. I love that. I love watching another human see something for the first time and see the effect of it on them. It's great. Yeah, and comedy. Well, we could have a whole podcast about comedy. I love stand-up so much.
I
downloaded a fart soundboard for Mud that I will pull up here shortly.
all you have to do is just go to Taco Bell.
Well, it's a Nick Swarsden joke where it's like, I worked at Taco Bell for a year. And that was nice because you got free diarrhea. I'm pretty sure that was
Swartzen, man. I haven't heard that name in a while.
It's been a while. He about died.
What?
Yeah, he about fucking. I don't know if it was like a. I don't think it was a drug thing either. I think that he had something. Well, I don't know. We'll
By the way, Rip DMX.
Oh my god.
Rip DMX.
Did you see? I tweeted. What was it? Was it AP or it was some news organization that shared that he had died, and it was like the dumbest thing I've ever read in my life. It was so cheesy and very like unprofessional. It was like, this growly hip hop artist who has a gravelly voice and barked and woofed during his. It was the comments were hilarious because there's a bunch of black people going, "Can we please have one black person write this article?"
God, man, DMX though, like, I love that aggressive style that he had. It was because I like rock music, and that aggressive style is like.
Did you see the video of him at? I can't remember what year it was. At Woodstock, I think it was Woodstock.
99?
Maybe that sounds right. It was either that or like early 2000s, unless they stopped after 99. But anyway,
I thought they stopped after 99.
The whole crowd. This was like, I just saw this video. I don't know if I retweeted it or not. The whole crowd, majority is white. It's a white crowd, white audience,
as Woodstock always is.
And right, and like you said, kind of like it's got like it's hip hop, obviously, but he's got like a very like rock vibe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this motherfucker. I am not a DMX. I was never a DMX fan. It just didn't hit me right. But to watch somebody like control that big of an audience, just to have him like in the palm of his hand, whether it's right or wrong, I'm going to say this live on your stream right now. It's the finale, right? The song, I'm not sure what the name of the song is. I think it's Intro, or it was an intro to a record, but like the hook basically has the N-word in it. And it's over and over and over again. And he's got this entire white crowd, like moshing and singing the lyric. Cause I mean, he's like, it's part of the thing.
So
and he's got this, and he was God for that day. Like,
because people were like, he's giving me the microphone. I have the N-word pass. He's giving me the N-word pass.
Well, just the energy, the energy of the whole thing was so amazing.
You always got to respect that when people can really, like, especially festival crowds. One of the big festival crowds I can remember is 1996. The electronic music artist, the Prodigy. There was something called the Phoenix Festival. Like, holy crap! Like even that, and there's also Woodstock '99 for Kid Rock. For Kid Rock, man. Like, them going hard for that.
The one that burned down.
That 99 was the one that burned down. Yes.
Yeah. Like Limp Bizkit or whatever. Like,
it was Limp Bizkit and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, the Red Hot Chili Peppers didn't influence anything. It was more the rumors. It was Limp Bizkit doing stuff. And I've actually watched footage of the actual 99 Woodstock concert. God, man, like, there's some gross things. Like, you could see people in the audience, like, actually, like, reaching up and grabbing people's titties, like girls' titties.
Whatever.
Like, God, man.
That was part of that video I was talking about. But the music changed. You can't do Woodstock and then have it can't be Woodstock-sized crowds with nu metal. Like, you know what I mean? Like, It's not 60s peace rock shit. Like these
No.
aren't hippies. They got what they deserve. No. But yeah, that was amazing. And yeah, RIP, because like I said, I was not a fan, but to see my fiance, obviously, like huge fan, like it's just that sucks. That's too bad. And he had like tons of kids.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an amazing video of him taking his daughter on one of those slingshot rides, like at an amusement park. It's so fucking funny, dude. YouTube that.
I saw a lot of tweets about how he would go into like a Waffle House or whatever that, and just like ask to cook stuff behind the kid counter, which is is like, as somebody who's actually been in management and food service before, which is a complete violation of health code. You cannot have that happen. But
Sure.
I get the point that's trying to get across, and I appreciate that. Like you understand, like his criminal history is not great, but his personality is he had a good heart. He's willing to give back, and that's why I appreciate I appreciate the people, the celebrities and stuff like that don't forget their roots, and not like, oh, I'm big now, I'm living in LA, like fuck all of y'all, like I don't really need to worry about you guys. Like honestly, and I've talked about this before, and people have called me crazy for this. Like if I were to ever get famous, which is very unlikely, but if I were ever to get famous, and say I was in a town or something like that, and somebody was like reached out to me like, yo, like want to grab lunch at this place? I'd be like, sure, when? I would actually like respond to them and say, sure, when? Like I got time. Because I don't know, I'm more of one of those people that's I value outreach. And basically you want people to be able to identify and understand. Like you want people to with anything. Like if you're a company, whenever I get a job, whoever really wants to hire somebody with a 2.1 GPA, I value companies that want to actually genuinely do outreach and volunteer opportunities, not just for the fact of like, oh, this is a good opportunity photo op for us to get our name out there and grow our company. No, like you grow the company by not by publicity stunts like that, but like actually the good spreading, having the unnoticed, like under the radar good word be spread.
Right.
So like if you're doing that's what I value, like with anything in life. Like I'm not going to be one that's like, oh, like I got the vaccine, I'm doing a great thing for society, you should do it too. Or, oh, I'm giving blood, I don't really, and actually I felt so bad about this because I felt like I came across as a douchebag. First time I donated blood, which was like a couple years ago, they're just a fraternity of volunteers. They may or may not actually want to be there to probably, they may or not actually be doing it for, to actually help people out. They may just be doing it just to get their volunteer hours. Who knows? But I felt bad for these kids, and yes, I'm calling them kids because they are kids. But like they're saying, you want a T-shirt because you get a free T-shirt if you donate, and it's like it's like I donated on there. And I was like, no, like I don't. Yeah, I was like, I don't need a T-shirt because like, who really gives? I don't remember my exact words, but it went along the lines of like, who really cares like what you actually do? Like, I'm not gonna be one of those people out there just being like, oh, look at me, I donated, I'm a good person. And that was my thing, and I was like, no, I'm like, fuck off with that. But then I felt bad afterwards, so I went back there after recovering, and because after you give blood, there's this recovery area just to make sure like, are you okay? Kind of, I feel like the same thing happened with the vaccine too, because I think I saw in an email that once you get the vaccine, you have to stay there for 15 minutes to make sure that you're okay. It's kind of the same thing for when you give blood. And like during that time period, I'm like, God, I felt like an ass to them. Like even though it's really genuinely what I feel like I came across, I went about it in the wrong way, and I feel like maybe they might have not understood where I was coming from.
Like you're speaking to me like deeply right now, because I have that exact same. I'm such a cynic when it comes to everything. Like I judge others so harshly because like I stack them up about what I would do. I think you kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier about like intellects. I'm not saying I'm brilliant at all, but people who are smart kind of like talk down to others because they're like, well, you should be as smart as I am. That's obviously, it takes a village, like that's not how the world works.
Mhm.
And once you do have time to reflect, your ego dies a little bit inside of you, and you're like, oh God, why would I talk to somebody like that? Like, yeah, I think the shirts that are like, look at me, look what I did, I'm a good person, I'm one of the good ones, I donated, or like Raygun has like the vaccinated as fuck t-shirts out now. I really have to take a step back and be like, it's not for me, but if it's for you, if that's, then fuck yeah, dude. Like, rep that shit. If you like stuff, now I'll be 35 in September. I'm just getting older. I feel like that punk rock aspect of me has like slowly started to mellow out, and you start to realize like
You're mature.
it might not be for me. Well, God, I hope so. I did just download a fart soundboard, but yeah.
There's always going to be, I always say, like, we all have that 12-year-old inside of us.
Right.
Like, it's always nice to have that little immaturity.
But you're absolutely right, dude. When you say that, like I said, like that speaks to me. Like, you have that cynicism in you that's like, oh God, like I would never wear a t-shirt that says I donated, not because it's not good to donate, but because it's also not good to say, look at me, I'm a good person, I did this and that. But at the same time, like, that's fine. It's also not nice, or it's also not being a good person judging other people for like shitting on them for things that they like or that they think is cool. And that's what your mindset, like, it just took you. That's the thing, is it takes me, I have to like sit down and kind of like reflect a little bit. And then I'm like, oh, what am I doing? Then the mirror kind of comes up and you kind of look at yourself and you go, ugh. Like, why are you acting like that?
Yeah, it took a lot of some time for me to really, analyze and really figure out, because I look back at my high school self or basically pre-college, even freshman year of college. I had this, riding on my high horse. I was I hate to say this, but I feel like I need to say this for context. But just know that I'm saying this for context, and not to say, look at me, look at how brilliant I am. No, I graduated with a 4.1 GPA, a 4.18 GPA from high school, and I was a top 10 in 3 of my 4 years out of my high school. I just missed the top 10 by like, I don't know how much, my senior year. But I look back at those days, and I'm glad of the accomplishments that I was able to achieve, but at the same time, I hated the person I was, just because I was that person that's like, you don't understand this? Like what's wrong with you? Kind of, or like, I had ego. I wasn't very well known, I wasn't very prominent in my high school, but like secretly I had this, I forget what the something complex, I forget what it's called, but like I had this high ego of like, oh, I'm smart, like, you should be smart too, or like, you don't understand. Like, I was very book smart and not life smart at all, like at all, because I didn't have friends or anything like that. And so that's why I kind of feel like at the same time, some of the people that I find here at the university, do they actually have friends? Have they actually interacted with people? Luckily for me, I've had the opportunity to interact with many, many people over the past 5 years, and have been able to grow my intellect that way. I'm 22, and I've said that, I know, what are friends? Engineers don't have friends. We're scared of people. Like, that's the thing. That's probably why my GPA is so bad, is because like I don't have the personality of an engineer. I was talking with somebody, a Twitch streamer, and I was in her Discord, and she was talking to me afterwards, after the stream ended, and she was kind of bothered because one of her Twitch viewers said, bonitas tetas, which basically, if you don't understand Spanish, it says nice tits is what it was. And she was a little bit bothered by that, but I don't remember the exact details of the conversation, but more of it was from what she got out of it, because I was saying, like, I understand, people are gonna be that way, but like, if it's repetitive behavior in your chat, like, I wish people would understand, like, you can't be doing this. You can't be saying nice tits, or like, God, what I would do to you, I would split you right open, or whatever, like all. Yeah, or like, girl, like you say you can catch these hands, but can you catch these balls? Like, all this other, all these other like, geez, no, like, got to be more respectful about these things. And she was also venting.
By all means, though, do it in this.
Yeah,
it's okay with us too.
we try to promote a positive environment, but also at the same time, like we can be joking about it too. Right. As created by a lot of the lore. God, I fucking show my ass on stream. So but she was talking about a lot of other things, like she was talking about relationships too. One of her friends was like borderline in an abusive relationship, and I was saying a lot of these things, well, it's all about tolerance. She was saying like, I wish this girl would just leave him or whatever. I said, well, it's all about tolerances too. Like she has to decide, how much can she take, and where is that line? Where is the line? And is she willing to tolerate and stuff like that? And that wasn't just the only conversation, but the entire conversation she came from about. Like, she's like, "How old are you again?" I'm like, "I'm 22." She's like, "You're really mature for a 22-year-old."
Yeah.
And like, I look at the age, and I always say like, "Man, I'm old," because I do feel old, not just physically, but like mentally, I feel old too. But like, when I say the number like 22, like 22 actually isn't. 22 is actually scarily young. But I don't feel 22 at all. And when I was 18, and I was always somewhat mature. I'm a lot more mature now. But when I was in high school, I was told that, or when I graduated high school, you are an 18-year-old, or you're a 40-year-old stuck in an 18-year-old's body.
Wow.
So
it's a compliment.
That's called pedophilia right
there. That's so stupid.
Had to make the joke.
You're like, yeah, dude, you're mature, CircleHerk, and then you make that joke, and I like kills.
I am mature. I'm mature in the fact that I would say like, I used to tell.
Not you, me. Like you called me mature, and then you
use this because I used to say this too. Use this for yourself. Like I'm mature. Like I can act 12 years old, or I can act like a 69-year-old. And they go, why 69? There's a 12-year-old. So, and I still do that. Like even in my class discords, somebody's like, give me a number. I go 69. Like sometimes I have to refrain myself because anytime somebody says give me a number, my brain immediately goes 69, 69, 69. And sometimes like, I can't say this right now in the class discord. Like, and luckily one of my class discords has gotten really, really lax. So like, we send it in memes in there. But it's all, I've had the blessing, and I'm not a religious man by anything, but I've been, I don't know what other word to use other than blessed, or just lucky to have the opportunity that I've been able to, with my experience, the people that I've dated, the people that I've worked with, the people that I've communicated with, the people that I've had on this podcast, and where I grew up in a very diverse community. I've had the opportunity to, understand different cultures, aspects of life, different age ranges, and all those other things. So and you accomplish that with communication. So that's why I value that, and this will go back to why I don't block people, why I don't mute people or anything like that, because communication is one of those things that I feel like we need that doesn't really happen. If you have a gripe with somebody, you don't just block. Yeah, nice. You don't just like block and forget about them forever or anything like that. You communicate and try to resolve differences. You may not forget, you may not forgive, but at least you communicated and made it. The meme, there was an attempt. Not a meme, but seriously, there was an attempt.
Yeah.
And that's I feel like has been lost in the social media age.
Oh,
I'm saying this as, when social media was prominent, I was probably like 6 years old, but
yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
You were definitely
it's like a dying art. You were talking about comedy being a dying art. Well, yeah, just communication in general, I think is just like, I think because it's inconvenient, and I think it maybe people don't like people like they prefer short convenience to long truths. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'd also add in there that people, because our world moves so fast, that
Right.
people can't handle long-term, I don't want to use the term relationships, but like connections, I guess, or conversations. I don't know, like people just have to constantly be moving on with their life.
Yeah.
In today's society, because of how fast the world moves. Not, rotational speed of the earth, but the just how life in general, and it's also the expectations of us too. The expectations of us have been, to be more efficient with a lot of things, more productive, and less distracted. But
Mud says commitment is hard, and he's absolutely right. But that's what makes it so great.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Hard work. It's hard for a reason. The payoff is normally better than just being sediment.
for a lot of things, not always the case, but yes.
Yeah.
I don't really, I'm not a life expert. I'm not I didn't graduate with a degree in philosophy, or I haven't even graduated college yet.
Aha.
I'm this is why we call it the Underqualified Podcast. I'm underqualified to talk about a lot of the things I say on here on stream. But I hope they make sense. I hope they make sense to some people.
Right.
Because there's a lot of just refusal out there to understand different points of view, especially now.
Right. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like it's convenient, like short people prefer short conveniences.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just want to move on. Like, I'll just say whatever you want. Like, I'll think whatever you want me to think. Like, let's just get out of here. Other than like, no, we're going to sit down. We're going to have this long drawn out conversation. It might be, we might have to take the gloves off. I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and I'm going to listen to what you have to say. But by the end of it, it's not going to be fun. But by the end of it, I'm going to have a completely different understanding about where Jason's coming from. And he will either know where I'm coming from and we can move forward from that, or then maybe you can decide whether or not you want to continue communicating with this person. But don't just shut somebody down because you disagree with like a one little thing or whatever. Find out why you do. You don't have to change somebody's mind, or whatever.
No, the goal. That's the problem too. Like, people don't know how to communicate either. They go in with the mindset of like, I'm gonna change this person's mind.
Yeah.
You don't. You can't. Don't be like what's his Crowder? What's his name? I don't know.
Steven Crowder.
Is that his name? Ethan Crowder? The whatever something whatever. Changed my mind. That means
Steven Crowder.
Yeah, Steven Crowder. Yeah, like you can't be him. You can't be.
Right.
If you are really going into a conversation, expect, like, if you go into, say you're talking with I don't know, an ex or whatever like that, and you still like them or whatever that, you can't go in. You shouldn't be going into that conversation and be like, I'm gonna change your mind. I'm gonna change your mind, thinking that it was a mistake that you left me.
Yeah.
So that's just only one example. It's a very poor example, but it's just one example of. It's the first example that came to my mind.
I would say you would. Personally, I've changed my mind on a lot of things going into some like conversations where I think more times than not, like if I go into a conversation being like, I've got a really good argument here and this is really going to change their mind, 9 times out of the 10, my mind is the one that gets changed. Because this is the tool right here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not this. I know that's cliche.
It's not down here either.
Oh, that's a tool.
It's not the right tool though. Not the right. It's not the right tool. It's
Speaking of tool,
ma'am, I do my own plumbing.
Did you? This is really gonna change subjects here, but I have to ask you this before we leave. because you showed records one time. Are you a Nine Inch Nails fan?
I am a Nine Inch Nails fan.
Are you a Tool fan?
I also like Tool. 10,000 Days is one of my top 10 favorite records I've ever heard.
So do you like are you a Maynard fan? Like, do you like his other projects?
I don't really know much about is it Pucifer? I don't know.
I don't know if it's like
I don't know how to pronounce it, but
did you see the new video?
I think it showed up on recommended, but I don't think I watched it.
So yeah, this just dropped it says 3 days ago. I just saw this last night. I didn't realize that was one of his bands, first of all.
Yeah, he's got that and Perfect Circle.
Right. I know about Perfect Circle. They've got, dude, one of the prettiest songs ever. Recommendation time with CircleHerk. A Perfect Circle, Eat the Elephant, the song. I know the record's called that, but the title track of that record is so pretty. It's like it's what you would expect for like that type of band. But oh my God. Anyway, so I knew I was coming on here tonight. This was last night. Bullet Train to Iowa.
Yep, it showed up on recommended. I never I don't think I clicked on it. I kind of skimmed through it, but I didn't actually fully listen to it.
There's an intro that's like
it's like a 9-minute video, I believe.
Right, it's 9:38, and the intro's like him acting. So it's like they do a bit of a skit. But yeah, I was gonna pick your brain about that. I don't know anything about this band. I'm not a huge Tool. I am. I'm not a huge Tool fan. I'm not a huge Maynard fan. I do like some of his music. Just not the majority of it. The stuff that's good for me is really good, and the other stuff I'm like, I don't get it. But I thought that was interesting because I was like, well, what? Bullet Train to Iowa, and it's not what you think it is. They trick you. So yeah, if you haven't heard it, you haven't heard it. We'll talk about it later.
I'll have to listen to it either tonight or sometime this weekend.
I was like, what do you have connection with Iowa? I'm like, I'm going on this podcast tomorrow. We're going to talk about this. I guarantee you, Jason without an A is going to know about it, but
nope,
not yet.
Didn't listen to it. The only I'm not like super like you. I'm not a huge Tool. I'm not a huge Tool fan. But when Fear Inoculum came out, like that was like mind blowing. It wasn't just when Fear Inoculum came out. It's when their songs showed up on YouTube and Spotify. That's when like it was like the equivalent of Radiohead, because I also like Radiohead too. It's like the equivalent of Radiohead putting their songs on YouTube and Spotify, because like it's these artists that
Mud, are you making fun of me, or should this be a segment?
I think he's saying it's a segment, just like how everybody, like every guest has their segment, or like how Finn has the anime of the week.
Right,
yours is probably like song of the day or something like that.
CircleHerk's song of the week.
For you, honestly, if you haven't listened to 10,000 Days, not the album, because you don't have to listen to the entire album. The song, because it's like I think it's called Wings for Marie and 10,000 Days. I think it's like it's two different songs. I think one of them's called, I think the first part's called Wings for Marie. The second one is called 10,000 Days. But you have to listen to those because it's like it hits hard. It hits hard on the level that Videotape by Radiohead hits hard, or by some songs by NF, or like current artists, or Bad Bunny. Artists that I'm not entirely familiar with because I listen to older types of music, and by older I mean like on what I have on the radio. I have I have the Bus FM on my radio, like in the car, and when I'm listening to music casually, I listen to I Pearl Jam. I've 10 is also one of my favorite albums. Pearl Jam's 10. God, dude, their unplugged MTV unplugged performance. Like I listened to that right before I went into college, right before I came to Ames. I'm like, damn, that MTV unplugged performance is so good.
Was it good? I didn't see that.
It's so good, man. Like really,
I stopped
really
at Nirvana. I was crying, so I couldn't.
I don't think it could top Nirvana. I don't think anything could top Nirvana's Unplugged.
It's pretty good.
I almost bought a record, the Unplugged record, because I sometimes I go on a vinyl shop thingy, even though vinyl's expensive, man. Unfortunately, it's unfortunately expensive, but one of those things. But like, I don't know, I like music a lot because it's one of the things that I use to pass the time. It's also one of the things where I get inspiration with a lot of my creativity, with a lot of the things I do. I was in the process of actually writing and creating a film that was entirely by music. Never happened because, what do I know about making a film and stuff. But I don't know. I like 13 Step. If you know Perfect Circle, 13 Step, that's the only album that I've actually listened through. I like Perfect Circle not because of Maynard, but I like Josh Freese, the drummer. I'm one of those people that's like, I'm not the face. I don't pay attention to the face. I pay attention to the people behind there too. Mm-hmm. So I pay attention to the bassist, like for a lot of these things. I pay attention to the drummer, like Stephen. Not Stephen Copeland, is it? I think it is Stephen Copeland, drummer for the Police.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, like he's one of my favorite drummers because he's actually a percussionist too. Like, and he composed the Spyro soundtrack. So I mean, God, nice. If you compose music for video games and you're a popular artist, I already approve.
Right.
Like Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails made the Quake soundtrack. I don't know, just a lot of those things that I enjoy. I enjoy these tidbits if you blend the two. It's really cool for me.
I love that.
Really cool for me
I love that you listen to The Bus too. That's hilarious.
Oh man, The Bus. I used to.
It's great, right?
I used to listen to KGGO.
Oh, do you listen to KURE at all, or is that too
what
indie?
What's is that 103.3?
It's the student.
Oh, no, I don't listen to. Even though I've had it on, it's been on at my old job before.
They've gotten so obviously it's college radio, like it's very like new school shit, but like they started to introduce like old school stuff. Dude, I heard Bowie. I've never heard this Bowie song on, and I was like, this is rad. And then I got into like a huge rabbit hole.
I'll have to listen to it then.
There must be like a time slot where they do it, so I'll have to figure that out. But
I was surprised.
I couldn't believe it.
I was surprised when my only experience with Cure was when I was working and they had Cure on, and I heard Everything in Its Right Place by Radiohead. It's a song from 2000. Like, what is it?
No, they'll go back. Yeah,
I'm like, what are they doing playing? This is college radio. They don't play this stuff. Like, college students don't listen to. Popular college students don't listen to Radiohead.
Right.
So it was confusing.
I love that channel. That was one of the, coming from where I come from, that was great to have that like indie station, like college station, whatever. And then it's like, okay, now I'm getting older. Now I'm not that into it. And now they're starting to play older stuff, like, and it's like B-side stuff too. So it's like I said,
gems.
I know Bowie, but like I'd never heard whatever song that was. It's fucking incredible.
How well do you know Bowie? Or how
I mean, I never met him,
Bowie?
But like,
not like that.
If we had a David Bowie fan in the room, they would consider me a poser Bowie fan. But I know, I know a handful of tracks, and I have a couple of his records on my phone that are just amazing. It's like the stuff that like isn't the bigger Bowie stuff is like incredible. I'm like, that's Bowie. Like, it's obviously his voice, but the stuff that he does with like acoustic guitars, sign me up for that shit.
His 90s albums are really weird, but they're
I think once he was doing Dance Magic,
he went industrial.
Yeah.
And
well, first he went what was that movie, The Labyrinth, where he was the bad guy?
I don't know much about Bowie. My only experience with Bowie is Space Oddity. I guess he made a song he made a song called Fashion, and one of the lyrics is beep beep. So there's that, and also the Black Star album.
Is that right before he died?
Yeah, that was right before he died. I saw that at Barnes and Noble in Coralville. That was a few months ago, though. I don't know if they still have it. Has a record of it. I'm like, I gotta go and get that record. Even though
Is it good?
Black Star, I listened to a few songs from Black Star, and Black Star is just a
Queen Bitch is the name of the song
Queen Bitch
by Bowie that they played on KURE, and I was like, this is right up old CircleHerk's alley.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Bowie. I only know Bowie really from Space Out Bob Ross.
Yeah, he
Bob
used
Ross
to talk.
bobblehead. I have to ask, have you seen the Mountain Dew commercial?
Yes.
I need to know your thoughts on it, on them either impersonating Bob Ross or using Bob Ross as a...
Did they? I guess I didn't pay too close attention. Is it an impersonator?
I don't know for sure. But
Well, obviously, he's not saying anything about Mountain Dew, so the voice is...
the voice is dubbed, but like...
Right. I don't care. Oh, but I got to tell you this. Speaking of that, we recently bought that Stimmy came through. You know what I'm saying? And we went out.
Because you're not a college student.
No.
Yeah, so you actually get one.
We got a couple Stimmies, and we needed a new TV for the bedroom, and so Kathy went out and bought a Roku, just like, whatever, no big deal, but a smart TV. Roku has channels, like their own specific channels that come with it, and the Bob Ross channel is one of them. And I'm one of those freaks that actually has ASMR, and not in a creepy way, like I have it, like for real.
So wait a minute, you're like the... Oh wait, no. Oh, I already crushed this one, but like that.
I'm more of a voice guy. I
like the
yeah.
little bit of voice about this.
It's not bad.
But do I really need to go? Do I need to do the whole thing?
I could die. There's a whole fucking channel.
Ethan knows about it, apparently. He says he's watching
ASMR or the channel.
The channel.
Yeah. Oh man, we ruined an entire day. We were just like, like it was amazing. So yeah. So to answer your question, fuck Mountain Dew. No, I don't care.
I don't know. It's just my whole thing of like the protected individuals. Like Mr. Rogers is a protected individual. Bob Ross is a protected individual, in my opinion. Like,
yeah.
And I would go as far as Tom Hanks now is a protected individual for me, in my opinion. Yeah. So like, I don't know, using Bob Ross to like or sell your product is like,
yeah. Do you know he had like pet squirrels?
I did not know about this.
Well,
I wonder if they painted Happy Little Trees too.
Level. The squirrels?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's where you got the idea. They came down, like whispered, like,
trees.
Make sure the trees are happy. And he's like, okay, I will.
It's like, God damn it, Bob, I'm tired of living in trees that are very angry. We got to make them happy.
So last week, I think we wrapped up around midnight 30 around, and then you and I like talked till like 2:00 in the morning. I would like to apologize for that.
No need.
I had a few Trulies coursing through my veins, and I remember looking down at the time and being like, "Oh my God, this poor kid."
No, it's not anything. I'm a college student, and the way the semester has gotten, I've been up basically until 5:00 every single day, so it's not that big of a deal.
I just couldn't imagine. I'm looking at it right now. It's almost 1:00.
I woke up at the good thing about it is that I only have one class on Fridays, and also the same thing with Tuesdays. I only have one class, or not Tuesdays, Thursdays. I need to sleep. You know what? I do need to sleep too, but sleep has been a weird thing. Ethan, and this is something I haven't talked about, but like during the pandemic, I could not sleep. I could not sleep until like consistently I was staying awake until 5, and then waking up at like when I would fall asleep, I'd wake up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I hated it. And there were times where like I would stay up until noon because I just could not sleep. It was awful. But so I still haven't completely. I've gotten a lot better about that, but I haven't completely shaken it. Was that a voicemail?
Yeah, no, every time you say Ethan, I just think of this.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
From now on, Ethan, with love from Michelle Obama to you.
I'm proud of you, Ethan. Actually, why are you, Ethan? I appreciate you being here and supporting the stream, but at the same time, I do wonder, like, man,
I appreciate you being here and supporting the stream. But
shit, so sorry.
that's my stream. We're glad that
Michelle is so proud of you, Ethan.
Wow, Ethan.
Wow, Ethan.
Wait, hold on.
I used to really, really like H3, and now I kind of hate him.
Wow, Ethan. Whoa. I need to have a Siri voice or like a AI machine like, well done.
Oh, wow.
Your dinner has been served. I need to get my English accent back, but I'm never going back to London.
You what?
Fucking what, mate?
You fucking what, mate?
What, mate? Oh, Danji. Go with Leicester?
My best friend, one of my best friends, used to be dating a girl from London, and I mean, like her dad moved to Des Moines, and so she lived in Des Moines.
Fuck?
And that's how they were dating.
of all the places to relocate to from London, you go to Des Moines?
Well, whatever. I don't know. Des Moines. And so we were all cool, but then we would go to parties, and you could just tell her soul was like deflating because an English young woman at a party in central Iowa is just billions and billions of folks going, say this, now say that.
Oh, yeah.
How do you say
yeah.
this? And she's just like, good God. Like,
I feel bad for her. I do feel bad.
I remember like pulling her aside and be like, just hang out with me for a while. And she's like, what's happening? I'm like, you look like you need a fucking break, dude. Like, you have to like fucking perform for these cowboys.
My consultant for England and everything English is no longer with me, and I don't have any. I have no way of contacting them for anything, which is a damn shame. But I would have asked them because they actually studied abroad in London, so they actually knew the culture. And I'm like, what were parties like over there then? Because they used to go to the club frequently, and so I'm wondering what's the environment like there over there. Unfortunately, we had a falling out, and no longer. I got hit with the block hammer, so no. There's no way of communicating at all. But it would have been nice, like when I went to London, it would have been so nice to. I need to check out this clip. What is this clip here?
Spicy.
I hope it wasn't ASMR. I really hope it wasn't ASMR.
I'm afraid to click. Can I click this?
I'm loading up here on my slow ass laptop that I have on my third screen over here.
Oh, it is ASMR, isn't it? Maybe not.
He clipped the wow, Ethan. Well, I'll do it. I'll fucking do it again. Wow, Ethan.
You think he's fucking scared? He's not scared.
He's probably thinking that I'm so sleep deprived that like I'm losing my mind. He's dying. You're dying in Buchanan. Actually, Ethan, I saw you one time riding your bike on Lincoln Way. You were going. I believe you were going to the MU. And I was just walking on Lincoln Way one. This was like last semester though, so it was a long time ago. But I just remembered. I'm like, man, I should have said something to him. Or it was either I was walking or I was on a bus. I was on like Red West or something like that, or Red East going. Like, damn, I should have said. I need to meet with you sometime. We need to meet, get together because I'm probably not allowed in Buchanan anymore due to COVID. But I need to. Does Buchanan miss me doing stupid shit in there? I don't know. I feel like the environment's really different with Finn and Anthony gone. I don't know though how your floor would feel about me doing stupid shit in Buchanan because I used to circle for context. I used to after volleyball games. I worked with somebody that would. He's a successful weatherman now. Really props to him. I'm really proud of him. Like, well, I'm saying that as like I'm a dad or something. I am proud of him. He's a successful veteran in North Carolina. But I worked with him, and Finn and I used to go to volleyball games, and they all lived on the same floor. So I was kind of just integrated into the Buchanan bunch, and I would go there occasionally in the middle of the week. By the way, not on weekends, in the middle of the week, go there and just do stupid shit. Like the things I would do I would walk around Buchanan with a mouthful of whipped cream, just like walk around like this. Like, I don't know. You are everybody's parent now, yeah, because you are a CA. Hopefully we can get together sometime. I assume because you are a very smart dude, I assume that you will be on internship over the summer. So, unfortunately, if you aren't, let me know. I believe you have my phone number. If you don't have my phone number, just reach out to me on Twitter or Snapchat or OnlyFans or whatever. It's free content for CircleHerk because you already won, but he already won with the cake.
I've already seen it.
You have already seen it. Well, it's nice that we have 3 viewers here now. After I actually saw my old roommate. So somebody that I'll briefly mention them. They were a big supporter of the show for season 1. They haven't really popped in here since because they work, they're busy. But he's also my old roommate, and I was surprised that he was here at the beginning of the show, so I appreciate him for showing up. But I also know that his girlfriend probably wasn't too fond of him watching me because of the thing that the whole remember I said like personal details were shared. Yeah, that's why. I did not appreciate her sharing some details, but then again, that's that could be the fault of. Who I don't know whose fault it is. Here's me going against my whole like communication thing. Like how I said like, oh, communicate with people to understand. I haven't communicated with them since, just because I don't know.
Right.
I'm busy. Even though I probably should. I probably should.
That's important too. Like take time when you need it. Mm-hmm. When you need time, take it. But like,
yeah. I just wasn't happy. I think it's completely understandable to be upset. Like, holy crap! Like that's my personal life. And if you know more about my personal life than I do my own, that's a big red flag, red X.
Fill me in at least.
Steve Harvey strike. Like, fill you in. Okay, so.
No. I mean, if you know more about my life, help me.
Oh
out.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
It was this weird thing also that was like, we were in a Discord, and I said, "Why'd you leave the Discord?" Because like she actually like left the Discord. Why are you in the Discord? Like, oh, because like you two were dating, and then when you two broke up, like I left, but then I realized you're still my friend too, so I rejoined. I'm like, okay, we're going that route. It was probably an overreaction by me, just because it re-triggered some old trauma that I didn't really realize were still there. I don't really need to go into that because I don't think anybody really cares about that. But it's those things will happen. The brain's weird. It will things that you feel like you've forgotten will come back in weird ways. Like if you go to Hy-Vee or something like that. Biggest thing I've taught. I know somebody that their fiance passed away from cancer a couple years ago, and they told me that the Johnson Hy-Vee they can never go to, just because they just break down in tears. I hope they can now, but when I was talking with them, like they were like, man, like that's tough, man.
Yeah,
like I can't identify with that on that level because I'm not engaged or anything like that, but I imagine that you and Ethan would be able to because you guys are actually engaged and actually
right
are in have relationship buddies.
We're buddies.
That used to be my term for I felt weird saying the word girlfriend or boyfriend, so I used to tell people like, oh, do you have a relationship buddy?
Dude, every time I tweet about Kathy and I have to type out the word fiance instead of girlfriend, I like shake a little bit.
Are you recently engaged?
We've been engaged for a year, but it feels when you say like my fiance, I don't know, it just feels weird. It feels like you're showing off. It feels like I'm wearing the I donated t-shirt. You know what I mean? Like that's how I feel.
Is it because the fiance has the little accent So you
It's
say
because it's
fiancé.
French. All right, this is
Fiancé.
America town, okay, bub? We speak American.
We drive on the right side of the road.
No, yeah, it's just weird. It's just something I have to like get over.
I don't think it's ever gonna feel normal for you though.
I'd be totally fine with saying my wife. Like that makes more. But fiance, like
Fiancé.
it's something. I'm just like, nah.
My fiancé, we are going to this party with some bougie, je ne sais quoi.
You love it. How long have you been engaged? Mud?
Engaged. What are we going back to the Renaissance? We have to say banished, engaged.
Yes.
Yeah.
How long did you court her? Since November.
That's recent. That's fair. That's 5 months, 6 months.
Yeah, dude, it's gonna get old. Not that it's like a disrespect thing. It's like I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I'm just like, oh god, I just feel it. It feels like very show offy to me.
My fiance. I always thought we were saying my girlfriend, but I always felt weird. Not if wife's happening. Dude, you're getting married next month?
Oh, nice.
I didn't get an invite. That's okay.
COVID weddings are the best weddings because they don't exist. It's just like, hey, we went to the courthouse.
Pixar didn't happen.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know. Weddings are. I saw a tweet say, I think it's from Lil Nas X, said that, like, why can't we just have weddings like every single day? Why can't it just be a one-time thing? Well, weddings are, I'm probably butchering that. I think it was more of like, I don't remember exactly what it was. I don't remember, but forget it because I can't remember. I can't remember it entirely. I wish I could. I probably just butchered everything now. I don't know. Weddings are.
I've only been Lil Nas X who said, "Hey Panini, don't you be a meanie. Thought you wanted me to go. Why you trying to keep me teeny?"
Did he say that?
Did he?
I don't know. The only Lil Nas X song I know is the one where he sampled Nine Inch Nails. Old Town Road.
Yeah, Old Town Road.
Old Town
I was
Road.
going to say, isn't that Old Town Road?
Old Town Road.
Oh, check out Panini. I love that song.
I could use a panini right now. Reddy Core has some good paninis.
I'll tell you what.
Weddings. I got to ask you then. Are you going to have a wedding? Or is that too personal?
No. If we do, it'll be very like low key. We are always planning on. Kathy and I really, really, really don't like weddings. We just don't. We don't like being in them. We don't like being invited to them. So our plan was always to do something very small, like go to the courthouse and then have the reception somewhere. Like have the party's fine
in a barn. You gonna have a barn style?
In a bar or somewhere. But like the being in a church with like
Vegas, the drive-through
hundreds of your family. Well, yeah, we talked about Vegas. We talked about Vegas for real. I think her parents did that.
It's American Airlines 40th anniversary or like or something about that. Like they're holding some really good deals.
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah, no. We haven't really decided, but it'll be pretty. I think it would be low key. That's just kind of our style. We don't really, because weddings, it's like you invite like your best friends to be in the wedding, and then you're making them pay like hundreds of dollars to be in your wedding. You got to buy suits, you got to buy gifts, you got to like have hotel rooms, you have to like rent like venues and shit. And then it's like, whose wedding is this, dude? What the fuck? Like, why am I paying for all this?
I want to gripe about that. My brother's wedding. They should have gotten a wedding planner, I think. While I'm not saying I wasn't happy with the wedding. I was happy with how it went out, but I just think it would have gone a lot smoother if they had a wedding planner. There was a lot of, I was the best man.
Better man.
Can't find a better man. I probably did that voice wrong. She is in college.
It was good. It was good.
So I was the best man. I didn't get a save the date. I didn't even get a wedding invitation. My parents had to tell me like when the wedding was, And like I really didn't know anything about the wedding until like, so his fiance asked me to compose the music.
Whoa.
Yeah, compose the music and find musicians to, because I have connections from when I was in orchestra, and I got that done. I composed, like, she wanted the soundtrack to. Yes, fun fact about me, Ethan, I do compose music. I don't know, I haven't composed in a very long time, but like I think actually the last time I actually composed music, like actually like for strings or formal stuff, was actually for the wedding. Had me do a Kingdom Hearts theme and some other things and stuff like that. It was a massive favor. Especially she wanted to walk out to Dearly Beloved, which was the Kingdom Hearts theme. And if you don't know what Kingdom Hearts is, it's a video game. I've never actually played Kingdom Hearts, so I can't really say. And when she asked me to do it, and I was in the process of doing it, it was hard. It was hard for me to do it at that time. I had to take a break from composing, and I did it after after my semester was over. But it was during a weird time of like, the relationship that I was in was having a lot of problems. There were some issues. I remember distinctly. One of my sister's friends called me right before I went into an exam, saying like, "Hey, you need to check up on your sister. Like your sister, might not be doing well." And so like it was, and then having to compose "Dearly Beloved," it's kind of a sad song. It was a kind of a weird song to walk out to because it's kind of sad and sorrowful. God, man, like it was hard. It was hard for me to try and arrange this, and for two different versions of it, one with piano, one not with piano, just because I couldn't get a pianist. And I did all that stuff. I was able to arrange these, compose the music and get some musicians together. The musicians, even though we didn't use the composed stuff because it was just, we couldn't find a pianist, or the pianist, we had a pianist, but he was a jazz pianist. And it was like, I think like a few days before the rehearsal of the wedding, he backed out of it, saying, "Yeah, this isn't like, I thought it was just going to be something else. This isn't really my style of music." And so like, okay, like I was like scrambling trying to find a pianist. And like, okay, we're trying to do all this stuff, and that was the biggest thing for me, was like finding the musicians and creating the music and doing the music and stuff like that. And I didn't see the venue until wedding day, so I didn't know where to have the musicians set up. It was kind of crazy. There was a lot of anxiety from a lot of people, just making sure it's trying to go well and stuff like that. It did end up going well. Everybody has that, but God, man, the stress of like actually making sure everything. I have kind of like an event planner. I'm behind the scenes, like making sure everything runs well, making like with a lot of things I do, like even with this podcast. Yep, we are still going, Dylan. Welcome back.
Damn, son.
Where'd you find this? It's the same thing with like this podcast. Like I try to make sure it goes well and everything like that. So like my event planner kind of thing with the whole like wedding was like, I was really stressed out during that period of time, because I was trying to make sure I wanted it to be successful. I wanted it to be good. It is the real Dylan Sainer. Welcome in, Ski Dap. Well, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope everybody's enjoying this Thursday, now Friday morning. Season 2 finale. Maybe we'll go 6 hours. Maybe we'll go all night.
That's here for us. That's here for us. Hello, Ski Dap. You missed it. We've been doing that for everybody. When everybody came into the chat, we're singing their praise. Right, Jason? Just lie to him. Just tell him.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Miss Lewinsky.
Got too big.
Fuck yeah.
But that was, somebody please clip that though. That was actually pretty cool.
Did it work? Did you hear noises?
The first part of it was a little bit cut. Like I don't know what was. It was weird. Like it just wouldn't come through. Like it was coming in bits. But the second half of it was like all of it came through. So that was actually really cool. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of your guitar playing skills. That's the problem. Like I'm more of like a composer than I'm really a performer anymore, which is kind of sad.
Oh, I was actually going to do 2 things, but I backed off of it because it was kind of like I was running out of time. But I was going to try to make a logo for the Untitled Underqualified podcast to put up instead of the purple U, which I do still like the purple U. I think it should just stay there. I didn't do that, and then I was going to make a theme song but not just because I like your intro music and outro music. But a CircleHerk version theme song where it's sped up and it sounds like a chipmunk or whatever. And then I thought maybe next time we do a regular episode, if we ever do a regular episode with Finn and everybody, and it's a CircleHerk guest episode, we could do a live version of a CircleHerk video that I can record and do all the things I need to do live, and then we can release that out with the video, or at least on the Twitter end, because that's easy. I do that anyway. Mm-hmm. We have because like right now we could say enter requests.
I found out the hard way,
and then I could play one.
Yeah, yesterday I found out the hard way that Twitter has a limit of 2 minutes and 20 seconds on videos.
Is it 220?
It's 220, which is kind of weird because I don't know how Cyclone Athletics was able to put out a 5-minute video the other day. I don't know where it else goes, but Dylan, I remember you saying something about the credits song. Were you actually serious when you said that got you hype? And if so, would you like me to create music for you? Because I have an interest in creating music for some people if they want. Also, give me some rep, like when you get drafted, or if you get drafted. I don't know which you prefer. I don't know if you prefer if or when. Whatever. It would be kind of cool for me to say, oh yeah, I create music for an NFL player. How is this our preview? Because with the times right now, it's very weird times we live in. Everybody's up late. I'm up late because my mind keeps me up late. I like that mindset. I really hope. I hope you make it to the Green Bay Packers. God,
this is Jason's.
Yeah. Is that Plush by Stone Temple Pilots?
Nope.
No.
I'll give you a hint. All right. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? It's Britney Spears, idiot.
See, that's what I don't. If you play Lightning Crashes, I can recognize that.
That song's dope. Don't make fun of that song.
I'm not making fun of it. It's a great song. Jason,
hold on. Let me get this. Don't make fun of that fucking. Don't make Jason.
It's a great song. I like it. I like it a lot. I can feel it coming back again. So Ski Dap, I think, is wanting Dylan to do New Orleans Saints.
I hope he makes the Chicago Bears so I can buy a jersey.
I'm sad that the link is dead for the Draft Dylan Sainer shirt.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the draft hasn't happened yet. I wonder. I think Ryan was the one behind it, around the corner. I think that needs to be lost my train of thought because the chat thing kind of, I don't know. Sometimes I look at chat and I read it and I lose my train of thought of what I'm doing. What is he?
Don't leave. It's just getting good.
What is he streaming?
Yeah.
Well, that's my question. What are you streaming? Would it be the NFL draft or your 1v1? Because I don't know if your 1v1 has happened yet. I don't know. But man, I am saying we hop on just like you guys and stream it. Oh, so make your own podcast? I mean, Skeetap has not told me that he's left the podcast. If Skeetap says he leaves the podcast, this podcast is done. Like,
breaking news: the podcast is dead.
If it is, if that's I'm gonna get serious here. Like, if Skeetap decides to leave the podcast, there is no Underqualified Podcast. Oh, you mean like actually get into the? It's the season 2 finale. Why not?
Bring him in.
Why not? I think you have permissions to be in here. I think.
Good, because I'm gonna pee. Don't kick me out. I can't miss this.
I am going to kick you out.
You won't. Because if you do,
you're in timeout. You're in timeout.
Don't, dude. Come on, bro. Because we had a thing. Remember when I sang you the song? I'll be right back.
I don't know how I can do this by myself now, man. I'm all by myself. It's weird. It's weird. If you're hopping on, hop into Discord. It's the season 2 finale. Let me snag a Coke. Is it the new Coke? Old Bill. Actually, I probably shouldn't be making that joke because Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby, bad man. Not Stephen A. Smith, bad man. He's just a bad man. Dylan, though, I don't know if you're allowed to say this, though. I would want to know. Oh, you don't have permission? Hold up. Let me fix that real quickly. Hold on. Still trying to get this in here. All right, Dylan, try now. I think you should have permission now. Open Gangnam Style. That was a bad joke.
All right, hold on a second. Let me see.
This is the first time I'm actually hearing Mr. Dylan Sainer, the big PP.
Let's see.
This is
Look
here. It is.
There. Hey, Skeetap, you see that right there?
Here it is. Here it is. The sexiest bald man alive.
That's right. I haven't shaved in a while. It's growing back.
What the hell,
wow.
CircleHerk?
Circle's gonna flex on me with all the hair.
Let's go, bro. You want some of this?
There he is.
The Dylan Sainer.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at us all, guys.
Wow, you're AJ Corver 71? Wait, it doesn't show. You're muted, Jason.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
I didn't know I muted myself by accident. I muted myself on stream also. I said, Circle, you know how I said earlier before the show, I said we're doing it live? This is when we're doing it live. I'm just going to name this scene Orgasm. Because I don't know how
What
else.
did you think was going to happen, Boo? I mean, this is the finale.
It is the
And now
finale.
we've got a fin. We're putting the fin in finale, baby.
Oh, that's the title.
Hey, there it is. Yeah, it's the finale. Yeah. Dude, I'm a big fan
this
of
one?
the.
Ah,
I
yeah,
don't even
there
know
we
what
go.
I don't
Yeah.
even know what the symbol's called that the Saints use, but I'm a big fan of it in the background there.
Yeah, that thing's made out of metal. It's solid.
Dude, is it? That's sick as hell. I love that.
There's so much. I got it. Should we even tweet this out? Like, what's going on right now? This
The
is.
show just evolved.
It
baby.
did. This is the first
not
time
showing
we've had
my-
4 people on.
It's not showing my cool mic on the camera though. I gotta like.
Oh,
I see it.
It's on-
I see
Oh,
you.
the HyperX, Mike.
Damn.
Yeah,
Look at that. Whoa. Dude, big titty streamer over here.
that's right. Look, it's on an arm and everything.
oh man,
Wow.
dude! If you want to take my place, you can gladly take my place.
Yeah, Jason and I can leave. This is bullshit.
I'm sitting over here with this blue snowball microphone on the stock stand that it has.
Yeah, so when I got this one, I actually read up. I don't know. The reviews on like the Yeti stuff was kind of whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of, it depends. I got the Yeti X just because, kind of like with my Logitech G Pro headphones, I was like, I like the ability to kind of like custom tune everything. So like, I like to think that I have kind of a deeper voice. It's
Then
not.
Then I throw my little podcast doohickey on
Ooh.
there. Yeah.
The pop filter.
Ooh, the hot filter. Dude, I like the wind filter because it's fuzzy. So I'm just like sitting here like, yeah. It's like petting a rabbit all the time.
I am adding in overlays as we speak. What is going on? CircleHerk. I hope I remembered that scene is called Orgasm and it's just 4 people. It's not just, like my OnlyFans scene.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I need to how am I gonna fit chat in here? Where's chat gonna
I
go?
don't know.
Oh,
how
dude,
to-
fuck the chat. We got Dylan fucking Sainer on right now.
I need to create an
Oh,
overlay for
my,
him.
we get that. I don't even know my Twitter.
It's at Dylan Sainer. Easy.
That's convenient enough. I get that and Instagram mixed up all the time. I'm pretty sure I put it backwards on half the forms I fill out for the NFL.
Oh
Really?
yeah, because you need that stuff.
Yeah, they make you put everything.
No,
They make you put like the last time you took a shit and all kinds of stuff.
Is that a serious thing?
No, but I mean like they're
It's the
It's just
NFL. I could
stupid
believe
shit.
it though.
what was it? We were talking one time and he was all like, yeah, so they asked me like, some stupid questions, and then they got the normal interview questions like, what was the last job you had? Is your mom hot? That kind of stuff.
dude, crazy stuff. Today, one of the questionnaires was like, if you were in a movie theater and you saw fire and smoke, what would you do? Like,
Record it, snap it,
I mean,
put it on your Snapchat story.
pull the fire alarm, find an employee. I don't know, anything like a sensible person would do, I guess.
They're trying to get you to say the whole. Yeah, I get it. The setup is you're not supposed to yell fire in a crowded theater, right?
Maybe.
So it's like that's trying to trick you. It's just trying to fuck up the.
Yeah.
I hope that's what they're going for, because otherwise it's like, what the fuck?
Dude, some of them are tough. Like, what's your biggest failure? Or like, what are you least proud about yourself?
What are you least proud about? The spiral on my path to Chase Allen.
Well, what's he laughing about? What's he laughing? Why is he? I don't like when he's laughing.
This is breaking news.
Oh yeah, Squires got suspended again.
Oh, poor guy.
Oh, man.
Second time on this account.
Oh, I saw this Twitter notification. I'm like, what? Like,
Oh, this is where I fall out, man. I don't know all these burner guys.
you don't need to.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a good thing. It's actually better for your
It's a
mental
good
state.
thing. It's
that
a
you
good thing you don't know Squires. Squires is like my personal enemy. He's the only person I blocked on Twitter ever.
And CircleHerk, you and I were talking about blocking people earlier. That's what I forgot to mention. There are legitimate reasons for blocking somebody. Like if they're they're legitimately harassing you and not leaving you alone.
Yeah. Just because I don't do it doesn't mean nobody else should.
Yeah.
Definitely.
What was the first time I blocked Squires? He harassed me on Facebook with like 30 different accounts.
Sounds like my ex-girlfriend.
Oof. Man, I feel bad for you, man.
Except that your ex-girlfriend probably doesn't have a no contact order against her. or charges of assault and stalking and what was it? He got one for drugs, which was stupid because it's like the dude went on the fucking news to say like, yeah, I went over to Illinois to get legal weed.
He went to near my hometown. That's what makes me feel weird. Is that
it's like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. You're gonna get pulled up on by the cops because straight up you can't have weed in Iowa. So Dylan, okay, I don't know if you've ever answered these questions that I'm about to ask before, but I don't care.
Whoa! Time out.
I've got you on my podcast.
Hey, I'm co-hosting.
Sorry.
It's true. That is true.
So why don't you run them through me first, and then I'll ask.
Sure. So CircleHerk, can you ask him how he ended up being recruited to Iowa State?
You heard him.
Yep. So actually, funny story. I was getting early on in my career, I was getting a lot of mail from Iowa, and
boo.
I was like, Mom, to be honest with you, like, I don't even know where the state of Iowa is. Like, I ain't going there. Like, it was early, like sophomore year. I was like, don't. They wanted my contact information to, go further, whatever. I was like, don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. I don't want to live in Iowa. So funny enough, there we are a couple years later. But so my very first offer was Illinois, and Alex Golish was the tight end coach there.
Oh, Marchie Murdoch could be happy about that.
Yeah, so he had went there from Toledo. The tight end coach did. He was with Campbell and the staff at Toledo. Wow. And then when Campbell and them got hired on at Iowa State, they hired Golish as the tight end coach. And so he called me like, hey, Illinois is going to let your offer stand. I'm going to talk to the guys at Iowa State, and I'll call you back. And then he called me back. It's like, where I offer you to. So that's just how it happened. Paul Rhodes didn't recruit me like before. And then went on, took my first official visit to Ames and canceled all the other ones.
Dude, that straight up, like, that's how I felt when I visited Iowa State. Like, obviously not even close to the same kind of situation as you. Like, I visited Iowa State. It was the last of all of my college visits. It was rainy, it was cold. It was like 30 degrees and raining. Like, who in the hell would think that was a good college visit? I visited Forker. They took me down to the bottom level of Forker. Dirty, dingy. I was like, hell yes, dude. This is the kind of school that I want to be at. This is sick as fuck. And they were bragging about the football team. And I was like, what? They were like, yeah, our football team went like 3-11 last year. But like, we're like really like excited for their future because we just got a new coach. And I was like, what in the hell? Really? And I had this like Chinese exchange student as my tour guide, and she was like, yeah, we've got like a bunch of really good wide receivers and a bunch of really good tight ends, and we're like, it's gonna be great. And I was like, sick.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously my first year on campus was Campbell's first year, so they didn't have much to sell me on. But I don't know, I just believed in those guys, like the coaches, and they're all good dudes. I mean, they won at Toledo. They'll win wherever they go.
No, dude, that's absolutely sick. So, CircleHerk, can you ask Dylan?
Go ahead. Welcome back, Finn, everybody.
So, okay. Can you please tell the Charles P. story? Because, like, people need to know about my man Charles P.
So, man, Chuck loves this story. Actually, we all do. So we had we beat OU in 2017 with Baker, big win, and then 2 weeks later we come back home and beat TCU. They're ranked like 6th, I think, or 5th, something like that, undefeated at the time. We beat them at home. Fans stormed the field, whole big deal, big win. We're kind of on a roll, and Charlie is taking this class. It's like every athlete has to take. It's with one of the academic advisors, and their due date is on Sunday. And Charlie misses an assignment that weekend, and he sends an email to the teacher. And I'm talking like, you guys know, Charlie's a smart guy. This, high vocabulary, like precisely worded email, like a long paragraph about how he had a long weekend due to extenuous extracurricular activities following the win. And so he wasn't able to turn his assignment in on time. And then he signs the email with, "Your humble student, Charles P. Kolar." And then so she sends it to the tight end coach, and he's pissed. He's like ripping Charlie's ass. And then like we're laughing about it. He got pissed at him, but at the same time he's like laughing about it. So I don't know. It's funny now. There's a couple clips of me on the field, calling him Charles P. The P stands for motherfucker.
I started referring to people like somebody would do something and I'd be like, "My man Charles P." Because God, that's just like the funniest.
It's
That's
like
one of the funniest.
so Charlie. There's like,
Oh, it's so good. It's absolutely just so incredible. I absolutely love it.
there's just things that he does that no one else would do. Like if you were thinking about entering the NFL draft and then you waited like 2 weeks after the last game and then rolled out of bed on Sunday morning because our DFO texted you and told you had to tell somebody something, and roll out of bed at like 10 a.m. and just tweet, "I'm coming back next year." Like that's just like, there's nothing more like Charlie than that shit.
'Cause didn't you like tweet out a picture that's like got this long text, like wall of text?
Yeah.
Like every other person does ever.
Yeah.
Like, like right now, obviously basketball season just ended, so you see all of these like big Baylor stars. They're tweeting out these like pictures of wall of text, or they're sending them to somebody to tweet
Right.
out, and it's like okay, yeah, that makes sense. They're thanking everybody, and then here's Charlie. He's just like, "Yeah, man, we're back."
Right. Yeah. It wasn't like, then I was like, Chase and I both did it right after the game. Charlie obviously waited, but like,
Dude, you broke my heart when you tweeted that out.
I mean,
Genuinely.
Yeah, I like had known since I knew all season I wasn't going to come back,
Oh, shit,
especially
dude.
if we got like the full season off.
Dude, every single person that I had talked to all year had been like, "Yeah, everybody's coming back, especially with tight ends." I was like,
Yeah.
I was so stoked all year. I was like, "Damn it!"
It was just like the position, like the role that I have is like really physical. I've had a few surgeries, and it's you only get so many downs on your body. So that was a big part of it. And then obviously talk to like Campbell and the coaches, and like they get feedback all the time. And, Campbell had a lot of good stuff, and he's got a lot of good relationships with like GMs and stuff, like trying to hire him all the time. And so he was like, "Man, like I think it's best if you just go, dude." And I mean, that's a guy that didn't really want to see me go either, and I trust him too. So
I think every team at some point is going to try to hire Campbell, like straight up.
How close?
except for one.
How close was your relationship with Campbell?
It was really close.
And is he like that with like all the players on the team?
Not every single one, but I mean, he's personable. He's definitely a player's coach.
Like he definitely tries to be like the one to talk to you guys.
Yeah, and like
on a personal level.
Yeah, and like the door to his office is always open. You walk
Nice.
in there and sit down at his desk and talk to him anytime you want. Like there's not ever like you ain't got to schedule a meeting or anything. He's just up there hanging out. So I mean that's cool. Like he's definitely closer with some players than others, but I mean he knows every guy on a personal level. He knows like.
Oh no! No!
I don't know. I just got kicked out somehow.
You're good. You're back.
Finn, did you do that?
That was insane.
Finn, did you kick him out?
What?
That was hilarious.
I don't know what's happened.
Wait. Hold on, I can do this.
Got to bring up your soundboard.
I was saying, bro, we got to get a crowd fund going for CircleHerk to get a stream deck.
Oh, dude.
Agree with that.
CircleHerk with a stream deck? That would be absolutely killer.
God, man, you should have used your stimmy on that instead of the Roku TV.
Damn it, man! I've been watching
Bought
Bob
a
Ross.
Roku TV?
Yeah, I bought a Roku fucking TV.
Bob Ross is cool, but you know what's cooler?
Stream decks.
Stream decks, man.
So I gotta ask you, Dylan, how long did you think about entering the draft and how long did you contemplate like this was going to be your last season at Iowa State and how hard of a decision was it for you to make and who did you talk to because did you have anybody advise you on that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, like Campbell was a big one talking to me because he is the direct line to the league. You know, you can kind of get the feel from like how many agents are coming after you, you know, stuff like that. It really wasn't that hard for me just because I was ready to go, like done with school, like I finished my master's. Like, what am I gonna get? You know, you got to take classes to play. So like what?
Yeah.
So I mean, I never really teetered on it at all. You know, coming back was never one of my decisions. So it never I never had to actually make a decision. Love to come back. I love those guys. Love Iowa State. Love, you know, I was team guy for 5 years. At that point, you got to do what's best for you and your future.
As happy as I am for you, because I'm very selfishly gonna call you my friend. God, that breaks my heart so much because like this team was it, man.
Still is. I mean,
we brought in Tyler Moore. He was what a 3-star. Like,
yo, is CircleHerk here?
Did he freeze?
Yo, he's
my
frozen.
God. I think he did freeze.
Dude.
No, it's fine on my end.
That's only the second.
I can hear him.
That's the
We
only
can't
second
see
time
him.
today. I think Finn. I need to boost this server. If my computer engineering course has a boost, has 2 Discord boosts in it. I need to boost this server.
Dude, just buy Nitro.
I didn't get a stimulus check.
Dude. You know what? No, I'm using my boosts elsewhere. I don't want to boost my own server. That's fucking stupid. Dude.
Come on, we use this for the podcast.
Dude, that's
higher quality.
pussy shit. No, that's pussy shit.
I
Come on.
might not be here visually, but I'm here.
You are here mentally and
here.
physically, but not visually. He's back. He's back.
Dude, this year, like the 2021 Cyclones, I'm so excited, right? Because we have Hall, we have Purdy, and like Purdy's obviously not like the greatest quarterback in the country, and I'm never gonna pretend that he is. And like, yeah, you were teammates with him, you're friends with him, all that shit. So I don't expect you to be all like, oh yeah, I fully agree with you.
My favorite story that Dylan has said is that Purdy still has the V card. That's
not even a story. Everyone knows that. I don't know where you guys have been, especially living in Ames.
Especially me living at the quarters too. So
Yeah.
It is definitely the least surprising thing about Purdy, for sure. But, like,
Ethan's like respect.
you know, like Purdy's not like the greatest quarterback in the country, and nobody should be pretending that he is. You know, obviously there are going to be better quarterbacks out there that are more, technically, fundamentally whatever sound. You know, because we've seen Purdy, he threw what, 3 interceptions in the
Against
first half of the Baylor game.
First half, yep.
First quarter, I think.
First quarter.
I mean, it
Man.
was
It might have
stupid.
been. Yeah.
Like it was stupid for somebody that was being hyped up by the national media as a Heisman probable.
I mean, not all they weren't all his fault. There's a lot that goes into an interception, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like there was
I was really
at
proud
least
of the
one
way
of them that was like,
yeah. I was like, one of them was like, Chase's route was a little suspect. The ball was a little bit behind him, and it just happens, football. But like,
yeah. No, and at the end of the day, we won, so I'm not gonna rag on him for that.
Like, I was super proud. Like, it takes a lot, man, on a stage like that to come back a second half and carve up a defense like that. So
I'm pretty sure that all 3 of the interceptions ended up turning into touchdowns, if I remember correctly. So like,
probably.
obviously, for us to come back from at minimum a 14-point deficit,
I mean, that was
huge.
I was frustrating. Like, I was playing really well that game. Like, I was like knocking kids around, and we're like down 21, and I'm like, when you're playing good, you're down 21, it sucks. And then like Kansas State, we're whipping the piss out of them, and I'm not playing that good, and I'm like, God. Like,
I gotta ask you, what's the locker room
You're
environment?
like pissed about it.
What's the locker room environment during that halftime for that Baylor game, or when you guys are actually like not playing well? What's it like?
It's
Is
pretty
it tense
calm.
or
no? It's we try to like just stay even kill the whole time. Like, you have to really, like, the teams that play with too much emotion, they get too high with the high and too low with the lows, and that'll kill you. So we kind of just try to keep it level headed and play the next play. Really, it's like cliche and old school, but
it works?
Yeah.
I always, and obviously I've never competed at the level that you have, but like I always noticed back when I played team sports, when I was younger, back in my prime.
Back in your, what are you, like 21?
Yeah, back in my prime at the ripe age of 17.
You peaked in high school.
Whenever we were up, it was always better to stay, pretty calm, pretty, or no, sorry. Whenever we were down, it was better to stay, calm,
Right.
not get hyped up, because the hype tends to lead to, people don't think of this, but the hype tends to lead to like anxiety. So you kind of get too, focused in on the emotion of it. Like, we're down, I gotta really go. But then when you're up, it's not so much ride the high so much as it's, just ride the wave that you're going on. Like,
Right.
and you can tell this story, but it's kind of like, think of it like Brock Purdy's first game, that he played in, that kind of moment where it's like, you're going, so you got to find a way to keep it going. And if that means punching the lockers at halftime, that's it. Because I remember I was riding the Pine against Scott Catholic out of Omaha.
Well, CircleHerk broke the seal,
one
man. So
game.
he's like out every 5.
I think he was okay. He wasn't going to. I thought he did break the seal.
Lights off. I'm getting
Untitled After Dark.
Getting me a little excited over here.
Damn, I don't know if we can handle this rating.
What is that?
Adam and Eve.
Is this Twitter avatar?
I'm very interested in that. I remember you said when Purdy came in, I think it was the Oklahoma State game in 2018. I remember you said that, because I asked you, what was it like? Well, like, what was the team thinking? Like, oh man, we got this true freshman coming in. Yeah. I know you can never say to me, or publicly, you can never say what it is, but I'm still really interested in it. God, I know you can't say it.
I know, I'll say it. Like, we're going into this game, and Coach Campbell had told us, like, we don't score the first drive, or maybe he'd even said after the first drive, no matter what, we're going to roll with Brock. Yeah, he told us this, like, pregame. I don't even know I can't recall, but I don't even know if he took reps with the ones at practice that week at all. All we had really seen him do is, like, he hadn't been there that long. He wasn't an early enrollee, I don't believe. So, I mean, early in the season, really all he's had is fall camp, and he was with the scout. Like, he was playing in scout scrimmages in fall camp. Like, he was, like, literally the scout team quarterback. And, like, he would, like, try to throw it a lot, and it would, like, slip out of his hand. And, like, we were watching him in fall camp, and, like, honestly, and I can say this because, Brock knows I love him to death, but, like, in the tight end room, Golish is like, man, Campbell says this guy's the savior of our program. And I'm like us three look at each other. We're like, Coach, you're kid, like, that guy. And then there we go, Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Our buttholes got a little bit tight. And then the next thing I know, he's, like, high stepping into the end zone and, like, rallying the team in the locker room. And I'm like, all right, that's our guy. Let's go. So.
Dude, I thought that Zeb was it, like, straight up.
Oh, everybody
like
did.
Zeb.
Everybody did.
Yeah, I mean, Zeb were good buddies. We hunted together and stuff like that.
He comes in for Parks.
He could sling it, dude. I mean, he was out there, like, I think his first start was the OU game the week before, maybe. And he's like, it's Kyler Murray. And really, if you go back and, like, turn on the tape, he's throwing it around with Kyler Murray. Like, he's slinging it out there. I mean, granted.
Oh, he looked good.
We had a team. He threw for, like, 350 plus, I think. Like, I mean, like I said, we had Akeem, which was, like, I could probably have a decent game at quarterback with Tim Butler receiver, but, like.
You remember when the national media was talking shit on Akeem, being like, he's no Alan Lazard. And then he gets fucking drafted. Like,
I don't even remember. Like, his redshirt freshman year, right? He gets on SportsCenter top 10 against UNI, making, like, a crazy catch.
I remember
and
that.
then, like, never played the rest of the season. I don't know.
He reminded me a lot of when I remember that play happening, and then, and obviously I was back in Nebraska at the time. Just watching SportsCenter just before school. And I remember seeing that play and I was like, God damn, that's like Jordan Westerkamp. The kind of, like, possession receiver, the guy that you throw to if you really need to keep the ball, not to move it forward, but to just keep it on that third down, that third and long.
It's like, it's weird to me that he's not, made it like a home just yet, just because, like, man, his 40 time was incredible. He's long, super, like, freak athlete.
Dude, guys like what? 6'5".
Yeah,
and he's got
6'6".
He's got like a 6'10" wingspan. I'm like, how do you not love this guy?
Yeah.
And like the Cardinals were hyping him up on their Twitter account. He broke his hand, obviously can't play for most of the season, so they just kind of keep him out. Fair enough. I can't, as somebody who is super into sports injuries and was pre-athletic training, I can't argue with that. But then it's like, okay, so you're hyping him up, and then later that afternoon you tweet out, oh yeah, we cut this dude.
Yeah. It's business, man. I don't know.
Is he with the Eagles now, I think?
Yeah, he's with the Eagles. He doesn't start, but, like, he got verified on Twitter, so that means that he's made it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're saying that, Dylan, when you get drafted, you're gonna get that blue check mark?
I don't know. I heard Twitter's pretty tough.
Twitter's tough. David Montgomery didn't get verified until last month.
Yeah, he was 1,000-yard rusher in the NFL. So
yeah, he just had a career season as of so far. Like,
it bothers.
I can't get his jersey. You know what I mean? Like, I want to buy a Bears jersey, and, like, I just can't pull the trigger on him.
Just get a Chuck
Why
Bruce
not?
jersey.
Why not? I'll
Yeah.
tell you why not.
Just scoot back a little bit.
Oh, is it too loud? Is it too loud?
No, it's your hoodie. Your hoodie.
I'll tell you why not.
He just said he'd buy mine.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, see, shit, he called me out on it right away.
Dude, no joke. The two teams that I would be more than okay with you landing with Dylan would be New Orleans, obviously, because like huge Saints fan. I have a Reggie Bush jersey, which I never wear anymore because it's, you
Too
know,
small.
why would you wear a Reggie Bush jersey now?
I have one from like 3rd grade.
Dude, I can't find them online anymore in like decent condition. So I'm like, I'm never wearing it again.
You did
That
get a
way it
USC.
doesn't wear down.
USC.
I got a Jimmy Graham in the closet.
Oh my God. I need one of those because he was like the reason that I started liking tight ends. He was the one that taught me that tight ends could catch. And then I became a Gronk fan because that's the next logical step, obviously. Like, you can't not be a Gronk fan if you like receiving tight ends.
Are you
And
allowed,
then-
Dylan? Are you allowed to say like your preference as to where you want to go?
I don't have any, honestly.
You just want to play.
Yeah, and once you get like, I want to go here, I want to, live in this city, like, then you get into like, and then someone drafts you and you should be super grateful, and then you're like, oh, I'm like disappointed I didn't go where I wanted to go. So
Eli, then.
No, like I really don't have like, I'm just grateful to be in the position that I am, really, like, and I'll go anywhere and do whatever they ask for as long as they'll have me. Like, that's just kind of.
You just want to get paid.
What are you cracking up over there, Finn?
Dude, fucking Eli.
Yeah, because he said I don't want to be like. He said I don't want to. I meant to say so you don't want to be like Eli, because remember Eli when he got drafted by the Chargers.
Dude, if I were Eli, I 100% would have been like, fuck yeah, dude, I get to be behind Drew Brees. Like, who doesn't want to be behind Drew Brees? Even with the Chargers, he was putting up
really
numbers.
Good. Like I have people hitting me up on like social media all the time for like NFL teams that like cover their media that are asking if I talk to their team, and I don't ever reply. So I'm giving you guys more coverage than NFL team media.
I appreciate that.
I had a Zoom call with the Bucks the other day with their tight end.
Ooh, you gonna catch for Tom?
Well, and they're like, if we took you, like, how would you feel? Like, we have 3 veteran tight ends in the room. I'm like, that's awesome. Like, I'd be a sponge. That's a great place to start your career. Like,
a great answer.
Learn a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, playing in an offense with Tom Brady and playing like with Rob Gronkowski, and they got 2 other veterans in the room too. Like, that's an awesome opportunity. Not like oh man, I'm the 4th tight end on the roster. Like,
like, dude, like I'm gonna be the best tight end by the time that they all retire. It's like Jimmy G. Look at him.
Right.
Obviously he's not performing incredibly super well now, ever since his injury, but
even Aaron Rodgers, like,
Aaron Rodgers, Phillip Rivers. There are a ton of guys that come out of it, after being behind these, legend, these Hall of Fame worthy, all-time great level players. And, it's
like, that's probably better for me than to find a place where, I go and kill it and I become like the number 2 guy, or, like whatever. Like, then you're I'm this rookie out here. Like, yeah, you're going to have a good career. Obviously it's good to get on the field that early, but like, you're still, the knowledge that you're behind, and like, you're playing against guys that are 12 years older than you, right? Like, that's a long time.
Yeah. Like, if you had to play against Jimmy Graham, how do you think that would go?
Like
you on your offense, him on his offense. Who do you think would do better?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Him, like the dude,
Yeah.
he knows what to expect. Like he knows how the game. It's the same game, but it's a different game at the same time. So
That's the way that I always look at it. Like you see all these, because like I'm a huge baseball fan, right? I'm a huge Cardinals fan, so obviously I always look at catchers as being one of the greatest examples of baseball. So like you look at all the catchers that get drafted out of college, right? And every year in spring training, they've got a couple of catchers that come straight out of college into, obviously like the big colleges, like, the Oregon States, the Vanderbilts, the Texas, that kind of
Arkansas,
stuff.
baby.
Arkansas is good at baseball. Forgot about that. Yeah. Like, you've got these catchers and they're in spring training. And then you've got like Yadier Molina. He's calling the game. These college catchers, they barely know the signs.
Oh, there goes Jason.
Oh no, Jason.
I'm gonna go break the seal.
You'll be back.
No, but it's like
And
you see the difference between a Yadier Molina and the guy that just came fresh out of Oregon State, and it's absolutely just like mind blowing how different it is. Or like, oh shit, who was oh yeah, so local school, like 20 miles from here, Norris High School. Kid got drafted by the Washington Nationals. Hasn't made it out of AA. Why hasn't he made it out of AA? Because high school ball, Legion ball, fucking prospects. Worlds different from Major League Baseball. From minor league baseball. Like, we have a minor league team just like 40 miles from here in Lincoln, and they're an independent, right? They played against the St. Paul Saints, who are now the new, as of this year, AAA affiliate for the Minnesota Twins. And like those guys, I got to talk to them back when I was a kid, and I was all like, oh man, do you think that like guys from my local high school could play for you guys? And they were like, no, probably not, because it's just a different game.
Yeah, I mean, I've told people that I'm going to go back to baseball. Football's over with. We'll see what happens.
Dude, if you want big contracts, baseball where it's at, no salary cap.
And guaranteed money.
What spot do you play? Oh, no.
No, not again.
Okay, they're coming.
Why does that happen to me?
Dude, I don't know.
It's because CircleHerk asked a question. The Hawkeye yeah, the Hawkeye host asked a question. What spot do you play? What's your
I was a pitcher.
Bro?
6'7". You got so much momentum.
I played, like, growing up, I played, baseball was my sport until high school, really, when I was getting football offers. But, yeah, I was a dumbass. I actually quit baseball until my senior year after my freshman year because I thought I needed the offseason to play football, but it was dumb. But, yeah, I was a pitcher in high school. Growing up, I played, like, catcher just because I had a hose and I'd throw everyone out. First base, third base, whatever, what all the big people play.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Big hitters, though, they play the outfield.
Do you see how my mic, like, doesn't flash? It just stays on. Is that why it keeps kicking me to AFK?
Oh, maybe.
But if I
that's where it's kicking you? It's kicking you to AFK?
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, dude, why?
But that might be better. I like turned off the automatic input sensitivity because sometimes my mic would cut out. So I turned it back on, and now it.
Don't tell me he's going to eat a banana right now.
He's got a banana.
I want some food right now.
You need to okay, what you need to do is you need to take like a textbook or a hammer and smash it. And then just slurp it up from the inside of
okay,
you.
Ethan, I get it. It's past 2 a.m. It's after dark, but there's nothing's going to come out of it.
Untitled After dark.
It's just the fact that we've been live for almost 4.5 hours. This is going to be our longest episode, but I'm not going to stop now. But it's like, I would really like some fruit right now. So
Dude,
just
CircleHerk
don't mind
got
me.
that announcer voice though.
Don't
You guys
mind me.
Dylan, were you a big Randy Johnson guy?
Yeah, I like him.
The only fruit I have, Ethan.
And also, like, I mean, you know how crazy it is to hit a bird with a baseball? That's
Dude,
like...
when you said you were a hurler, that's the first thing I thought. I was like, this motherfucker's about to kill some birds, isn't he? Like, I knew it.
Yeah. I if I would have stuck with it, I probably would have thrown a lot harder. I touched like 96 and I threw like 91, 92.
Oh, good God. Yeah, that's fine.
Ah, dude.
I
I
could throw a football like 75 plus 77 yards. In the
Jesus.
air.
Oh, so is that why they chose? Is that why they chose you to throw the ball to Chase?
Yeah.
Dude, like that was a good ass pass.
Yeah, he told Coach Manning was actually pissed at me, like jokingly, because in practice he was like, if he's covered, just eat it and like get the yard or 2 yards that you can get. And he was like kind of covered, but I was like, I'm only get one shot at this, dude. Let's go on it. I don't care.
Dude, go big or go home. Straight up, I respect the fuck out of that. I'm like, dude, I saw that pass, and God,
When you
My
when you
favorite
draw those
thing
up,
is
you
that-
plan for the guy to be running butt naked. Like you plan, that's your plan. But
my absolute favorite thing is how your name is spelled, because you can argue that your name is spelled just similarly enough to Sooner.
yeah,
So I tweeted out like 6 times during that game, Boomer Sainer.
I didn't know you
And
then. I guess.
everybody was all like, this is stupid. And I was like, fuck you. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, people here loved it. Like where I'm like 2 hours from Norman here, and so everyone here hates Oklahoma, so they love it.
Dude, you seem to be like everywhere at once. It's weird.
Yeah, I've been a lot of places.
I gotta ask you, speaking of that, what has been your favorite stadium to play at, as far as like just environment and also quality of the field?
Outside of ours, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe Jack Trice wasn't your favorite, but I don't know.
I mean, the environment obviously was my favorite because
Jack Trice's environment, second to none.
Oh yeah,
And
Jack
I've
Trice's
been
environment's
to
great.
every Big Ten stadium.
Jesus. Right. You think you know a guy, and he
Ohio
goes.
State's stupidly overpriced, by the way. Like stupidly. They'll be facing like they'll be facing the Sisters of the Blind and Deaf, and they'll be all like, "Oh yeah, $115 for nosebleed seats."
dude, you guys got to see this. Oh, you should see it here in Arkansas. It's ridiculous. Like they play like Nicholls State, and it's like $250 for nosebleeds. It's crazy.
God. Dude, the SEC, I tell you what.
Stadium's really nice though.
Well, yeah, with those ticket prices, they better be.
You know, that night game we played in Austin.
2018.
Maybe it was like the winner was going to the
Yeah,
championship.
2018.
That was pretty cool environment. I mean, it was loud as balls because they pump crowd noise in, and they have 105K in there. So I mean, it was a cool environment to play in. Like huge stadium, night game. Norman's it's a good environment there too all the time, and we play good against them, so it's always a good game. And like scoring a touchdown in a night game in Norman was pretty cool. I guess. I don't know. They have good grass. Too.
God.
No, like Oklahoma actually has really good grass.
That's the biggest flex I've ever heard. It's like, yeah, it was cool. Like, I think.
I mean, kind of like I'm not like the touchdown guy, so like I don't know.
So
whatever.
Do you actually have like a favorite stadium overall?
I don't think so. Outside of ours, I mean, I hate every team in the Big 12. So
even us.
I love that. That's how it should be, man.
We have that in common.
If you could play in one stadium that wasn't like, one that's typically used for like a New Year's Six bowl, what would that stadium be?
One that is used?
No, and one that's not. So like not like a national championship
The
type environment.
Aloha Stadium.
I think like
Yeah.
like LSU would be pretty sweet. I think.
Death Valley.
That's a good one.
I mean, Penn State's probably pretty cool too.
Happy Valley.
Happy Valley.
Everything's a valley.
Yeah.
Everything's either a valley or it's Memorial Stadium.
Arkansas has 2 stadiums. They have one in Fayetteville and one in Little Rock, and they'll bus like 2 or 3 times a year. They'll bus to Little Rock, that's 3 hours away, and play a home game 3 hours away. And the stadium's terrible.
Isn't the university in Little Rock?
It's in Fayetteville.
Okay.
Then why do they claim that they're Little Rock?
Hear
They don't.
me out here real quickly. We have a viewer in chat. Says, you got to hear him out.
The Unidome?
Unidome.
Unidome.
Never been there, so I don't know.
I've watched wrestling meets there. Pretty sick for wrestling, not gonna lie.
Do they fill that thing up, or
literally you're just in the stands, you're on the sides instead of on the ends, and then they just have all the mats down, and it's kind of like if you've ever been to Ford Field, they just take the turf off, and so it's just that it's that hard black material that's down at the bottom.
I just didn't know, like, when they have football games, do they fill it up, or is it? I don't even know how much it holds.
It's like what, 70,000, 60,000, something like that. Like to me, when I walked in, I was like, dude, if I were at a football game, this would feel like fucking Fog Allen Fieldhouse right now. Like it would feel super small.
The Vikings' new stadium,
16,000, so it's smaller than Fog Allen. What the fuck?
Damn, I didn't realize Unidome was that small. I heard it sucked, but
He said I heard it sucked. Didn't know it was that bad.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yo,
dude, that's so small. I'm used to 92,000.
16,000 indoors feels like 70.
that is true.
Dude,
You have a good point.
I am straight up used to 92,000 fans minimum.
Oh,
Well,
here comes the Nebraska guy. There hasn't been a 92,000 fans in that stadium in 20 years.
Dude, 92,000
Not
fans
according to
with-
every fucking game they play.
Dude, 92,000.
Another sold out crowd.
92,000 fans against fucking Purdue.
More like
Can't tell you the
Purdue.
year.
There we
God,
go.
my
You're
brother
gonna
went to
go
that game,
big
and I don't
red. Here it
care.
is.
I think it was
Go
2017.
big
What was it,
red.
like 1997? Is that, or was that a good year?
Hey, now 97, we only had 87,000
No, you
fans.
gotta go
Fuck
90,
off.
96. 96 is you got to go back.
Were they counting the balloons? No, the balloons would have put it up to like 95.
I would assume Kinnick Stadium is not a fun place to play in, not because of the rivalry or whatever, but because of like the setup, the actual venue. There's no sidelines there, correct?
Yeah.
You're
So
basically
Oklahoma-
right on top of you.
And Oklahoma's the same way.
Yeah, I was going to
They're
ask
like-
about the Oklahoma State also.
So like your sideline at Oklahoma State's a little bit bigger, but like at OU and Iowa, your bench, the back of your bench is like touching the retaining wall of the
Jeez.
front row.
Yeah.
So like the fans,
Old. It's
like,
an ancient building.
the fans could literally reach out and touch you
Right.
if they wanted
Right.
to. Now
That's
I'd
not-
grab one by the arm and pull them onto the field if they did that, but
Yeah.
they're that close. And that sucks. You got a
Yikes.
lot of people on the sideline. They can't really move around. It sucks. And then, in Ames, like we have a ton of room on the sideline. So it's just, it's really different.
That's
Honestly,
a pretty big
when we played in Iowa City, it was like, it was kind of dead in there. Honestly, like I know, like the last time we played there, the game sucked. Like no one scored any points, but like it was just whatever. I don't know. I guess I was expecting a lot more like hatred and like rowdiness, but
See, Iowa fans aren't
It's a lot of
rowdy
old
until they
people, maybe.
win. Until they win, Iowa fans are pretty tame. because Iowa fans are like
I
always
agree with
very
that.
down.
Yeah, I would say, especially during games, like we're not going to be loud for a team that's laying a wet fart on a field. Like
Right.
we'll quiet way the fuck down. In fact, I've been a part of crowds that have booed our own team because we wanted to get a fucking quarterback off the
And then
field.
they win.
Oh, we got booed, dude. It was
What's that like? What's that like to be? Obviously, you're a fan of sports, so you know what that side of it is. But what's it like to
be booed by the home crowd.
just to deal with fans in general? Do you have a big Twitter presence, or are you kind of like stay off?
I don't really tweet a whole lot. Fans are, I mean, you two are technically burners, so you understand. Like,
Right.
there's guys out there that just, it's what they
Suck.
do. Like, that's literally all they do. And the worst part about it is they know absolutely nothing. Like, no offense to you two, but like most of them know literally nothing. And so,
Are you saying that I'm not in that locker room? I'm offended.
That's
I'm
what I'm
hurt.
saying. And so it's just like, we don't really pay too much attention to it. Like, even if you see guys like snap back on Twitter to a fan or something, they're like,
right.
The fan thinks that they got in the guy's head when really they're kind of just laughing at the guy. Like, it's, I don't know. It's
How big?
kind of,
How big is like the player like psychology thing? Like play a role in that? Like you guys have kind of like an outlet of help that's like, here's what not to do. Here's what to do. Like here's how you
PR
interact
person?
with it. Sure, I mean, but it's also like a psychology thing too, isn't it?
True, like sports psychology, I think. Or is it? Is sports psychology, would that be part of that?
we have a sports psychologist that you can talk to.
Do they tell you about your tweets? Like, hey, Dylan, so I noticed that you tweeted out that you were feeling kind of down after yesterday's game. You want to talk about it?
We've got pretty good guys on our team, and they're all pretty like decent in the head. So, I mean, we don't really worry about it too much. Campbell hates social media. He hates the media in general.
I've noticed.
And we
Dude's media response is like, so how do you feel about today's game? Coach Campbell's like, yeah, we just want to give 100%, kind of play our game.
Campbell reminds me of Coach Popovich.
Yeah, he hates it all. Because I mean, really, it's the right mentality to have. Because outside of the guys inside of the walls, who actually matters? Like nobody. So,
if they're not playing for you, who the fuck cares?
Wait a minute, you're saying that I don't matter to Coach Campbell when I'm in the stands?
Right.
Dude, that goes to like the armchair quarterback thing. It's like, yeah, of course we don't listen to it. And then you go, yeah, but I'm the one who told you to run the touchdown play.
Yeah, right.
How did you not think of that? Like, so it's so stupid. Dude, I think Ferentz gotten like over the last summer, like he was like kind of on the hot seat for not letting players tweet. And it's like, yeah, of course he doesn't fucking want players tweeting. Like, it has nothing to do with what you might think it has to do with. It's like, take that like side attraction like away from me. Like, I don't want.
It's just a distraction. Like, you're not gaining anything from it. And I mean, if you're tweeting about an opponent, that's like the worst thing you can do.
God,
you're
man.
giving them like message board material. They're gonna hang it up in their locker room, all that. So like,
media's gonna run with it too.
And I mean, the same way with like the fans. Our fans are great most of the time. Like I said, we got booed by our own fans.
Do you know when that was?
Dude, that one shocked me. That shocked me coming from Nebraska. I've literally never heard a Nebraska crowd boo anybody, not even the refs.
I don't remember the exact game. For some reason, I want to say it was the Baylor game at halftime.
Oh,
it makes sense.
Okay.
It makes sense to me.
But like,
so it was recent then?
Whenever it happened, Campbell like alludes to it all the time. Like if you think, I mean, like if you think anyone else matters, they don't, because honestly, they're dick riding when you're winning and they're booing you when you're not. So like they're just there.
Uh-oh. I saw what was sent in chat, and now I saw Finn. I looked at Finn right away. He goes to the keyboard right away. Went right to the keyboard. You insult his Huskers.
Warrior, dude. Gotta huck and defend my Fuskers. Tell you what.
Yeah, that.
No, dude, like straight up.
Scott Frost. Next
My-
Matt Campbell.
Dude, my first Iowa State game was the 2017 Cyhawk game, right?
Same with mine.
And I get there, and there's a couple of calls that I didn't agree with, and suddenly I hear the crowd going boo, boo, and then like a minute later it switches to bullshit, bullshit, and I'm like, what in the fuck? Holy shit! Wait, what? Like the closest that we had ever gotten to booing at Nebraska at the games that I had attended, and I've attended probably more Nebraska games than you've played games that for Iowa State. And the closest that I'd ever heard was us shouting rude, as in like Barrett Rude, the current linebackers coach, who was a linebacker for Nebraska. Him and his like 3 other brothers, like we never booed.
The circle
And so
hurt.
to hear that kind of stuff, I was like, ah, damn.
Big 12 refs or something else.
Oh god. I'm hoping.
And the funny thing is, we were Big 12 team at the time.
I'm looking at CircleHerk up there. I'm hoping he's.
Dude, it looks like he's in hot
It
water.
looks like fiance
No.
came home and
Kathy is very upset that I used her wigs as a prop because she said those are for fun times during the night.
Oh,
Hey,
Well, I mean, it's a
tell
fun
her
time
that
during the night right
tell
now.
her that it's
So-
underqualified, untitled, after dark.
She doesn't give a shit about. I'm like, I'm talking to a future NFL superstar. She's like, goddamn wigs up on the fucking hanger, like I said. Those are for sexy times. I was like, baby, I'm sorry. Do you want to come in and say?
Kathy, it's okay.
Kathy,
Miss
chill.
Yeah, just don't look at our chat right now.
Oh no! You got to get out of here. They're disrespecting Whammon live on fucking.
Oh no, he
stream.
froze right when she came on screen.
No.
Hey, I
Miss
got my respect
Kathy.
wham and juice. It's fine. It's milk, but it's close enough
It
to
just
respect
might
wham
be-
and
No,
juice.
I got my respect
He
wham and
froze
juice.
right when Miss
Hey, there we
Kathy was
go.
in there.
But you said you were breaking the seal earlier. That literally only refers to alcohol.
I
because
know it
alcohol is a
does.
diuretic.
I know it only
Who's this?
refers
Can
to
you see
alcohol.
that?
No, because
You froze.
I'm trying to get you. Yeah, you're back.
you're
You're back.
back.
Hey, there he is.
That's all right. It's just my dog.
Oh,
It's just
No.
me and my dog.
No, I'm good
that
with
Kathy?
not seeing your dog. That's fine.
You son of a bitch. Fuck you,
I mean,
cat
no, I'm a
person,
son of a
piece
human.
Shit.
Could you imagine
harm.
being like so insecure about your masculinity that you were scared of dogs? Like, imagine.
Damn, Dylan woke up today and chose violence.
And he's gone.
Ethan,
He's
it's always
laughing.
been a podcast. Our podcast is very
Dude, this
unique.
isn't a podcast anymore. This is just us shitting around.
This is underqualified after dark. Remember that. Remember.
This is the most underqualified you will ever see us.
It's kind of
It's like-
interesting though.
In reality, we
Is
should
it-
definitely be asking Dylan actual questions, but like straight up, I want to be like, okay, so how are Nike Vapor cleats?
It's really interesting though because the way this episode
Shh,
started.
he said he was about to
Hey,
answer
no.
my question.
You were off on leave. You were off on leave. I get to talk right now. I am hosting. So it started off. It started off with just CircleHerk and I hosting, and then all of a sudden Dylan hops in the chat. I thought he was still busy with NFL stuff, so I'm like, oh man, he's here. And so he said he needed to leave again, and then so he came back, and then once he popped in out of the shadows, you came out of the shadows too, and you're like, all right, we're gonna have an impromptu episode where we get an Iowa Hawkeye fan who's guest hosting.
AMC to the moon, baby.
The OG.
So we
Dude,
got
Dogecoin popping off.
Dude, I still have 42,000 Dogecoin. Reminder: it hits $23. I'm a literal millionaire.
Hey, CircleHerk, is that also for
To the moon,
for the
boys,
sexy
to
time
the
at night?
moon.
Is that also for fun times at night?
I mean, he's probably taking somebody to the moon, so he has to do it. He can't hear me.
Props.
Is that prop also for fun times at night?
Ooh,
Ooh.
look at what we have here.
Ooh.
Wait,
Untitled After Dark.
Can you still hear us?
Dude, that would be one. You need to become a Valorant streamer with that helmet on.
He probably can't hear us.
He can hear.
I'm still upset. I'm still very upset that he was not voted sexiest bald man alive.
yeah,
Become a
this is
Valorant.
Julian
Become a
Good
Valorant streamer with that helmet.
Sexiest bald man.
Jones. Did
After Dark.
you see Julian Good Jones tweet?
Yeah.
about that? That was funny. I didn't see it until like yesterday because you didn't tag me.
Are you
Okay,
mad about that?
I was Twitter searching my name to see what
Dude, Dylan, I gotta. Okay, so so I don't know like how many brands you wore. This kind of goes off of my last question that was sort of a joke. Like I'm a huge like brand and shoe guy from my time in the pre-athletic training program because we got to speak with the biomechanics professors at Iowa State who said that Nike kind of sucks as a Nike school.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's funny as fuck, dude. Nike doesn't send them products anymore to test. But anyway,
I
so
just bought a pair of 95s.
oh, dude, Air Max 95s, fuck, they're so good. But if you okay, so when you sign to a team, because we all know it's gonna happen, I'm manifesting it. You know, whether you get drafted or you just sign.
Now we know who to blame if
What
doesn't come around.
sports? Fuck you, Jason. What sports brand are you gonna sign with?
I don't know. Adidas has the most comfortable cleats,
Fair.
but the spikes.
I'm a
suck.
huge Adidas guy personally. I love their sneakers because they're so comfortable.
Yeah, so their cleats are comfortable, but the spikes actually like kind of suck.
Also, are they just like they aren't sturdy
They're-
enough?
They're on turf, they're fine. On grass, they suck.
What was it? So do you remember when the 40? Sorry to interrupt, but like, very relevant. Do you remember when the 40-yard dash record got beaten? It was like what 3 years ago. It was pretty recent. Adidas had put up that they would give whoever broke it, if they did it in their cleats, they would give that person like a private island. And the guy that broke it, I wish that I could remember who it was that broke it. And I'm too lazy to look it up right now.
Before him,
he
was it Chris Johnson? What's the last one? Or
Maybe?
running back for the Titans?
I think so. Is he black?
Yeah, but that was
Yeah.
like
That sounds right. He broke it in Nike cleats. And Adidas was like, "Oh man, sucks that you didn't break in our cleats." And he straight up told them, he was like, "Your cleats suck."
yeah, I mean, especially playing on grass, I like Nike. Like I said, they're not as comfortable as Adidas, but performance over comfort, I guess, at that point.
Yeah, quality over. Well, no shit. I don't even
That
know
doesn't
who that
apply
would
here.
be.
That doesn't-
Because I guess they're both quality in their own right, but like,
I guess
I don't know, 'cause-
I'm Under Armour. I haven't had a pair of Under Armour cleats since like 9th grade. They're the
My
Cam Newtons when they first came out, like those space boot looking ones.
my brother's a huge Under Armour fan because like our local high school's like sponsored by Under Armour now, and so like he gets Under Armour every year, and so he's a receiver, right, which is a skilled position, and he always gets high tops. He has sprained his ankle so many times wearing these Under Armour high tops, but they don't sell these cleats, whatever they are, in low tops because Under Armour is stupid like that. And I keep telling him like that's the problem.
I always wanted a pair of those. Have you seen like the Jordan 1s that like Oklahoma
That-
wears.
Yeah, that like Oklahoma and Ohio State wear.
Yeah, those look sick. I was gonna
Those
try
I think if I remember correctly, they only produce those in mids at the highest. Like mids, because high tops in football are higher than high tops in basketball. And like, dude, those look sick as fuck. Like straight up. Like if you
Feel so
sign with
bad
the
for
team and you
CircleHerk.
start wearing those, I'm gonna probably nut.
I
Like
might. I'll wear a new pair every week so I can send you a pair of game worn or something.
Oh no,
Dude.
Wait, I don't know where my phone went. I did.
Finn is just gonna. He's just salivating. He's salivating.
Dude,
Like I'm
it's
glad.
funny. It's funny that you were telling me about like any of my gear or anything like that. I've had like 5 different companies. Like I got like 5 different companies like message me on social media like, hey, we've had multiple inquiries about people wanting to buy your apparel, whatever you have, and they want to buy it from me. I'm like, they're like, whatever you got, helmets, jerseys, gloves, shirts, anything you got. I'm like, I do have a Fiesta Bowl helmet on me. I don't know if I'm ready to part ways with it or not.
Never part ways
But-
with that.
if you are, whatever your price is, I want that.
Oh, Finn, here we go. Finn's just gonna
No,
barge.
no. I'm not like pressuring you or anything, but when you are,
Well,
like,
the guy was
I'm
like,
here.
the guy was like, I've got $1,100 right now to spend on whatever you got, and I was like,
That's nothing.
yeah, the helmet itself, if
That's
you go
good
buy
for-
one at the store, is like $400. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say that's good for one thing. That's a
Yeah.
good price for one thing.
But I don't know if it's good enough. It's 1,100. I can't speak for you, but for me, like Fiesta Bowl helmet, that's worth a lot more than $1,100.
yeah, I mean, I'll keep the Fiesta Bowl jersey for sure, but like,
But you won't keep the Fiesta Bowl PS5 apparently.
I sold it already.
You did sell it.
Did you sell it for retail or a little more?
NCAA violation, by the way, but I don't care.
I actually bought it.
Dude, you're not an NCAA athlete. Who
I'm not.
gives a fuck?
I actually sold it to one of my high school best friends for MSRP
Oh, there you go.
because he wanted one and he couldn't get one.
There you go. Was it the digital version or was it
No,
the
The full deal,
disc version?
disc.
So it's the one that costs more for whatever fucking reason.
Yeah.
The one
But like, I've got like a ton of these laying around that I like. If you want to pay me $100 or something for a pair of gloves, like I'll like message that guy back and be like, hey, $100. I don't know. Like I give these away every game for free, so it's like,
Oh, dude, how many of those you got?
Oh, here we go. Finn's just gonna.
No,
Finn
my
is
brother
just
plays
gonna
football,
try and
okay?
get.
Chill.
No.
My brother
We all
plays
know what
football.
this is all about. CircleHerk and I know what this is about.
I mean, like just sitting here on my bed, I've got like a few.
Like Finn's gonna cream his pants knowing all this stuff.
Dude, I'll pick up a couple pairs for.
There it was.
Because
There it was.
Dude, my brother plays football, so like he's a receiver, so he straight up could use gloves.
Look at
what
this.
the fuck?
This kid sleeps with gloves in his bed. We should be
Dude,
way more concerned about this.
This kid,
This motherfucker
sleeps-
needs to open up an OnlyFans where he sells his
It's because my
sleep.
gym bag is sitting on the bed.
Well,
Hashtag NFL Combine, by the way.
Dude, that's sick as fuck. Holy shit! What?
I'm still
Dude,
amazed
holy
that
shit! That's sick as hell.
I'm amazed that Sony actually gave all the players PS5s. Like
That's crazy.
Dude, I'm not. They probably spent less money giving them PS5s than they spent sponsoring the fucking bowl.
I mean, you're probably right, but still, that's added cost, man. That
mean,
that
dude,
stuff adds up.
In the grand scheme of Sony,
It's like, what, $40 a console?
PS5s, like, yeah, like they're not. I mean, they don't pay $500 to make the console.
No,
Dude, not even close. They don't pay $500 for the labor a day in their factories. Like, come on.
I bet all costs included, it's at least like 100, 150 a console.
I don't know. I
They-
like
no.
genuinely like.
Count, like
It's more.
parts and labor and everything. Gotta have factories.
Don't they manufacture in like Taipei or something like that?
I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me.
Like somewhere where it's all like, oh yeah, you can pay them like 14 cents an hour.
Right.
It's fine. Dude, like the fact that we have you around, let alone the fact that like I can DM you anytime,
For gloves.
just absolutely blows my mind. Because like the stuff that you talk about, you're all like, oh yeah, this happened. I'm like, what the fuck?
Not
Like-
I mean, not everyone's a good guy though.
Yeah, why did you end up deciding to like, hop into our podcast when you did? Not just today, but like the very first time. We're like, I'm gonna hop in this guy's podcast and just, listen in.
He's a big CircleHerk fan.
Super Bowl night.
Who paid you to watch us?
No, because I was with I did Ryan's, and then I kept talking to them, and then obviously Finn was part of that. And then we like did this on Discord one night after the Super Bowl and just talked. We didn't like podcast it. We just were chilling.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, just
Spiraled from there.
like chilling.
Yeah.
I got nothing better to do, dude. I work out and play video games and do Zoom interviews. That's all I do.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just like, surprised. I'm just surprised. Like, man, like this guy's normal.
Yeah, I mean, most of us are. Some people will like big dog people, or like I'm too cool for those guys. Like some people are that way.
Oh, we've heard about one.
I don't know.
Everyone's
Say the
favorite
same way,
sixth place finisher for the Heisman.
Well, like through college, like that's all most of us want is just be like normal people, like. So
That's what I heard. Like Ndamukong Suh was like he like. So
I heard he was an asshole.
Well, I heard he became an asshole. Yeah, back when he was at Nebraska, I remember up through his senior year, like it was constant on the radio because we've got this like every weeknight we've got this show on the radio called Sports Nightly. And they would talk about like, oh yeah, so I went to this Indian place that I know that Ndamukong Suh frequents, and I saw him, and I didn't talk to him or anything, but nobody else talked to him, and like. Everybody just kind of treated him like a normal patron. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm sure that's what he wants. And then, he makes the NFL. He gets drafted second overall, makes fucking what is that, $15 million bonus?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Like, it's a shit ton. And then, he turns into an asshole. You see him stomping on Aaron Rodgers' arm.
It wasn't Aaron Rodgers' arm, but
Oh, then who the fuck's arm was it?
I think it was Corey Linsley.
Oh, is that a quarterback? Because I don't
No,
know.
he's offensive lineman.
He always
Oh,
played.
no, it was somebody that
right?
he
Like,
sacked
even in
Rodgers.
college?
It was the Thanksgiving Day game.
I
Even
know
in
it's
college.
yeah,
I mean,
beyond the point.
Hasn't he always been like a dirty player on the field?
He stepped on a lot of people.
I mean, he has stepped on a lot of people, but also he was almost never done tackling people. And that's my sole defense of him. He just kind of kept pushing until the play was over, and he definitely knocked a lot of people down and then kept going through them.
I mean, playing both sides of the ball at that level is pretty crazy.
He played what, three plays on offense, and I'm very proud of those 3 plays.
Like not being a quarterback, running back, or a skill position, and being in the Heisman talk is, I mean, that's.
Yeah, finished 3rd in the voting. I was pretty happy about that.
I can only remember a couple, like even in my lifetime. Like Manti Te'o was one.
I forgot about that.
Dude, him and his girlfriend, hell yeah.
Speaking of girlfriends, we got an announcement on the podcast. Your boy bought an engagement ring.
Oh. Is this? Are we the first ones to know?
No. I'm pretty sure she like has a good idea that I bought one.
Does Coach Campbell know?
Not yet.
Will
but
Coach
he'll
Campbell
be
know?
he'll be at the wedding. So
Dude, fuck yeah. Nah, don't ask Coach Campbell to be your best man. I was about to be like, yo, ask Coach Campbell if he'll be your
yeah,
fucking
I mean, my brother, I was his, so he'll probably just be mine, I guess.
sure. I was about to say, like, ask Coach Campbell if he'll be in your bridal party, but like that'd be hilarious as fuck. Like, yo, Coach, you gonna be
You can be at the bachelor party in Vegas.
Dude, rumor has it you might be in Vegas anyway.
Yeah, it might be. That'd be bad for me. I have a gambling problem.
Oh,
I've heard Las Vegas, and I'm hearing that New Orleans is interested since they dropped 2 tight ends
They did.
and they didn't get Rudolph.
No, they dropped. They dropped their 1 and 2. The 3 was the guy they drafted last year. So
anyway, Kyle Rudolph
And I
still
feel like
plays?
they're not banking on just him. So
yeah, they're gonna have to draft somebody.
yeah. And he isn't he a receiving tight end? So I
They
mean,
might, yeah, they might have to draft 2.
drafting a blocking tight end who can also receive and maybe throw,
They like those guys. They got one already. They pay him $140 million.
I want to know your thought. How do you feel about being reunited with Lazard?
I mean, that'd be cool. Like, obviously, being anywhere with an old teammate would be, I mean, beneficial for sure because you have somebody that would, help you out. Because not everybody in that league is looking to help you out. Especially if you're trying to take somebody's job and that's their livelihood, right? Like, so I mean, you got to be careful who you pick, like who you want to try to learn from. That's why like Gronk's a good like. Never would he feel like his career is established already. Like, never would he feel like, oh, if I help this guy and he beats me out, then I'm screwed. Like he's already established veteran, so like it's different that way.
Dude came out of retirement and got fucking traded. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I think him and Tom had. How do I? Wait, did you guys see that Colton Underwood, the Bachelor guy, was gay?
Yeah.
That's crazy. How do you date
Wait, what?
35 women and then be gay? It's wild.
You ever dated 35 women?
I haven't, but it might change me, I guess.
At 36, you're like, fuck this.
That's a good point.
dude, what? Hold on. The Bachelor just decided he was gay? Or like
Okay, wait. You want to be careful with that wording there, Finn. You want to be careful with the wording.
Nah.
I mean, that's
What?
the correct term, right?
Yeah.
No. Like, just decided that he was going to be gay.
Like, or did he know like beforehand and just decided to go on the show to boost his image?
Play
I
it
Straight up.
Play
I
it.
didn't read into it, but maybe he just realized. I don't know what you guys believe, if somebody is gay their entire life or if they can have something that changes them. I don't even know what I believe. Honestly, I don't know.
I mean, I've heard of people that are all like, "Oh yeah, man, this traumatic thing happened with me and a significant other, and suddenly I realize, oh man, that's not for me." And I'm like, okay, fair enough,
Or there's people like, I kind of felt like I was maybe gay my whole life, and I just didn't really know what to do about it until now.
The most common thing I hear about is like they like have a one-off with the same gender and then same sex, because gender and sex are different things, and they realize, oh man, I actually like this a lot more than whatever, being heterosexual. That's the most common thing I hear.
A lot of people I know said the most common denominator is that like they met me.
No,
They're like, yeah, I was straight, and then I met you, and I was like, oh shit. but everybody's story is different, and I think that's what we need to take away from this.
Dude, my girlfriend always gets on me because I'm all like, I feel like Terry Crews would be a really good cuddler, and she's all like, oh, so like, maybe you're a little gay, and I'm like, no, dude, I just feel like Terry Crews, like, when you're having a bad day,
Yeah.
Like
right.
Terry Crews, the behemoth of a man that he is. Like, you're having a bad day. I feel like
And he
he'd be
like
a great
flexes
big
his
spoon.
pecs like behind
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
He's like,
Finn,
Like, I just feel like he'd be a great big spoon, except for Dylan, who's obviously bigger than Terry Crews. But like,
Finn, speaking of your girlfriend, she's been trying to, or she has, along with other Twitch streamers,
oh no.
sent my Instagram to other single women in their
This is
audience.
true. And taken women.
Yes, and taken women, unknowingly taken women. And Ethan is right. We are at 5 hours now.
Yeah,
I don't know
boys,
how
check-
Ethan feels about this.
I
Or if he's
believe
just pointing out a fact.
after nearly an hour and a half, of having-
Dogecoin through the roof.
I believe
Check.
that after nearly an hour and a half of having Dylan on, it's probably time to end. And after the draft, sometime in late May, early June. Actually, late May, early June. I will be in Ames.
You lied to me. You said it was going to be June, I thought.
Well,
You just
it's
said
late
late
May.
May.
It's late May, early June.
I thought it was like late.
literally in that area.
I interpret it as later June.
Both late May and early June, I will be in Ames. So I believe that a Dylan Sainer episode, after the draft, after the aftermath, would kind of be pretty sick during that time if he would agree to it. But that's not something that we need to discuss right now. Anyway,
Yeah, but what we should check out is the picture in general right now. That's what we should check out.
oh my God,
What's happening?
I'm concerned, but also curious.
What did I miss? Is it in the
Is
Discord?
that your hand? That's not your hand.
Is this in the Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, I got to look it on my phone because I
That-
can't view it.
That is
Is it a banana?
wow.
Do I just click on the thing that says general?
Yeah.
All right.
No, that is
Oh, I get it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
baby.
Yeah, this is
Wow.
definitely something that I cannot show on stream.
Yeah, that's nice.
that is porn. No,
Yes.
that's good. That's good. That's
Yeah. I like it.
no,
I
that is
mean,
so good.
I didn't like the price tag very much, but
That's why I played a.
I also don't like the price tag on that, and I haven't even seen it.
you
So
only get one, right? So
you have one chance. May as well make it worth it, right?
Not exactly.
I knew.
Okay.
if there was
Jason.
one person that was going to get technical, it was going to be Jason or me,
Hey,
and I
okay,
wasn't going to fucking.
Mr. Playboy over here.
What are you talking about? Come
Hey,
on.
man.
You know what I'm.
Welcome to the club because I am also in that same situation.
yeah, I'm gonna have to get some wigs.
Some wigs and a couple
Flip
of
that
astronaut
fucking-
helmets.
Season 3 gonna be lit. Are you kidding me, dude? The clip show's gonna be amazing.
Well, we might have to get the fiance on here. We're talking season 3. 3's her favorite number. That's why the ring's 3
That's-
carats.
Oh, that's my favorite number.
Ooh.
Has she
Yeah,
ever
but
met
we
me?
know why
I mean, I know
her
she
favorite
likes you, but I mean,
Yeah.
not to
Does she-
fucking
does-
love.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Does she know
you
about
better,
Dylan
better
or
make
her?
sure
Look
that
at this.
CircleHerk is
She-
not on
she
here.
fucking don't like this. What's up, man?
Everything looks good. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they let you in school zones with the stash, but I mean, other than that,
Dude,
It's
I
the
work in a-
lighting, dude. I look fucking rad. It's this lighting. I like it.
Dude, I work in a school, and I got told all the time, like, so why do you work in a school again? Because I like helping,
because I like kids.
because I like kids, and they're all
Yeah,
like,
fuck,
and
dude.
they're all like, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I'm like, okay, fuck off. All
That's what
right.
I figured.
But CircleHerk, do you have any final thoughts for tonight?
Yes, I do. When we started it out, there were only 2. As the night went on, of course it grew. Of course it grew. But
As it does.
alas, Finn, please shut the fuck up. But alas, we found our stride. We found our pride. What is a finale if not with a Finn? Finn came in and he brought his friend. The end.
Oh, he's not done yet. He ain't done yet. He ain't done yet.
No. That's you don't clap. You snap. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Slam poetry.
Yeah. That was like Shakespeare-esque.
Yeah, right on, CircleHerk. We like that.
I love.
I thought that was going to be like a Hangover Wolfpack speech. That's kind of where the vibes.
It was.
It was good.
It was just our vibe. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
CircleHerk, your poetry just spoke to me so much it aligned my chakras.
All of Jason's ailments are gone.
Nothing will ever cure all of my ailments.
Dylan, do you have any final thoughts for tonight?
I don't think so, man. I mean, I think we covered all the topics we had listed on our list of topics that we had to hit.
Because we're super organized.
I think CircleHerk had the list. I think he made sure we hit it all.
I do have the list.
Yep. I don't know if we covered that I'm actually Ryan Stivers.
We did. We forgot to cover that.
Yeah, I'm actually Ryan Stivers, and my burner account is Dylan Sainer, at Dylan Sainer on Twitter. I don't do that much trolling on that one. I kind of just troll on my main Ryan Stivers account. But that's pretty much the rest of the news I got.
Jason, got any final thoughts?
Not to get verified 101. I have a question for Dylan. Would you be willing to come back on again?
Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I don't really know what post-draft life looks like at the moment. The NFL isn't releasing like what that looks like just yet. So it sounds like a lot of it's going to be virtual, and at least until like maybe end of May, June. So I don't know when you guys are planning on getting rolling again, but for sure. I mean, I'll have whatever. Hopefully I get my PC built by then. I'm not using this laptop.
Laptop's
hell yeah! You got an ARM plugged into a laptop? Fuck yeah, dude. That's baller.
It's a hefty laptop, 2080 and all that in it.
Damn,
dude, that is baller as hell. I tell you what.
Here's gonna be my final thoughts. Thank you to everybody. This is we've had our longest episodes this season, and then we end off our season 2 with our longest episode, 5 hours. We are just preparing ourselves for a 24-hour stream when we get to episode 50, which Finn, you do remember us talking about that, right? You do remember us talking about 24 hours.
We probably talked about it. I don't remember it at all.
Why don't you just do it on episode 24?
Oh, dude, why not?
Do it. That'd be
episode 24.
Second episode of season 3.
This guy's got fucking ideas. Jeez.
Yeah.
But I want to thank everybody that has been made season 2 a success. And in my opinion, it has been a success. The chat interaction has increased a lot from the last season. We've increased the production and the way we deliver the podcast. I want to thank Finn for all of his hard work with getting all the guests aligned that we've had. I want to thank all of our guests that have been on. I didn't make a list, so hopefully I can remember this from memory. Going in order, Joe Goodman, Ryan Stivers, Jared Larson, Dr. Jordan Sy, Big M Hawk, CircleHerk, and Private First Class AJ Corver. If I missed anybody, I apologize.
XT girl.
Oh, and she was last season, but shit. I want to thank everybody, and also contributing to lore. If you saw my Twitter post yesterday, God, man, some of that stuff had me dying. Especially so, like everybody here that has contributed, except for AJ is here. So CircleHerk contributed the cake. I guess I will finish when after Finn does his closer. I will lead out with that. I guess CircleHerk provided the cake. And then Finn was COVID coochie, and then Dylan Sainer provided the double COVID coochie sex, and eating rectum. Actually, that was both CircleHerk and Dylan Sainer here. It's been fun. Honestly, unexpected to have both of you guys here on our finale. Was not expecting it, but that's what makes our podcast unique. Is You never really know what to
was
expect.
it? Or did we plan this? You'll never know, YouTube. You'll never fucking know.
Finn is back from hibernation. He came out of hibernation to. It was Dylan Sainer brought the Avatar back from hiding. Just thank you to everybody. Thank you to all of you guys who are here. Thank you to CircleHerk for filling in for Finn for the past 2 weeks. Thank you to Dylan Sainer for impromptuly, if that's even a word, hopping in here and shooting the shit. Thanks to Finn for coming out of retirement and also all the hard work that he's done over the second season. We hope to be back, not in the not too distant future. And I strongly believe that we will be back, and the podcast is not done. So, unlike my other, actually, I'm not going to make that joke. But
your relationships.
There was all my other relationships. They're fun. They're fun jokes for me to make.
Do we have to talk about hentai now?
Finn, you have to leave. Finn, you have to leave off season 2 and season 2 with your hentai of the week.
So Finn's got a lot to say. First of all, this last season was absolutely incredible. Absolutely love everybody that jumped in chat. This was the season that Dylan started joining chat. This was the season that we managed to hit double-digit viewership at one point. This was the season that we joined a Twitch team. Comrade Kittens, absolutely appreciate. They're not going to see this, but fuck it. Absolutely appreciate Classify and Sydney for letting us join this incredible team full of a bunch of content creators that enjoy what they do. Really appreciate that. Appreciate everybody that's been on, and you're here to listen to me talk about hentai. So first of all, I have my anime of the week, because the anime of the week is very important. And this anime of the week is Dota Dragon's Blood. That's right. Dota 2 has an anime now. League of Legends better step the fuck up, because you don't see League of Legends with an anime, do you? And I mean like a real anime. Yeah, they've got a K-pop group. Yeah, I'm in to K-pop. Who cares? This anime was actually incredibly good. The only issue that I had was that the art style changed too much for a single character. But other than that, it was incredibly good. You follow the story of Davion, the Dragon Knight, as he goes along and kind of does his thing. He ends up helping to slay an Eldworm who is inhabited by the demon Terrorblade, and then he becomes inhabited by an Eldworm himself, Slyrak. This isn't spoilers even, because fun fact, this is part of the lore of the character in Dota 2. Dota 2 has incredibly deep and intricate lore. And the fact that they created an anime out of already existing lore and just interweaved multiple characters, great. In this show, you'll see Davion, you'll see Mirana, you'll see Luna, and you'll see Carl. Yes, there's a character in Dota named Carl. He
kills people.
Carl kills a lot of people. I tell you what.
Oh no, Finn, Dylan just proved you wrong. Oh, he's gonna make you eat your words and then eat shit. Oh no.
I'm so worried. Arcane animated series announcement. Did they ever release it?
I mean, I can't imagine they would say they were going to and not.
Dude, what? Oh, this is okay. Hold on. If I'm seeing correctly, this is literally just the music video for Rise. Yeah, that's the beginning of the music video for Rise. That's
Oh yeah,
interesting.
it got delayed. I guess probably COVID, maybe. I don't know.
I would assume that COVID delayed it because the Dota anime series was supposed to come out in fall of 2020.
It says side due to COVID-19 pandemic, we have to delay the worldwide release of the anime series Arcane to 2021.
You got to realize, Finn. Remember, Dylan Sainer is the big PP. He's always right.
It's true. He is the big PP. He also plays League of Legends, which reminds me, folks, sometime this summer, I assume this summer, I would assume that it wouldn't be this fall when the NFL season happens, when, Dylan will be playing. Sometime this summer, Dylan and I will be having a charity 1v1 in both Counter-Strike and League of Legends. He's going to clap my cheeks in one and probably do better than I expect in the other one.
Who's broadcasting that yet? Have you decided?
You.
Me? All right.
Yes. It will be on your channel. You'll be commentating.
Oh, God. If CircleHerk, you might have to join me for this. I can't do it alone.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. Somebody who knows something about some games. Somebody who knows something about some games and somebody who knows nothing about any game.
Is that CircleHerk?
That's me. I don't know fuck about shit.
Dude, as I'm bee hopping over to the point to shoot you, CircleHerk's like, why the hell is he jumping? Why is he jumping so? Stop jumping, man.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Everybody slow down! Slow down!
But I actually do have a hentai this time. Because I promised that I would have.
Dylan just got big-eyed right there. He's waiting for this.
Is she in the chat right now?
Sheedap's not in the chat. Sheedap should be asleep.
I still love how you DM'd her.
All four of us right now have giant boners. And if you tune into the beginning of this podcast, you know exactly how to get rid of a boner lasting longer than 4 hours. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't figure out how to do this. So.
It has a very simple name, which I'm very happy for, because the translation for a lot of these are awful. The name for this is Desires with an exclamation point. Episode 1. It's about a year old-ish, give or take. I'm not sure exactly when it was released public. Clark's searching it up right now. And it has pretty solid voice acting as compared to a lot of others where the voice acting, especially on the male part, can seem kind of flat. On top of the fact that it has a good amount of action. And, it has a nice, if you pardon my double entendre here, it has a nice climax.
Is it this?
I swear to fucking God.
Oh, no.
I swear to God.
This is on stream, by the way.
Do I click on this?
Do I click on this?
Jason?
What? Is this it?
Jason? No. You better, no. Thank God it's not that. No. I hate you. I hate you with burning passion.
So it's not that.
No, it's not that. It's on.
So
it's
this
on
is the
Pornhub.
finale of this episode.
It's on Pornhub. Anyway.
Oh, okay. So I'll bring it up here. I'll bring it up here.
So we're actually not having season 3, by the way.
After we get banned by Twitch, this is it. Sorry,
Hey,
guys.
none of that. What I did was a bannable offense. By the way.
You won't get banned, dude.
Oh, you hope.
I recently found out that like every porn star has a Twitch channel. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Like most of them.
Yeah.
And they just like sit there like pretty much naked and just talk to people, and they
And just look at Amaranth.
and like but like
Yeah,
actual
it's like
porn stars. Like
yeah,
not,
Amaranth, except that they actually get naked for not money.
Mm-hmm.
and then like they just sit there and talk naked pretty much, and then like 40,000 horny dudes give them money and talk to them in chat. It's wild. If I had
That's
boobs,
cool.
I'd never work
That's-
a day in my life.
That is the
Goddamn
goal.
right.
I'm gonna take off my pants.
Good
right
luck for
now
you that you
if
have
it gets
feet.
me 10,000 viewers.
I'm gonna do a CircleHerk OnlyFans feet account.
A circle.
That's how we get more viewers.
That's all you do.
A circle jerkirk.
You just make an Instagram account that has a girl's face on it, and then old dudes DM you and ask you for feet pics, and then you just send them feet pictures and get money.
Exactly.
Big brain move. Big brain.
Why is there
He's
hair
smart.
on it?
Why is it? Is this a hobbit foot? I'm into it. But
You got
anyway,
some big feet, girl.
Girl, you got them wrinkly fuckers, don't you?
but we appreciate each and every single one of you that have tuned in this season. We appreciate each and every single one of you that have been on this season, whether it be from future NFL stars to me.
Doctors.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who you are.
I love CircleHerk.
Doesn't matter
Future
who you are.
NFL stars and
Okay. We appreciate each and every single one of you. We created this to give anybody and everybody a voice. So that way they would have the opportunity to talk about the things that they love, talk about the things that they care about. And Dylan probably doesn't care about Zoom calls with NFL scouts, but he talked about it anyway tonight. And we really appreciate him coming on. I appreciate CircleHerk filling in for me for the past couple of weeks. And the most important thing to remember, folks, is to stay safe. I hope that you still mask up. And most importantly,
Get vaccinated.
roll clones.
Before we roll credits, I need to fulfill Ethan's wish. We are going to close out season 2 with the famous statement. You don't ever just, grab your own ass and just realize
Yes,
how much
I
muscle
do.
you got there? You never just grab your own ass?
I do.
Stay safe, everybody. Get vaccinated. Roll credits. We will see you. We'll see you next season. Bye, everybody.
boy.
Have a good night. Have a good morning. Whatever it is anymore. See you later.
That's a thick ass boy!
Shit, wrong credits, my guys. Stay here while I update them. All right, these are the right credits now.